Oh, hey bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, happy Monday and welcome to Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture and hot topics. So that's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today, including wait, hold on, because I was just figuring out some new thing I just discovered up in the situation that StreamYard just put. But anyway, let's get to the team. So we got to talk about some good news regarding Gen Z and box office and all that other stuff. So we can get into that. We got some news regarding Tom Dumont of No Doubt. He came out and revealed an ailment that he is currently dealing with. And I guess this will be the last time No Doubt will be performing. But we'll get into the team when we get around to it. Plus, we got to talk about Coachella, some of the highlights and the lowlights, including the lowlight being Justin Bieber's lackluster ass performance, and how his group of cultists are moving the goalposts when it comes to him. But people were saying they started a whole sexism debate, saying that if this was Sabrina Carpenter or any other female act, y'all would have just raked her over the coals. But because it's Justin, he gets a pass. So we'll get into that debate. Plus, and Katy Perry threw a little read, which I thought was quite funny during because she was there at Justin's performance and all the other stuff. We'll get into that. Speaking of Katy Perry, she's been accused of sexual assault by Ruby Rose. So we got to get into that because it was something in reaction to what she said at Justin Bieber's Coachella performance. Plus, we have some good news, or some may say not so good news, regarding this Usher and Chris Brown because they're going on tour together. Who saw that coming? We'll get into that. I'll give my overall thoughts. Plus, Akon is saying Chris Brown could have been this generation's Michael Jackson, but he was surrounded by the wrong people. So he's blaming the wrong people for why Chris Brown acts the way that acts more like Bobby Brown than Michael Jackson. And I'm talking about Bobby Brown back in the day. Because Bobby Brown, he got himself together. He ain't been getting in trouble. But back in the 80s and the 90s, or was it the 90s? He was getting in a whole lot of trouble, arrests and drugs and all of that mess. Plus, we got to talk about Euphoria and the fact that Zendaya and Sweeney were avoiding each other on the red carpet. The premiere that happened last week, plus her awkward encounter with Sam Levinson, who created the show, because they're saying that this show was actually created in another country. He kind of just moved some things around and tried to make it like it was his. Plus, we got to talk about Britney Spears has checked into rehab following her DUI arrest. Doja Cat is defending Madonna because people out here with the ageist comments and all that other stuff. So we got that clip. Plus, we got to talk about the Madonna biopic, how it is. We don't know if it's going to happen, but it's happening sort of on the studio season 2, which is Seth Rogen's series that's a hit over there on Apple TV. Plus, we got to talk about TLC, who was trying to see if y'all still mad at them over that whole situation regarding Chili being a maggot. And they was out here putting feelers in my, what song should we perform? As if y'all got a big catalog of songs that y'all could choose from. But so we get into that. Plus, Cardi B still got her foot on Trashy K's neck. We got to get into that because she's getting the judges involved again. David Geffen finally finalized, can't even find the words, finalized his divorce from his 32-year-old boy toy. I saw this clip and I had to bring it on here on the show where Ebony K. Williams is the judge. Well, apparently, a father is suing his gay son, or as I like to say, a homosexual son, for $6,000 because he quit conversion therapy. So we got to get into that. Plus, there's an adult cinematographer actor had to find a word, gay corn star, we'll call him that, called Milo Miles, who has been banned from the US for a decade after they went through his bag. He got detained. They found prep and all kinds of other stuff in there. He does adult stuff. He also was an escort. They basically banned him from the country. He's from Canada. We'll get into that story. Plus, Jacob Tierney, who's the creator of Heat of Rivalry, the series, not the books, the series, is calling out a lot of you racists who are going in on Hudson Williams because Hudson Williams is part Asian. I don't know if people knew that, but I guess if you watch the show, you know he's got an Asian mother on the show. We got to talk about the Lollapalooza, which was, in my opinion, the best episode of this damn season. And we got to talk about a drag race icon who revealed how many times they turned down the traders? 4 times. And they said, I guess they ain't never going to do it. We'll get into that and a whole lot more. I know it's a lot. We got like 18 topics to get to, plus all the banter we do in between. So this might be a 5-hour show. But anyway, before we get to those topics, please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I also, because they just added this new situation, I added a poll on the page where it says, do you think there's a gender double standard when it comes to live performances? And this is due to the whole Coachella situation we have coming up. You can actually hit yes or no, do all that stuff, hit the, y'all can get up in there, do your little thing, vote. We'll bring up the results when it comes around to that whole situation and all that good stuff. So without further ado, let me hit the comments. Oh, excuse me. Rachel Hoffman says, hello, 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 hello. Wait, hold on. Let me go up because I was like, I got to scroll up to the thing. My Monday is good so far. I cannot complain. Nestle Crunchy's in the building. So I'm tired of fucking Gen Z losers trying to discredit Madonna because her Coachella. Child. We'll get into that when we get around to that Coachella mess because I got a whole lot to say about that because somebody had the unlitigated gall to say that it was the Guardian had the unmitigated gall to sit up there and say that Lady Gaga set the standard for stage performances. I'm like, in 2025, that's when all of this shit started. A year ago, really? Okay. And I had to drink this Red Bull. I have been so exhausted because I've been working every day that I was like, okay, I need to drink a Red Bull, get some energy. I hope it won't enlarge my heart because that's always been like the fear of people. Like, you need to stop drinking Red Bull because you're gonna have a heart attack. And all that. So I said, first of all, I drink it once on the blue. I don't drink them every day. I drink coffee every day. I don't drink Red Bull every day. Except this morning, I didn't have coffee because I'm mad because the Dunkin' Donuts around the corner from my house is being renovated. So, and I don't want to do the DoorDash and all the stuff because it's going to cost me even more. And I'm not trying to be up in here paying extra for some damn coffee. I will rather just order my stuff on the app and walk over and pick it up than have to do a whole DoorDash situation. So, I'm just going to have to grandbear it until they're done with their renovations. And that's the closest one. The other ones, I got to walk like probably 10, 15 blocks. Anybody got time for that? Well, I miss you too, because I was like, Onyx is in the building. I know it's been a minute since I've been on. Cleveland's here. Rachel Hoffman is saying hello. TLC got hits, but overall just hasn't stood the test of time, albeit doing good work. Backlash towards Hudson beginning because he's not gay or queer. So do you not think I don't know. I was like wondering, is there any way that you could actually vote on the situation? Because how do you even vote on it? I like it better on that side. Should I put up there? No, I'll leave it there. It looks better on that side. But then again, I don't see what y'all saying. You said I drink energy. Oh Lord. Yes, you do. You say you drink energy drinks, child. You don't want to end up with a because there was one. I can't remember. It wasn't Red Bull. It wasn't Monster. It was some other weird drink. And I was reading this online. This mother said her daughter died because she had no health issues. She was drinking an energy drink, and it enlarged her heart. So, excuse me. So I don't think that's a good thing that y'all should be drinking that. So totally put that back. Okay, and it said I didn't even watch Euphoria. And you said, but now I can't stop thinking about it. I also want to watch Maria Fuller. Was that what was it? Did that inspire the season? Was Maria Fuller? Because I've seen the movie. And the girl from Maria Fuller Grace, she's on that show from. I don't know if y'all ever seen that. That's on MGM Plus. I think the new season starts this week, season 4. I think it does. I'm not sure. I have to look it up, but I do believe it starts this week. And sidebar, I am so glad Tales from the Crypt is coming to Shutter. Bitch, I cannot wait. That was my show back in the day. And now it's coming to Shutter. So I'm excited for that. And I'm gonna be binge watching that show when it comes. Well, for the most part, everybody's saying yes. So because I see a lot of ones, put ones up in the chat. I guess that's what I'll start doing with the polls. Put a number one or number two. Put a one up in the chat. So a lot of people saying yes. Do you think Kylie Minogue would do? Yes, she would. I mean, look, if she did her residency and sold out in Vegas, and if she sold out her tour in the United States, she could definitely sell out in at Coachella. And I don't know why she hasn't been given the opportunity to do that. But she has a lot of fans here. I don't understand why people just be trying. This country acts dumb when it comes to international artists. I wasn't late. Bitch, I was on. Okay, I was late by 2 minutes, but I was earlier than normal. Mhm. I did not see it yet. I was like, I'm gonna think I'm away, but what I did do is I binged Daredevil season 2, Born Again, because they already got a season 2 with the Netflix. I finally got it. Yeah, I binge watched that the other day. I watched all 4 episodes, and I was like, oh, I need more. That's how I like to watch TV. I don't like watching one episode. Oh my god, I'm gonna wait till next week. I read these, right? I think people want a show with a full gay cast due to DEI backlash. Why should we hire straight? I always look at it like I want people who's good for the job. I don't want to just be like, oh, well, you have to be queer in order to do a thing. Although I didn't mind when they had what is that movie called? Queens of the Dead, which was done by Tina Romero, George Romero's daughter. I don't know if y'all saw that. It's on Shutter. It's about, you know, this nightclub and in Brooklyn, and it was like a zombie outbreak or whatever the case was. Oh, the entire cast was queer. The director, I believe she's a lesbian. Um, the cast was queer, the crew was queer, everybody was queer. So if you want to do something specifically with that, I'm not gonna hold you on it. But I don't want us to be kind of lumped into this thing where the only thing we could play is gay roles. Because look at Luke Evans, a big old homosexual, and he does straight parts, and he's currently on Broadway playing Dr. Frankenfurter, which I need to see Rocky Horror because I didn't know it was only going to be for a limited time. You said Rye is body packing, and of course Sam made it overly. Well, they always saying that that's what he does. Are you saying Rue is packing? What she pack? Oh, you said body packing. She body. Wait, you talking about what? What does that mean? Body packing? It's like she's in. Well, first of all, Zendaya's always been in shape. I thought he was talking about packing as in like what? Packing heat. It's Sam Levinson's kinky porn fantasy. It shows Jacob and Zendaya both checked out, and is Sydney last main. And they talking about that. Them some people were saying that this whole thing with Sydney Sweeney and the whole sex online cam thing. This is her humiliation ritual. I'm like, can y'all stop with the humiliation ritual conspiracy theories? Y'all be getting on my nerves with that on social media. Like y'all think anytime somebody does it, I'm like, as an actor, you perform a part. Plain and simple. Everything ain't a humiliation ritual. Everybody's not converting people to doing homosexual stuff. You can actually say yes or no to things. But if there's a character and that's where your character is going, then who am I to judge? I'm like, I'll go for the ride. I'll do the part. I mean, I'm getting paid good money to play this part. I'm gonna do it. It's acting. I'm pretending. This is not me in real life. Although I do need to watch that Kayla Says video where she did a whole recap of last night's episode. I would always wait until like a couple of episodes in to give my full opinion. I don't want to just judge it off of a premiere. But everybody needs the instant online gratification. And people do things their own way. People are always not gonna like when non-queers play queer roles because queer folk have less opportunity, but at least Hudson ain't a baiter. Well, that part. I was turned off, I guess, and they eats pasta covered in there. Ew, not the sauce covered in doo-doo. There's a scene this season where Cassie isn't a. Oh, I seen the pictures online. This is the last season. Why does everybody keep saying I think a lot of people don't know this because you're not the first one to say this. There was somebody else that was in the comments. I think it was probably in the group chat I'm in, where they were like, "This needs to be the last season." I'm like, "It's been confirmed it's the last season." One, there was always rumors that it was the final season, and I believe Zendaya did an interview where she confirmed it was the final season. So this is it, and it's probably good because some shows just need to go, and clearly he's run out of ideas. I guess Cloud's character is also incarcerated for 30 years instead of, and I'm like, Sam, you had all these people like waiting all these years for this shit. This is what you're delivering in your final season. I can see why Zendaya hesitated to hug your ass on the red carpet. And well, I guess that's the best way to do it. Throw him in prison. I don't remember what happened in the last season. What happened to that little boy that was working with him? What was his name? So I guess it makes sense to put him in prison instead of killing him off. Look, they was trying to honor him like they tried to honor what the hell is his name from Fast and the Furious? Paul Walker. They didn't want to kill him off. Which now is like when they do this Fast Forever movie, which is about to, I don't know when it's gonna start shooting, but it is coming. Are y'all gonna have to do that thing where you gotta have his brother step in again? You're gonna do like a CGI of putting his face on his brother's. Okay. When I read that, I was like, "What?" Like I had to literally do a double take. I'm like, "Okay, is this a lie?" But it was on Variety. It was on the major trade. So when I saw that, it was like legit on like actual page. Variety broke. I believe they were the only one that had this story before. About I ain't see it on TMZ yet. I ain't see it on Page Six. I didn't see it on Daily Mail. I didn't see it on Us Weekly. I didn't see it on any of the gossipy blogs. This was like Variety posted. I'm like, bitch. And Variety, y'all be getting on my nerves because y'all do be biased when it comes to some of the stuff y'all say, especially when it comes to Blake Lively and this whole situation where y'all very much team Blake because we get it. You're more cut to her husband and all this stuff. You don't want to piss them off because you're a slave to the studios. So you're not going to say anything to remotely offend them because when Ryan Reynolds got a new project coming out, which word on the street is after Secret Wars. I almost said Infinity War. I'm like, we have that already. Although I did hear rumors that test screenings for the new Avengers movie has been what is it? Doomsday has people already seen it? Test screenings. They're saying that they're comparing it to Infinity War. Well, we'll see. Um, but they said after Secret Wars, what we might be getting, well, what we will be getting. This is what Jeff Snyder said. He said that they're going to make they're doing another Deadpool movie, and this one might involve the X-Men, like in the comics, and that might be the way they introduce the X-Men to their own movie, which would make sense. If y'all want to introduce them that way through Deadpool, that would work for me. And we already know Sadie Sink is Jean Grey. Body packing is basically what Maria Fuller Grace is. Oh yeah. I forgot about that. That's like, yeah, she's a pack mule. And the worst is when them shits explode inside of you. There was a movie that I saw. It was a gay movie though. With oh my god, what the hell's his name? The one that was in one of the Menendez brothers, the homosexual one. The one in real life. And Mark Patton, who was the final boy in the Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2 was in it, and Jenna Malone. And he was a mule because they had him swallow these things, but it was like these little creature things that was inside of it, and it exploded. Bitch. And you seen, well, he had a frontal scene in that movie. He got a big old dude. Anyway, he said, I'm a fan of the show, but I don't watch season 4. I would rather have it in now so I can write my own fan fiction for the characters that deserve a better arc. Oh, they must explain it. Yeah, because I didn't see it. I told her I didn't watch the episode. I want this to be the last season so I can write my own fan fiction and give the characters a better arc. Cassie was ruined. I'm like, who did Sydney Sweeney piss off that they gave her this storyline? And that's another reason why I was saying with these shows, y'all be pissing me off because it don't make no damn sense why it takes 4 years to come up with a season They're going to do 8 to 10 episodes. It's not like this show requires a lot of special effects. It's not like it's a Doomsday or one of those type of films. Yet you'll take 4 years to write this, and you want to blame it on whatever, whatever. Hire writers, Tyler Perry, because that's what you're given with this shit. If you can't come on with this, and yeah, clearly Zendaya's career has blown up since this show. She doesn't need Euphoria. She's moved on and she's working with much better and far more talented directors and writers than Sam Dam Levinson. Child, not no damn 2024. You can bring that shit into 2026. You're telling the truth inside of what Justin gets people banned from the red carpet, then so be it. At least I sleep better at night. All these people care about. Oh, I got you. What I got you watching Popcorn Planet now because you know I love me some Andy Sigmore. He be coming. He be throwing the reeds up in there on Miss Blake. But here's the thing, and that's why I always said like in this business, you got it's a fine line you got to walk. But honestly, I don't. I mean, if I encounter or interact with celebrities, that's fine or whatever. But I really don't. This is not what I live and die by. And if I don't get invited to certain places, you think I give a fuck? Like y'all ain't. I don't be looking at y'all as like my real friends. A lot of these celebrities are fake as fuck. All they care about is access, and all that shit is fleeting. I don't give a damn about all of that. So, and I learned that, and now I had to make peace with that because I was like, you trying to find if you trying to move into a space like Wendy Williams and doing this sort of thing, now I ain't gonna be one of those people like, oh, I just talk shit and close the blinds and be home alone. Excuse me, and now I'm alone. See, this is why I gotta stop drinking this Red Bull. That shit makes me burp a lot. And we didn't even get to the first topic yet. Now I want to be one of those people that talk shit about celebrities and then close the blinds, and I'll be home all by myself, alone with my thoughts. And then while my husband out cheating with some bitch for 15 years and get a whole nother baby, and now I'm just home alone, self-medicating. That's not how I want to rock. I want to, if I do my thing, I say what I got to say. I do my job. I go home, and if I need to go out and do whatever, I do that. But I'm not going to sit and seclude myself. And I think that's where she messed up. She couldn't figure out how to navigate all of that. The show explained that when the pallets explode, I always wondered, I was like, do you DIE? Or because we gotta be careful with the algorithms, or do you just like get so fucked up because it's all in the inside? But I guess if it's in you and it explodes, it's getting into those, it's getting into your intestines and things. Cause like how they always say you can get drunker faster if you shoot alcohol up your ass versus drinking it. And they said you get fucked up because there's nothing up your butt that could break down the alcohol. So I wonder if that's the same thing. When you swallow those drugs and they explode in you because of the acid and all that other stuff, or something happens, somebody punch you or whatever in your stomach, the acids, it gets caught up in there and then you kind of you feel it a lot quicker. I always wonder if that's the case. But anyway, let me hit my banner. And let's get to our first topic. I know it's like 23 minutes in, but look, we ain't been here in what, 5 days? So we can key a little bit before we get to our topics. So speaking of topics, let's get to topic number one. Wait, hold on. I don't think I'm because right now I'm looking at another clip. I don't think I'm freezing. If I am, let me know because I did see it was moving slower earlier before I started the show and I went and I refreshed. So I think I might be good now, but before I get started on this topic, let me know if we good with anything. No freezing, no none of that stuff. Mhm. Ooh, that Red Bull is good though. It tastes like medicine. Medicine for the heart. Okay, good. No freezing, no freezing. Good to know. So I guess the refreshing definitely helped because then we would have had an issue earlier. But anyway, all right. So without further, I had to close that because I almost forgot I had the other video open. Okay, so now let's get into topic number one. And let's give a shout out to Gen Z because we at some points, I think a lot of people do be a little bit hard on Gen Z and all that other stuff. And they're and all that good stuff. But unfortunately, look, Fortunately, we got some good news for y'all because y'all been driving people to go to the movies. Especially Gen Z has been the main ones that have been putting butts in seats, going to the movies. Definitely, bringing up a lot of stuff. I don't know if a lot of the older generation may have stopped. I think probably because of COVID and all the other stuff. So they're probably waiting until things come out on. I don't even know if they're as streamer friendly as I am. Well, I watch everything on streaming, but nevertheless, excuse me, there was a story that came out courtesy of Variety that said that yeah, young people look at the ones that's going to the movies. Now, during the pandemic, Hollywood worried that Gen Zers would never get into the habit of going to theaters, preferring streaming on their smartphones instead. But Gen Z is now the most active cinema going demographic, attending more films per year than their elders, according to a new Fandango study. They're also spending more per visit on concessions and on premium formats like IMAX. Well, that's me too. I love IMAX. Concessions I could take or leave because there be times, I do. I'm definitely my grandmother because my grandparents used to take us to the movies all the time because my grandmother, may she rest in peace, loved going to the theater. She would, bring chips and candy and things in her purse. We have ourselves little snacks and things while we watching the movie. But and concessions got pretty expensive, but I do understand as somebody who used to work at AMC, concessions is where the theaters make their money. They get a piece of the pie, whatever, when it comes to the movie screenings and things. But for the most part, the real money that the theaters make comes from concessions. And every now and again, I'll go and I'll buy something from the concession stand or whatever. Not necessarily the popcorn, but a lot of times, if I haven't been able to grab something to eat on the outside and sneak it in, I will get my usual chicken tenders and fries, or I would get these little mini burgers that they be having. But that food is fulfilling, so I usually get that when I go to the theater. So and popcorn is an acquired taste for me because I hate getting stuff stuck in my teeth. But if I do popcorn, I do the popcorn with the M&Ms, and I like to throw it up in the situation, mix it up. So I have my salty and my sweet and salty. I like that combination. But anyway, so they said, what a relief for theater owners who are struggling as overall attendance lags 20% behind pre COVID years. Exhibitors largely attribute the decline to fewer new releases from major Hollywood studios. Fandango surveyed 7,000 adults, 5,091 of whom consider themselves moviegoers or people who went to one or more movies in the past year. By generations, 87% of Gen Zers and 82% of millennials saw at least one movie theatrically in the past 12 months. One? Well, child, y'all know I be in the movies every week. I actually wanted to go see Faces of Death with Dacre Montgomery, and Charlie XCX is in it, and Barbie, whatever her last name, with the girl that was on Euphoria that was in that movie. I couldn't find no showtimes that actually were because I have to watch movies early now because I'm always working nights with, you know, concerts and all the live entertainment that I'm working is always at usually at nighttime, excuse me, or sometimes midday. So I don't really get to watch movies like regular people. And there was only limited showings of it, and they were only showing night showings. So I wasn't able to see it this weekend. But everybody who, from what I've heard, um, it's a good movie. But I haven't been to the theater since They Will Kill You, which I actually like, by the way. So, oh yeah, so they said that Gen Z millennials also return more frequently, with each demo averaging about 7 visits per year, ahead of Gen X 6.1 and baby boomers 5.7. Motivations varied across age groups. They said millennials treat moviegoers as an escape from daily routine. Yeah, that's why I go. While Gen Z sees it primarily as a social activity. Gen Z also attributes a better selection of movies and the appeal of leaving the home as key drivers of attendance. In contrast, Gen X cite rising ticket prices, fewer appealing releases, and better at-home options for reasons of going less often. Didn't I just say that? I didn't even read the article, but a lot of times I'm gonna let y'all in on a secret. 9 times out of I do read a lot of the articles, but there's sometimes where I don't be reading the article all the way through, and I feel like it's more authentic when I react as I'm going along with reading the article, so y'all know like okay, you're getting my natural reaction versus I read this earlier and now I'm giving you some fake preempted reaction. That's also why I don't do reaction videos because I'm like, how do I react to these? So, some people, I don't know. Shout out to y'all that could do them reaction videos. But when I be watching, I'm like, how do I react? Because I just be like, this is how I be looking, staring at the screen, watching. I'm like, oh, do I have to make a comment here? Like, it's like I can't. Authenticity is something I just rely heavily on. But anyway, so yeah, that makes total sense that Gen X wouldn't be going because they're a lot older. They don't feel like a lot of the movies they can relate to. Tickets are expensive, and when you're at home, you can pretty much go on Amazon Prime, and in like 29 or 32 days, or 42, whatever the fucking number is these days. I can't even remember because y'all keep moving the goalposts. So whenever the situation they end up at home theatrical, whatever situation, how they line it up, you can pretty much just rent it for $20 or $25. Well, you buy it for 25, I think, or $30, and you can rent it for like $20 in your home, and you can invite people over, or you can watch it with the family, depending on what it is and the age group and how you feel appropriate. You can watch those movies in the confines of your own home, and you don't have to deal with expensive ticket prices and concessions. You can pretty much just order in, go Domino's, Pizza Hut, Papa John's, whatever tickles your fancy. You can order as much junk food and you sit and spread it all out in your house, sit in your reclining, vibrating couch seat, put on the movie with the surround sound. And I understand some people like, it's not the same because you have to see certain things in IMAX. But we're so spoiled with how TV and entertainment is these days. Some people don't care about all the extra bells and whistles. I do because I'm a big movie fan. So if I want to see a certain movie like Doom when that comes out, or Avengers, whatever the case is, I want to see that on the biggest screen possible. Although Avengers Doomsday is not getting IMAX screenings, but if it pops up in Adobe, 4DX, whatever, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna spend that extra money to go see those films. But because of course I'm an A-list fan, I mean an A-list user for AMC, $27 a month is what I'm paying. So, and it includes IMAX, Dolby, and all the other premium stuff and the regular screenings. So I can go see those movies at any time at any screen and still pay the same amount. Now, if I have to make an exception and want to see it in 4DX over at Regal, and I'm not a Regal user or whatever the case is, I'll pay that little extra money to go see it on a bigger, on a much different screen. So yeah, so a lot of people feel like they don't want to go to the movies and stuff like that. But I have noticed that when I go to the theater, I'm in a lot of movies with Gen Zers and things of that nature. So I'm not surprised by this at all that a lot of the younger kids are drawing, coming to the movies and all those because I know people are kind of dismissive. Oh yeah, I just want to watch little microfilms on TikTok and you want to watch things on your phone. And I think for the most part, there are people that don't care how they get their entertainment, but I do feel like, especially what I was noticing with Stranger Things, because there was a thing that came out. I don't know if y'all saw this, but there was a video that came out where it showed like because of Stranger Things, kids were going to the mall. They were like, oh, because they wanted to experience what they were seeing in that show. So they would go to the malls now. They want to hang out. They're shopping. They don't want to do online stuff. They want to literally be in there because they want to feel a sense of something they've never experienced, which is what was that mall culture like? Me, I'm from a generation where I used to go to the mall and hang out with my friends and go shopping and stuff. A lot of this new generation, they don't know nothing about that because they grew up in the digital age. They grew up more in that stuff. So they're trying to feel what that's like. And I think that's the same thing with the movies. It's a great escape for them. They want to go hang out with their friends and go see a movie and do all those things just to see what that world is like. You know what? Maybe they should bring back the drive-in. That really drive these kids crazy. Bring back the drive-in theater. I kind of miss those. I got the opportunity to do a drive-in once, and that was like when me and my sister was in camp. I think it was the Fresh Air Fund or something or another. So we would go and spend time with different families and stuff. I was always the nuisance. Because there was this girl with her boyfriend, or whatever, took us in their truck. We had pajamas on. We got to see Twilight Zone, the movie, and Gremlins. That was like and gotten to watch that in my pajamas and all that stuff. So I got to experience the whole drive-in theater. And that was like way back in the day when I was little. And they would show old movies and this, that, and the other. And then we got moved around to different places. I don't know because I was being a pain in the ass and I was testing people, or it was just part of the thing where they would send you to all these different people. You spend a little time with them and hang out and all this other stuff. But then also I got to hang with this family who the father was a truck driver. He used to give like Cabbage Patch Kids and all this other stuff. And I remember they didn't have a boy Cabbage Patch, and I cried because I wanted one. So they had to basically give the Cabbage Patch a mohawk, then make me feel better. So yeah, I remember that whole look. I told her there's no shame in my game if I want to tell y'all some old stories from back then. So now they said the biggest barrier to getting off the couch wasn't the movies themselves. Patrons cited coordinating schedules, finding time, and securing a deal on tickets as challenges in getting to the multiplex. How's it finding time and secure? Well, they said securing a deal on tickets. What kind of deal y'all looking for? Because, but then again, one of the things that's annoying to me is like when you want to buy tickets and it doesn't have like all the showtime. So I think like for um what's that channel? AMC. I think after Wednesday, or maybe it is Wednesday, but after Wednesday, I've always noticed that they put up the schedule for the following week. I learned that because one of my friends was we were regular coworkers, and he became a manager. He gave me that. And it was like, no, they put out the schedule like on Wednesdays. So the updated schedule. So I gotta be waiting. But now they put out tickets and stuff for Dune, where you can pretty much just start getting the IMAX screenings, but that's all for nighttime. So now I probably gotta wait till the end of the year, damn near, when the movie comes out to secure a ticket for earlier showtime because I'm not gonna probably be able to make it to those late shows because with me working in live entertainment, I already know I'm not gonna be able to work those gigs the way I mean, I'm gonna be able to squeeze a night show in if I'm going to be working an event that's going to be popping up later on in the year. So my schedule ain't flexible like that. So yeah, and then they also said as the movie going landscape continues to evolve, understanding generational behaviors is critical to unlocking future growth. Gen Z and millennials are redefining what it means to go to the movies by prioritizing premium experiences, social engagement, and new forms of content. Meeting them where they are isn't optional; it's essential to the future of theatrical movie going. So they said that although the first quarter of 2026 has greatly improved from last year, summer is really going to heat up at the box office because here's the thing I think it's going to be booked and busy with a lot of movies coming out because I even had to look this up one point. I said what movies we got coming out. So we have Avengers Doom. Well, that's not this summer, but it's coming out this year. Then we have the UFO movie. What's it called? I almost said Demolition Day. Okay, so we got Scary Movie 6, we got The Odyssey from Christopher Nolan, The Devil Wears Prada 2, Spider-Man Brand New Day. We also have Disclosure Day, that's the name of it. Then we got, well, nobody really cares about this movie, but Mandalorian Grogu's coming. Another movie I don't think a lot of people care about, but it's coming, Masters of the Universe. We also have Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow. We have Shrek 5, we have Moana, we have and we already said Spider-Man Brand New Day. And so we got a lot of movies coming out this year, and I think it's gonna be action packed. So that's what I think is gonna be happening. And also, you know what I was thinking what they need to do? Because if you're sitting there talking about how Gen Z and millennials and redefining what it means to go to the movies and prioritizing experiences and social engagement, and I believe social engagement is the key word. I think what you need to start doing theaters is you need to start creating these hubs in a theater where content creators can come in and do out of the theater reactions. Because if you realize what I've noticed is that that's becoming a thing that people like out of the theater reactions and reviews. And I see the people like John Campia, Kristen Harloff, Killjoy Jake. I don't know if Critical Overlord does out of the theater reaction because we never see what he looks like. But I know he black, but I don't know what he looked like. But we never seen his face. We've heard the voice. So, um, but he does reviews. But there's a lot of people out here, content creators, who do out of the theater reactions, and I think people like those. And they don't, and instead of the Fandangos and the Varieties and all these other, bought and paid for critics, they want to hear from real people what those are. So I do think y'all need to start setting up hubs in the theaters. I don't know how y'all gonna do it in the Midwest and small towns, but for the most part in New York, we have the big AMC in Times Square and Lincoln Square. There's space y'all can find in there where you could set up a little area where you have ring lights, a certain type of light or whatever, and people can come in and do their out of the theater videos and put them up on the channels, and that'll help get butts in seats as well. So I definitely think that that's something that they need to really think about. or consider. It was the word I was looking for. So yeah, so that's I believe all I got to say on that. I know that was a long one, but we talking about Gen Z in theaters and stuff, and I think that's how you can get more engagement because social media and film is going hand in hand. You already see like TikTok is trying to get in on the whole cinematic experience because we have the Ellisons owning a piece of it. So now they want to get into that. And I think tomorrow what I'm gonna do, because I thought about bringing it in today, but we got to bring in that story about how there was a lot of celebrities, over 1,000, who signed a petition to stop this merger between Warner Brothers Discovery and Paramount. So we're gonna bring that story up tomorrow. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding Gen Z? Actually, people are shocked to find out that that is the generation that is getting that has been funneling the box office. And I think with a lot more movies and stuff coming out, and that in the next couple of months, this is going to be a pretty big year for a lot of young people to be in theaters, or even my generation. Because yeah, we want to see Shrek 5. I know I do. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, thank you everybody for letting me know that we're not freezing. Listen, not alcohol in the butt, child. You ain't never heard about that? There was some people talking about, yeah, they stick alcohol up their butt so that way they get drunk faster. When it comes to Coachella, bring back Frank. Mm-mm, hell no. First of all, Frank Ocean's show was terrible. He was one of the main examples. Like when y'all want to talk about Justin Bieber, no, Frank Ocean's show was bad. Before I continue to react, let me read what the rest of you said. Who literally did a lackluster show like Justin. So not only sexism, but also a white boy got to be lazy. Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because I was saying like at the end of the day, Frank Ocean got dragged because you know he's black and gay, so he's not going to be able to get away with the same thing of okay, we accept white people just being mediocre, aka Justin Bieber. I go to Dollar Tree, you buy bag brims movie popcorn for not for $1.25. But that's a good bargain. And funny how like nothing in the Dollar Tree is a dollar because you just said $1.25 securing a deal on tickets, in-app discounts, including concessions deals. Like, funny enough, I don't do none of that. Like I know they offer like little discounts and stuff with the concession. I don't like I don't be doing all of that. I mean, I get my points, and you could use the points and stuff against concessions and things. But I'm like, that's what I use. I don't be doing with extra stuff. Double feature discounts, Barbenheimer, and not extra charging for the good seats. Yeah, because remember they did say that they were going to try something where if you are AMC Stubs member, that that you get first dibs on like the best seats, which I guess most people would say, well, how do you even determine what's the best seats? And I say for me, the best seats is the middle because I like being center of the screen. That's how I usually watch movies. I don't like sitting on the side. I don't like sitting in the first seat or the last seat. I like being dead center. And y'all always know, like when you go and you look for tickets online and trying to get a seat, those are the first seats to go, especially in IMAX. I stay in Belleville, Illinois, and we have a drive-in movie theater about 20 minutes from me. But that's good to know. You saying that? So they still do have um drive-ins still around. We need some in New York. We definitely need some because I said bring it back out here. I know Dead Meat James wants to do it, but he is hating how Paramount is becoming the biggest studio. It's turning him off how Israel Hollywood is. He's thinking about leaving it because of his morals. You said, when I tell you I was obsessed with Frank when he performed at Coachella and was so disappointed, I'll give Justin his flowers for having a good set list. Unlike Frank was still my a lot of people was pissed. Look, I'm gonna save all my Justin stuff and when we get to that topic, which will be after we do this one. Let's get into topic number 2. So let's give our love and kudos to Tom Dumont from No Doubt, the guitarist, who has revealed that he's got early onset Parkinson's disease. So that was a shock. And I don't know why I was thinking Tony Canal, because that's what I was like, wait. Um, what's her name? Gwen Stefani's ex got Parkinson's, but it's not him. It was the other one because I be thinking Tom and two T's in the damn thing, and so I was getting them confused in the beginning. But no, it's the guitarist. So yeah, he went on social media, his social media, and he revealed the news. So now, less than a month before No Doubt reunite for their Las Vegas Sphere residency, Tom Dumont revealed he has been diagnosed with early onset Parkinson's disease. And so, um, I was thinking, should I play y'all the clip from his Instagram? Yeah, we'll do that. Hold on, I want to see if I could pull it up because it was giving me, it's taking a minute. Yeah, we'll actually put up his video in case y'all didn't see it. But you gotta give me a second because everything's moving slow. Okay, we're gonna come back and talk. Please hold.
Hi there, how you doing? It's Tom Dumont here. I just wanted to say hi. The last couple of months, I'm getting ready for the No Doubt Sphere shows. It's been very fun looking through old footage and looking at old photographs and relearning old songs and rehearsing and creating all the video stuff for the screens at the Sphere. It's kind of made me think about how grateful I am for the life I've gotten to lead as a musician all these years, and it's thanks to our families and our friends and listeners, and you and everyone who's come to our shows over the years. Thank you. The other thing I wanted to talk about was my health. So a number of years ago, I was experiencing a number of symptoms. I went to my doctor, I went to a neurologist, and I did a whole bunch of tests, and I was diagnosed with early onset Parkinson's disease. It's been a struggle. It's a struggle every day. And I'll make another video with details about what Parkinson's entails. The good news is I can still play music. I can still play guitar. I've been doing really well. And the other thing is I've just been very inspired by so many people who have come out to talk about their health issues on social media and that sort of thing. I think it helps erase some of the stigma, and it raises awareness, obviously. And awareness is really important for prevention and for research. So that's it. I'm really excited about the shows. I can't wait to see everybody. And thank you for listening.
Okay, so I just want to have them come out and give his side instead of me having to read what he basically said. But there were some people that jumped in the comments and were showing their love and all this other stuff. I know we had Garbage said, sending you so much love, Tom. You are such a special soul. What a man, 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 a good man. And then Tony Canal, who I was getting them confused because of the tease. Love you beyond words, my friend. Can't wait to get on stage with you again. Then we have Gabriel McNair said, you are such a beautiful soul, Tom. I love you so much. I can't wait to get on stage with you, LFG. Then Michael J. Fox, who is one of the main celebrities that we first learned about Parkinson's when he came out with his diagnosis, and he said, "Thank you, sir, for sharing your diagnosis publicly. We're sending you our support, and please know that you are not alone." And so I know that's got to be even more heartfelt and great to have someone like Michael J. Fox to come out and say something in regards to this, because I see, well, you probably don't know this, but I see Michael J. Fox a lot when I'm working the Knick games. He's always in celebrity role. But the ones that practically live at Madison Square Garden would be Ben Stiller, Spike Lee, and well, Tracy Morgan. I can't forget him. And Fat Joe. Fat Joe and Tracy Morgan probably live at the garden at this point. But I think it was awesome that everybody came out and showed their love and all this other stuff. For those who are not familiar with what Parkinson's is, it's a progressive neurodegenerative disorder caused by the loss of dopamine producing neurons in the brain, primarily affecting movement. Now, common symptoms include tremors, muscle rigidity, slow movement, which would be this says bradykinesia, and balance issues, often appearing after 60 to 80% of dopamine cells are lost. While there is no cure, medications and therapies can manage symptoms. And so, yeah, they said that also writing appears cramped, small, or slow, loss of smell. So they start to lose their sense of smell. Sleep problems, they act out dreams or trouble falling asleep. Then they also get stiff muscles or limbs that feel heavy or drags. And the face may lack animation. So they have a face that kind of looks like they're wearing a mask. So um I'm hoping and praying that Tom can get through this tour. And it makes sense as to like, okay, with all of his issues and everything that's going on, this is a great way for them to make as much money as they possibly can off this tour, so he could pretty much be set for a long time. So shout out to you, Tom. Now if this don't get people to go and want to buy tickets to the No Doubt tour, I don't know what to tell you. So, in the words of Aaliyah. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Tom Dumont basically revealing that he has early onset Parkinson's? And, well wishes, all that good stuff. So, whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Our local theater is a ghost land. Was the only person in there when I saw They Will Kill You. Well, damn. Well, yeah, that movie really wasn't doing all of it. When I went to go see They Will Kill You, I saw that the Lincoln Square, which is like the one I usually go to. If there's only two theaters in the city that I always go to, it either is the 34th Street one or Lincoln Square. So I saw that the Lincoln Square Theater. It was like quite a few people. There was a lot of people in that movie. Unfortunately, it didn't do well at the box office. But like I said, when it comes out on the early purchase, whatever the case is, I'll buy it because I thoroughly enjoyed the film. Ready or Not too, I was like, but They Will Kill You was a much better film. I said, let me make sure I got all my stuff. All right, y'all. So now let's get into this mess. Let's talk about the big story of the hour. Let's get into Bieber, Borchella, or whatever you want to call it. Now, I did catch up on a couple of things. I actually was so busy and I kept forgetting that Coachella was happening. But I did catch some highlights before we get into. Oh, wait. First of all, that's the wrong damn one. Anyway, we're going to keep that in because, this is how we roll over here. So, yeah, I watched a lot of enough of the Coachella stuff. Earlier, I was watching a James Hype DJ set that he was live streaming on his YouTube. So I was watching that earlier while I was putting the show together. But there was a couple of DJ sets that I absolutely loved. Um, Mochak did a great DJ set. I also watched Fatboy Slim's DJ set last night, which he was killing it. Which I didn't even know this until after his set was done. FKA Twigs was doing her show and I missed it. I only caught the last two performances, so I was upset. I'm like, damn, I wanted to watch that, even though I did work her show like 2 weeks ago. But still, I wanted to see her Coachella set, and so I missed it. And basically, with what I saw with her pole dancing and all of this other stuff, it was literally the tour. So I would have liked to have seen, and I saw she had Honey Balenciaga and them up there, which makes me think, okay, y'all did the ballroom thing again. So, because Honey had like a little black bowl cut. I miss her with the blonde. I need you to go back to that. But yeah, Miss Honey was up there among a bunch of the other ballroom girls. But I would have loved to have seen that show, and I was upset. And then right after that, the Coachella thing was like, see you next weekend. So they're not even rerunning the feed. And that's the thing that annoys me about them. And they kept putting little clips up. I want to see the full thing. I missed 9 Inch Noise, so I didn't get to see that, but they started putting clips up for that. I did see Slater-Chella, or Slaychella, as we like to call it, and Slater, bitch, I cannot wait for this tour. When she's ready to go on tour, I'm definitely getting a ticket. I told her I saw her before when she did the Starfucker tour, and she was at Brooklyn Steel. Yeah, she was at Brooklyn Steel. Because I was getting another thing, spot in Brooklyn mixed up. But yeah, she was at Brooklyn Steel. That was before. Now I feel like she's starting to blow up. I heard that her tent, it was overcapacitated. Like so many people was trying to get into that show. They couldn't get into the show. So Slater's moment is happening. Shout out to her. I told you. And it's funny how me and so many other of the gays, we're like, okay, Slater, we're just going to give it to you because you literally got us in a chokehold with this goddamn Worst Girl in America album. What is going on? Like, I have not listened to anything else. Now, I will listen to DJ mixes, but that is still the go-to full album that I go to when I'm like, and I was listening to Slater's album yesterday on my way home, even though I was listening to the DJ sets. So yeah, the DJ sets was definitely giving it. I did not get to see Diplo's set, but I did hear he brought MIA out. I missed Carol G's set, and I heard that was good. She brought out a full female mariachi band, all other stuff. So I was a little upset because I was missing so many other shows. Ethel Kane definitely tore it down. I did see her show. I saw that the first night. Sabrina definitely gave. And then I'm trying to think, was there anybody else that I may have missed? I may have, and I'll probably pop up as I continue to talk about this. But yeah, let's get into this foolishness. Let's talk about Justin Bieber. So, of course, he was the big one. Everybody was looking forward to seeing, and this, that, and the other. But then he got on stage and decided to give us a greatest hits via scrolling through damn YouTube on a laptop. And people sitting there talking about this was the greatest thing. The people in the Bieber cult was saying that. Outside of that little cult, people was pissed. So Justin Bieber is facing backlash after what fans are calling a lazy headlining gig at Coachella, where the pop star set included singing snippets of his greatest hits off a laptop despite his groundbreaking payday. Yeah, because the word on the street was he was paid $10 million and he negotiated his deal. He didn't use a manager, he didn't use any of those people. He literally got on the phone, called up the people at Coachella, one of my friends who's a DJ did remind me. He was like, "Oh, you know the guy who owns Coachella is a staunch supporter of Trump and is giving him a lot of money. So all you people getting caught up in the whole, Coachella situation, look who y'all giving y'all money to." And I think a lot of people's feeling away because them tickets are crazy expensive to get into Coachella, and you literally giving people a $10 performance, and you was paid $10 million. So I think that's where a lot of people was pissed. So the 32-year-old singer who reportedly pocketed $10 million for the gig performed in a casual hoodie, thinking because that boy want to be black so damn bad, shades and shorts on Saturday night as he took a stripped down approach to his much anticipated performance that left many confused. Now, instead of delivering a high energy comeback packed with his easily recognizable tracks, the Daisy singer played a handful of songs from his 2025 Swag and Swag 2 albums before turning it over to his classics. Bieber sat on a stool with a laptop scrolling through YouTube videos on his songs and streaming his earlier music as part of a brief 12-song medley. So he was giving y'all Janet Jackson without the choreography because all she do now is medleys. Now, while the performance was still taking place, annoyed fans immediately took to Twitter to share their frustration with the singer, as one wrote, "Only thing worse than watching this Justin Bieber set are the people watching in person that are desperately trying to convince themselves this is a vibe. They went in debt for these Coachella tickets." And that's literally what I was saying the whole time too. I'm like, because all them comments I was seeing online, a lot of people was like, "Oh, it was a vibe. Oh, he don't have to get up on stage, and you not getting it. He not getting up on stage to have to give full spectacle and choreography and pyro and stuff. Even though you did get pyro and explosions and all that shit in the end, when he was done, you got all of that. But on the stage, it was just him performing with a background that looked like roasted chicken. That's what it was given. And people were saying, like, this is what they paid for. Like, I don't think people were showing up and doing that. And what pissed me off, because there were people out here saying, "Oh, well, Lady Gaga set the standard with her mayhem ball with Coachella." Really, bitch? First of all, The Guardian, you need to do your damn research before you even try to come with that bullshit. And I'm not throwing, there's no shade towards Lady Gaga. We love the Mayhem Ball. We love the extravagance of what she's giving. She about to perform in a couple of hours at the Garden, which I'm not working tonight. But I've seen the show 7 times. Seven. I've seen the show 7 times. I don't need to say it again. But this is the final night of the Mayhem Ball, and she's closing out at the Garden. So, she did not solidify what it is. Now, she bringing that whole opera house grandiose thing. Now, that was cute. That was extravagant. That's over the top. It's great. If people want to try to upstage that or match it, whatever the case is, that's great. But we're not going to do that because, first of all, everybody knows Madonna is the pioneer of being a mainstream artist, the first mainstream artist to ever perform at Coachella 20 years ago when she did the Confessions era. So we're not going to do that. And the smart thing with her, because Madonna is a girl who actually grew up in the clubs, she did it in a small tent. She didn't even do it on the main stage. And this is around the time when it was just nothing but indie bands and DJs that were doing Coachella 20 years ago. It wasn't big A-list celebrities that was doing Coachella. So we're going to give flowers. If we're going to give people credit, at least be correct in your credibility. The Guardian. So we're not going to do that. So, and Madonna did that on a small stage because, as I said before, she's of the club scene. So she knows, like, if I want to reach a certain demographic and the type of music that I'm doing, I got to hit those club kids. It's not about the A-list or the mainstream or whatever. Now, if the mainstream want to come along, because Madonna's always been good at taking something underground and bringing it into the mainstream and crossing it over there, whereas we've seen where EDM has come in the past 20 some odd years, how it's evolved so much and it's so big and it's worldwide and it's even big in America, because Americans really was not feeling house music and dance music like that. That was more or less a in crowd thing, a club thing, an underground thing. Now it's more mainstream than ever. So she knew who she was pandering to, and it was smart to pander to the club kids, because the kids in the clubs, we were the movers and shakers of what was going to be hot on the radio. Not so much anymore, but back then that's how it was. So uh, what else did they say? Because there was a lot of reads up in here that had me cackling. So another person said, not Justin Bieber scamming Coachella out of a 10 million, out of 10 million to play songs off of YouTube. Another added, Justin Bieber giving us one of the laziest performances of all time. Another person said, holy shit, this Justin Bieber said is an absolute, wait, I think you meant an absolute. They said an absolutely snooze fest. Male pop stars need to be banned from headlining Coachella, and to further notice, filmed a second person, while a third added, damn, feeling disappointed with this set, to be honest, Justin Bieber. Another frustrated fan tweeted, if Sabrina Carpenter did what Justin Bieber is doing right now, her career will be over. Now, we're going to get into the Sabrina thing, because there was a huge debate that popped up online regarding this. But I want to get through this article and give my point of view, and then we'll move on to that. We'll transition into that piece. But they said the comparison to Carpenter, who headlined the first night of the California Festival with a polished, high production show, complete with celebrity cameos, including Susan Sarandon, who's kind of been banned from the industry because she was outspoken about the genocide going on in Gaza, as she should. So was Mark Ruffalo, but he's still out here working. And I'm not trying to take money out of Mark Ruffalo's mouth. Food out of his mouth. I like the fact that, he still speaks out and all these other things. But we can't just be going at one and then just excusing the other. But we know that this industry and America as a whole likes to discriminate and hate on women. So, and yeah, they said that intensified the criticism. The fact that Sabrina had to pretty much give y'all a full spectacle, practically shoot ping pongs out of her vagina in order for y'all to keep, to keep you engaged. But Justin stands up there trying to act like he's giving y'all performance art, and y'all eating it up. Now, they said Bieber said that kicked off at 11:25 p.m. local time, had already been rumored. So that was local time. So that was like 2 a.m. Child, I was not staying up to 2:25 to watch Justin Bieber. My ass was, I might have been asleep. Because it was like, yeah, if I like this weekend that I was working crazy, I was like, I wasn't staying up for that. I had to catch it in the replay. So they said it had already been rumored to be delayed due to desert winds. Yeah, because there was, what was it, Anima or some or another, that they said there was a artist who had to, a DJ that had to cancel his performance because of high winds. But Justin went on. They said he hit the stage on time. The screen also featured viral clips, including his own Is It Not Clocking to You moment when he clashed with paparazzi, as well as classic memes like D's Nuts and Double Rainbow. He didn't do One Less Lonely Nigga. Why he didn't do that? Y'all forgot about that era of Justin Bieber? You should have brought that up. You out here culture appropriating black shit, but then you didn't want to play that part. Now they said Justin Bieber is the worst headliner at Coachella in history because WTF, you're just sitting with a laptop. Another went even further. Justin Bieber 2026 Coachella performance may just be the worst mass streamed / televised performance ever. Some defended him, pointing out that using YouTube was a little iconic since Justin became famous through the platform. I mean, yeah, that's cute or whatever, but my thing is if you're gonna do that, then there need to be a way that he should have had people there to work those YouTube moments. If it's gonna be like a moment of we're seeing clips throughout the show of him showing this is where I came from and this is where I am today. You literally sitting at a laptop with you singing karaoke like you in some Korean karaoke bar in Midtown Manhattan, singing along to your hits where you before your balls drop, when you had them high notes, and now you're doing a low register because your voice is a lot deeper and you're over 30. I just thought it's bullshit and it's an excuse. So yeah, it's cute or whatever that it's nostalgia for his specific fans, but people also have to realize as an outsider looking in, and a lot of the people who weren't able to go to the show because the tickets were too damn high, and the fact that you're watching at home, because I did hear that it was so packed and where that's the main stage. I'm trying to see it. They said the crowd went as far back as to the Ferris wheel. That's how many people was there to see Justin Bieber. So when you're having this little moment where you're sitting on the floor half the time, and then the other time you're literally sitting at your laptop singing along the clips and things, and you thinking this intimate performance works in a place as ginormous as the main stage, that doesn't work like that. If you're trying to do an intimate show, you do that for your hardcore fans in a small little intimate setting, or you do that in a small little tent. You don't do that where it's like millions of people are on YouTube live streaming trying to watch your performance, and this is what you're given. But a lot of people can't think outside of their own selfishness to realize, like, okay, so this is cute for y'all, and this might be a great idea that he thought he executed well, which according to a lot of the critics, he didn't. And based on me, I don't think he did either. But of course, the cultists are going to excuse the behavior. The hardcore believers are going to excuse it. And this is not for y'all. Scroll on to the next thing because I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say, whether you want to like it or not. But in my opinion, it didn't work. And people's in my comments trying to act like, and there's nothing worse you can do is try to talk to me in a condescending way, because then I'm going to cuss your ass out. Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. His brain is way too high on the intelligence scale for you to try to play me like I'm dumb. So my opinion is my opinion, and if you liked it, okay, good for you. Hooray for you. But the performance was trash, in my opinion. So somebody went, okay, now clearly you hiding Cooter Brown. They dubbed him a mastermind for the karaoke style show, but acknowledged some won't understand. People ain't paying all that top dollar for some goddamn karaoke. In an attempt to engage the audience, Bieber asked fans to help me with the songs, encouraging them to drop their favorites into the live stream comments. So I guess he probably felt this was a great way to get them engaged. But then Katy Perry was also there, and she said, "Thank God he has premium. I don't want to see no ads." Well, shit, you're gonna see some ads with mine because I ain't paying no damn premium. First of all, the numbers went up. The price went up on the whole tickets and all the other. I mean, the what is it? The YouTube Premium and all this stuff. And plus, there's always issues like if I subscribe to the premium, I'm not gonna be able to. It's a whole ad thing that goes on with that. It's annoying for us content creators. Now, they said one of the more unexpected moments came when he dug up his own past, playing YouTube clips of himself as a child, including a nearly 2-decade-old cover of a Neo song, which famously helped lead to his discovery by Usher and Scooter Braun. Remember at one point that Justin Timberlake, they were trying to shop him around to him, and he said no, which was probably smart. And then he went to Usher, and Usher and him got their own little issues. And so, yeah, they said and I told you the deal, but I didn't know it was with Golden Boys, and they said it's 5 million per weekend instead of so we'll be 10 in total. Now the question remains: he supposed to perform again in a couple of days. If this is what you're gonna give a second time, I don't know what to tell you. Now you got to give him something else because I don't. Is he gonna come back with the same show? I mean, Lady Gaga, I guess, because it was so highly produced and everything, you couldn't kind of go off script or whatever the case is. So she had to do the show the way it was. But with him, I'm like, is this what you're gonna give them again next week? So I already know what to expect when it comes on. So um they're saying that all that hype that was surrounding the whole situation, he didn't live up to it. So In addition to that, because we did talk about that, I know this is a little long-winded video, whatever. Let's get into the biases that they were saying regarding him and this whole sexism debate. That if Sabrina did exactly what he did, her career would be done. So they said, while Justin Bieber could, and this is shout out to the Hollywood Reporter for this story. They said, while Justin Bieber could pull off a low key headlining Coachella performance, could a female artist? That's the latest debate making waves on social media. Now, following the Daisy Singer Saturday night set, which was quite stripped back compared to Sabrina's full on theatrical performance the night before, yeah, she had waterworks, she had all the stuff, half naked male dancers. People were, I did see that they were critiquing her over her bathing suits and all that. This what y'all be wearing on stage, bathing suit. First of fucking all, if you've ever been on the stage, you would know that it's hot. And I'm not going to sit up there wearing a goddamn burqa because you making comments from the confines of your phone in your house talking about what these girls are wearing. They got to be comfortable at the end of the day. It ain't like her vagina's out. She's wearing a bathing suit. So what? Who cares? People are so goddamn annoying where they try to act like they're the moral conservative police when it comes to the clothes. But mind you, Iggy Pop could have all his wrinkles and his belly showing when he was performing, and I did see his performance. I'm saying like sagging skin, wrinkled, yeah, and I'm gonna read him like I be reading these women because if we're gonna be, we got to be equal on this shit. I'm not just gonna pick sides because I'm, gender biases. But Iggy Pop was up there with all his wrinkles and his little belly singing his song with no shirt on, and y'all ain't said a fucking word. But if a woman get up there, like a Madonna or whatever the case is, y'all start the granny comments and all that other stuff. So it's like, go suck somebody's dick from the back regarding that. Now, they also said on one side, people are slamming Bieber's performance, but I didn't know that she got in trouble because she called one of those battle cries. Um, what is it, like the Arabs be doing? She said it was a yodel. Like, bitch, you are dumb. She did apologize over that. Now, on one side, people are slamming Bieber's performance, describing it as lazy and underwhelming, despite his reported high paycheck for the gig. While others are citing, well, they said they're citing the singer's minimal stage design and lack of backup dancers, as well as him sitting down for around 30 minutes in the middle of his set to play snippets of his older classics, such as Baby and Never Say Never, straight from YouTube on his laptop. And I know that friend to the show, Robert, was saying that it has something to do with he doesn't own the rights to his songs. I'm like, okay, so you sold the rights to your songs. You could still perform them shits. I mean, you're in a live concert and people know you for those things. So now you got to do a medley. Critics are also comparing it to Carpenter's Friday night headlining show, which featured multiple over-the-top set designs, outfit changes, acting cameos from Sam Elliott, Susan Sarandon, and Will Ferrell, backup dancers galore, and even the singer ascending from a car with a water fountain at the end. That's why I was like, yeah, she had a lot going on with this performance. And she definitely was deliberate. Even though I don't, she's not my cup of tea in regards of the type of music she does. I told her I worked Sabrina's show with, and I thought, no shade, Olivia Dean was the better performer than she was in regards to the songs that was getting me relatively interested. But Sabrina has her own little fan base. The people like her. She's cute or whatever. But her music really doesn't do it for me. She has good performances, and I like her stage design and all that stuff. But as an artist, she really doesn't do it for me. And that's fine. Now they said, one user shared on Twitter, female artists give full effort, flying, high notes, fireworks, outfits. Meanwhile, Justin Bieber, the most expensive Coachella performer, just sits in a plain tee, plays YouTube, no makeup, and still gets a pass. Switch the roles, and a woman would get dragged immediately. Now, another person wrote, fans defending Justin Bieber's mediocre Coachella performance, saying he's 32 and it's normal not to have the same energy anymore. Meanwhile, Lady Gaga is 36, sharing a clip of the Abracadabra singer Electric 2025 Coachella headlining performance. First, let me stop you there and make some corrections. Lady Gaga is 40. She just turned 40. Last month? Yeah, March. She just turned 40 last month. Last year, when she did the whole Mayhem Abracadabra Gaga Cella thing, she was 39. May have just turned 39. So, yeah, and she has like issues or whatever. She said like she was getting pain and all this other stuff, and her body had a hip replacement, all the other stuff, and out here giving a full-on show. But y'all make excuses for him. But I do agree. If Lady Gaga got up there and gave y'all an indie performance, because we know how multi-talented she is, she could just get up there and give y'all a full piano situation. Or if she would have did like her Harley Quinn thing, y'all would have pitched the bitch. Oh, we want the hit. You don't do this at Coachella. So why does the goalpost get moved because it's Justin Bieber because he ain't performed in a month of Sundays? No, let's stop making excuses for mediocrity. Because, and I blame a lot of y'all with this generation. Y'all accept that. I come from a generation where you had to put in the work. You had to upstage yourself every time you hit that stage. You can't just come up here and give the bare minimum. That's not the generation I'm from. And I'm not going to, in my opinion, accept that as we progress because there's been too many complaints of people saying like a lot of these artists these days, y'all spend more time engaging with social media and y'all lack personality, y'all lack stage presence, y'all lack a lot of those things. And there's a couple of girls that's coming out trying to give that. Sidebar, I almost forgot. Pink Panther has performed too and gave way more than Justin Bieber. So there's that. Now, however, some would have preferred Bieber deliver a high budget production. Many OG Belieber fans seem more than delighted by his intimate performance. Many have taken to social media to commend the singer for his healing concert. Healing? What the fuck is this? Red table talk? Now they said one person wrote on X, a lot of people are calling it low energy or underwhelming, but for me, it feels like the healthiest kind of comeback for who the fuck is Justino? One of my friends called him Justine, had me cackling. He did not force a high production machine that could burn him out again. Instead, he sat with his past, scrolling through old YouTube videos, duetting with his. What are you talking about? It's about burn himself out. It's 2 shows, 1 show a week. How is he gonna burn? You gonna burn out for performing for? Well, I don't know how long the performance was. It an hour and a half, 2 hours? I mean, that's burn. The fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all don't know shit. Y'all kill me with this. Oh, he got burnt. We don't want him to burn himself out. God forbid. I understand you got Ramsey Hunt or whatever the fuck that shit is when you had a slanted eye and slanted face or whatever. But you're doing 1 performance within a week. How is that gonna burn you out? If that's the case, then stop performing. And I'm not saying, and here's the thing. No one says that if you're gonna do a show that you gotta stand up there and you gotta do all this high octane choreography. You can do a little 1-2 step if it takes too much out of you. There are ways to work around if you don't want to be up there doing high octane choreography. Let all them dancers do all the heavy lifting. Let all the other production and pyro and the crazy stuff do all of that. Nobody's saying you gotta give full on Chris Brown when you dancing on walls and shit. Nobody said you got to go there or your mentor Usher. You don't have to do all that if you don't have it in you, but at least have some kind of stage presence. You can move around the stage. You can do a little something, something. You could. There's many a ways you can get around to that if you suffer from burnout or if the sickness that you have causes limitations. There's ways. There's no excuse when it comes to me. I guess because I'm a Virgo. We don't see it. We ain't got time for excuses. So they said that takes real courage when fame once broke so many pieces of you. They continued, it's a quiet reminder that healing is not always loud or flashy. Sometimes it is choosing peace, family, and honesty. And here's the thing, if this is what you want to do, you do that on your tour. Coachella is a whole nother situation. It's not necessarily about you and specifically your fans. If you want to do something like that and your fans want to pay to see that on a tour, then you put that specifically for that. But as Coachella is a whole nother playing field that you're on. But this is what he gave y'all, and this is what y'all paid for. And one of the things somebody said was that he was overpaid because celebrities should not be getting paid this much money to be doing a tour. I don't know if this is true, but I did see someone write that at Glastonbury, which I would rather do that than Coachella, no shade. A lot of bigger and better artists perform at Glastonbury than Coachella is just like whatever. It's literally wannabe Woodstock, but a little too hipstery for me. Um, I would rather because it's always about influencers and I'm just in the room. Let me film myself. Oh, it's not even about having a good time and really being there for the music and the vibes. A lot of it is y'all just want y'all little 15 minutes and whatever the case is. So it's never really about the music. So from what I heard with Glastonbury, I heard everybody's paid a flat fee of £500,000. I need to look further into that, but it's like, yeah, they don't even go over that. That's what you get paid. And yeah, the production, everything is more crazier, but I'm sure that Glastonbury provides all of that for the artist. Kind of like the Super Bowl. So They said that people are always going to defend their argument, but until a top charting female artist who's booked as a Coachella headliner delivers a performance as widely deemed lackluster, there's no way to truly speculate what the reception will be. Well, we know what that reception is because we've heard it. So, the Hollywood Reporter, you can try to dress this up as cute as you like, but let's be real in this situation. Um, and it said either way, there's always going to be critics of major festival headliners. But one thing is for certain, man, headliners can still receive widespread backlash. Just look at Frank Ocean's ill-fated Weekend One performance in 2023 as an example. Yeah, there was a whole situation, remember, that went with him, that he performed behind a sheet, and literally they cut his show. He was late. They cut the show. A lot of people was leaving. Also, they said that Megan Thee Stallion, when she was performing, I don't know if it was she. I think she was on time, but literally, I think she had one more song to go. Whatever. They just abruptly cut her because she. I think it was that. Yeah, when y'all, and I always tell y'all this in live entertainment. Maybe I haven't told it, but I'm gonna tell you here. If you go over your time, well, at the Garden particularly, we're not gonna cut your show. You can perform as long as you want. Just know that you will have to pay an extra fee because you're renting the space up to a certain time. So if you go past the curfew, then yeah, you get charged hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. So that's what happened at Coachella. They're not trying to pay those extra fines. So they be out here cutting people's performance. If you late and you show up at a certain time and you go over your time, oh, you're done. Your show, your segment, your whatever it is you're doing is gonna get cut, and you pretty much shit out of luck. So the fans, if y'all get upset, is what it is. It's a lot of moving parts that goes into this whole live entertainment thing. But look, as I said before with the whole Frank Ocean situation, it's like, first of all, I've always thought Frank Ocean was overrated. I mean, yeah, some of the songs he has is cute or whatever, but as far as performances goes, he always been dry and boring to me. And that's, I think, been a lot of problem with male artists. Like, a lot of you male artists need to step it up in regards to the showmanship and the performances and stuff. A lot of y'all just thinking standing there and just giving the bare minimum is cute. It's not for me, because I like razzle dazzle and spectacle with my shit. I like theatrics. Now, don't get me wrong. There are artists, if it's warranted, that if you needed to stand around and do whatever, then make it work. But you just standing there, like, I don't need lackluster Mariah Carey style live performances. I need way more than that when it comes to the situation. Or if that's what you're going to do, you need to sell it a whole lot better. So maybe in your head it worked, but when we see the execution, it was a mess. So I think also what needs to be pointed out, the reason why Frank Ocean got it a lot harder is because he's also black and a homosexual. When you're looking at somebody like Justin Bieber, he's white and straight, as far as we know, and cosplaying as a black man. So his mid performance will continue to be excused by his conglomerates, or the believer cultists. So that's the team we have on that right now. But before we get up out of here, I did create a poll. Let's see if we can go back to it. It should still be here. Jump, jump, jump to it. Where I basically put, do you think there is a gender double standard which comes to live performances? 1, yes, and 2 for no. And I did see some people that put it out there that basically said that, yeah, that a lot of people chose number 1. So for those of y'all who are seeing this, I need y'all to drop it in the comments, drop it in the chat, whatever the case is. Do you think there is a gender double standard? From when I asked this earlier, a lot of people did hit number 1, so they were saying yes. And so, like I said, the Hollywood Reporter, you could dress this up any which way you like, but the reality is like, yes, women are held to an entirely different standard than men are. And for that person to say Gaga was 36 years old last year, I was like, bitch, she's 30. She was 39 when she did the Mayhem Ball. And yeah, she gives 150% of her performances every night. And there are people that they can hire that helps them work out their situation. Like if you're exhausted or whatever the case is, you got any kind of body issues, you hire those people to help you get over those humps to do your performances, whatever. But yeah, so I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are. Oh, wait, hold on now. But we do have a lot of people did say yes. We got the poll results. 100% said yes so far, and nobody clicked no. Good choice. Y'all are smart. You was kind, you was smart, you was important. So yeah. At the end of the day, let me wrap this shit up because I'm tired of talking about this. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Right now, I saw we got a lot of comments. Let's go back and see what people are saying. Like I said, I knew Justin would pull some foolishness, so I didn't even bother. I slept well that night. It was sad to see. Oh yeah, because they did say. I'm glad you brought that up because you said you knew he was going to pull some foolishness. Because there was a rumor floating around that SZA was the backup. They said if Justin decided to cancel, which a lot of people was thinking he probably going to cancel, he ain't going to show up. He's going to take that money and run. First of all, he don't want to be caught up in a lawsuit, so he was smart to show his little ass up at this event and give y'all nothing. But they said that SZA was supposed to be the backup. And she was like, nobody asked me to keep my situation open to come and be the replacement. So she said that was a lie. So she debunked that. So, but I just want to put that out there. Yeah. Justin has the ability, he's just not hungry. Exactly. As I said, I said that before. I was like, you know what? His heart's not in it. His fans are like Britney fans. Y'all are clamoring and hoping for that person that once was to come back, but the lights are on and no one's home. So it's just at this point, Justin is his heart's not into it. He's probably doing this because he needs the money. I mean, you sold your entire catalog. You have I mean, Haley's got her own money, but it's like you gotta satisfy certain needs with it. And doing Coachella where it's like you getting paid $10 million for 2 shows, that's better than, having to go out on tour and do, you know, um 50 to 60 to 80 shows or 100 shows. You could just do that. Or who knows, maybe Justin needs to just do a residency. I watched 3 sets, Sabrina, Ethel, and Geese. I love Sabrina Wood, but was more enthralled by Ethel's 6-song set, which she barely moved from the oh yeah, that was definitely true. She did. I was like, girl, I need you to move around a little bit because she was just standing there with her arm on the thing and singing and just cooing into the mic. I was like, oh, she got a cute voice because I don't really listen to Ethel Kane like that. But yeah, you said I lost my voice from it. You was over here screaming. Not the failed astronaut. Not the Katy Perry read. The failed astronaut kikiing about I hate ass while watching his set is surprising considering she knows good and well if it was her up there, she wouldn't hear the end of it. Okay. Eric Swalwell resigned from. Oh, he finally did. As good enough. I mean, good on him. And that's why I said, unlike you, I was like, unlike you Republicans, we actually hold our Democrats accountable for what they do. Even though some of these Democrats was out here trying to move the goalposts when it came to, I saw, we're not going to sit up in here and go in on Al Franken over one little incident. But when Eric Swalwell, who's been caught up in mess for years, all of a sudden y'all want to move the goalposts. Get off my line with that. It's coming out on TikTok that many grifters are actually paid influencers by Elon Musk. That came from his yeah, that was a. Speaking of which, shout out to Mims, friends to the show, Make It Make Sense. He did a whole expose on that, and I need to watch that video. I think he dropped it yesterday or the day before, but yeah, over the weekend. I'll just say that to be on the safe side. But yeah, he did a whole expose on one of his Elon's baby mothers exposing Elon for a lot, well, Felon, because that's what we like to call him, Felon Musk, on some of the stuff that he's over here doing. Kendall now dating girl, please. Not him dating that alleged lesbian. Jacob Run might lose your Hollywood career. And then there was some old clip that I saw of of Tyler the Creator throwing shade at Kendall Jenner, who was at his Coachella set a couple of years ago. My understanding, well, look, at least he's dating somebody the same height as him. My understanding, only Justin Bieber had the slot to himself. No other show was happening. But the whole night, 45 second snippet. He said this performance was the saving grace of her man's best friend era. Yeah, because I wasn't really feeling the whole man's best friend situation, and I don't even care for that new single. Her follow up has lacked the hits or relevance that its predecessor supplied. There was a lot going on for better for it. Yeah, that was another thing too. It's like you got too much going on to compensate, and that's why I feel like that's the issue that I have with Sabrina. She does too much with the performances and all the little videos and the silly, you know, Goldie Hawn-ish slapstick comedy that she tries to, the self-deprecating comedy that she tries to do, that the music is not living up to the performance. The performance outshines the songs. And that's why I was saying, like, and I know this might be controversial to say, but I don't say nothing popular on this show. Um, I thought Olivia Dean was the better performer as the opening act on Sabrina's tour. Because at least I'm like, oh, I could jam to these songs, and these songs is catchy. And I could move to it. And then Sabrina comes in, I'm like, okay, when is this shit over? I was bored with her tour. Especially we got to do it more than once. Sad to hear that Sabrina still isn't. Ooh, well, yeah. And look, if you don't like what the fuck I talk about on my channel, and yeah, I am grown and I get paid to talk about the shit I'm talking about while you sitting behind your tired ass phone trying to read me on what I'm talking about on my goddamn channel. So yes, I will continue to be grown. I'm gonna continue to say what the fuck I want to say on my channel, and you can suck my dick from the back. How about that? Piece of shit, pussy asshole. Fuck you. And I'm gonna keep talking. What you gonna do? Keep watching. Thank you for the free promotion, faggot. And you said Super Bowl doesn't pay at all, paid in promotion. Yeah, I know that Super Bowl doesn't pay, but I'm saying like they pretty much put in the money to provide the whole, the stage, the dancers, all that. They're putting all that in there, but they don't get paid for it. I'm glad you made no mention to the rumor that a special someone is performing. Oh, well, I was gonna bring that up with you guys to the Madonna topic. So, someone's performing Sabrina in W2 because they were saying that what were they saying that Madonna was actually supposed to be the secret performer, but then they had Susan Sarandon do it. I don't know. We'll see how this whole era and situation turns out. Wherein they said Seb's set list, would there be room for 3 surprise songs? Match fans are a little too Frank Ocean has an album called Blonde, but he ain't even blonde on the cover. Okay, but didn't he dye his hair blonde at one point? Shadow Girl said they saw Ethel live back in 2023. Yeah, somebody wrote in my comments something or another, a man cosplaying as a woman. Of course, I had to block their ass because we're not doing no transphobia up on my channel. You're not going to do that shit and live to tell the tale, sir. So, because we know y'all be the main ones beating y'all dicks to trans porn. So, if y'all gonna come up in here and try to read the LGBTs, don't come in here with that foolishness because you will get cussed the fuck out. Now, speaking of which, let's move on. Now that I'm done reading that other moron in my comments, talking about grown ass man, and your point. This is how you know you striking a nerve when people be coming up in here wasting time and energy trying to read you on something that you're good at and you actually make money off of, and they want to come up in here and they want to read you on something. That's the motivation to keep going. Because you're always gonna have haters in life. So the moral of the story is don't let people deter you from what it is that you want to do in the world, because you will get your haters that wish they could do what you do, but don't have the cojones to do it. So they got to be anonymous. They got to write things in the comments because they wouldn't say the shit to my face because they know they wouldn't have no damn teeth. They be fucking shitting them out the back of their ass in 48 hours. I didn't even give you the 24. So anyway, so now since we talked about Katy Perry and this whole comment that she made regarding Justin Bieber, now a story has come out from Ruby Rose, where Ruby Rose says that Katy Perry sexually assaulted her 20 years ago. And I'm like, girl, why are you talking about this now? And she does explain why, what took her so long in regards to her response. I was like, but wait, where is, don't tell me I didn't put it in here. Oh yeah, I did. I just put it under another damn thing. Okay, so I got it. I was looking for the picture. So now that I found it, let's get into the tea. So Batgirl and Orange is the New Black actor Ruby Rose alleged on Threads Why does people go on threads to talk about, like, who uses threads? I mean, even though I have threads, I don't use fucking threads. I barely use threads. It's like Ruby Rose goes on there to throw shade, and you got James Gunn goes on there to debunk rumors about his DC universe. So anyway, Ruby took the threads and revealed that Katy Perry SA'd her at a nightclub in Melbourne. Rose was responding to a post published by Complex that covered Perry's reaction to Justin Bieber's headlining set at the Coachella Music Festival. Here's what she said. She said, quote, Katy Perry sexual assaulted me at Spice Market nightclub in Melbourne. Who gives a ish what she thinks? Now, Rep for Perry reacted to the claim in a statement to Variety that reads, the allegations being circulated on social media by Ruby Rose about Katy Perry are not only categorically false, they are dangerous, reckless lies. Ms. Rose has a well-documented history of making serious public allegations on social media against various individuals, claims that have repeatedly been denied by those named. Well, obviously, you're a source, and I'm just playing devil's advocate. You work for Katy Perry, so your job is literally to defend whatever it is that's coming out against your client. Number two, when you go and say that claims that have reportedly been denied by those named, obviously, if she's coming out with allegations against people and they're denying it, what else do you expect them to do? Say, yeah, I pulled my panties to the side and I took my pussy and rubbed it on her face, which is the allegation that Ruby says that Katy did to her. So, girl, you out here doing worse than what Lizzo did allegedly to her people. So, well, let me get into what Rose said because I know I done jumped the boom boom gun before we got to the full detail. But according to Rose, the alleged incident occurred when she was in her 20s. She responded to one fan who asked for details by writing, she didn't kiss me and liked it. She saw me. Well, I put that part in. So it was like, you out here kissing girls, claiming you kissing girls and you liked it, but you rubbing your vagina on people. So she said she saw me resting on my best friend's lap to avoid her and bend down, pulled her underwear to the side and rubbed her disgusting vagina on my face until my eyes snapped open and I projectile vomited on her. After it, I threw up on her. I told the story publicly, but changed it to be a filthy little drunk story because I didn't know how else to handle it. She also responded to another fan. Later, she agreed to help get my US visa. So I kept it a secret. But I did tell y'all she wasn't a good person. Well, child, word on the street is I've always known stories about Katy Perry not being the nicest person in the room, that a lot of that self deprecating thing is an act, but she's really a see you next Tuesday in real life. Now, regardless of this whole story, I don't know if it's to be true. Like I said, I'm not out here in the business of trying to be breaking news and coming up with allegations that's going to get me a cease and desist and sued. But this is what this lady is saying. Ruby has a right to tell her story. Now, Katy has a right to come out and defend whatever it is. Now, look, Nash out here rubbing her pussy on Justin Trudeau's face, but he actually wants it to be all over the face. He actually wants you to sit on his face with your cootie cat. So now you doing that. I don't know in what reason you were doing that, whatever. But then here's the thing. It's like, I know as crazy and as far-fetched as this sound, like, damn, this sound like when I first heard this story, I was like, what? Like I had to literally read the headline multiple times because I literally thought my eyes was deceiving me. And then when I'm saying that, yeah, the major trades is reporting on this, it's not some random little gossip site that's on the come up that went and wrote this. These are valuable, valid sources that are coming out reporting on this story. Wasn't there a story that came out with her that she was inappropriate with Justin? Speaking of Justin Bieber, wasn't there stories about her that she was inappropriate with Justin Bieber when he was a kid? Like she kissed all over him inappropriately or whatever. And she was a grown ass woman doing that to a little boy. But of course, we move the goalposts when it comes to women doing that to boys because that's supposed to be a rite of passage. Oh, you a man? First of all, you ain't got hair on your balls. You ain't a man yet. If your voice ain't dropped a couple of notches, where it's a little deep, you ain't no man. So let's stop normalizing adults doing inappropriate things with children. Let's do that. Because if it was the man that did that to a girl, y'all would want him hung by his balls on a pike. So we're not going to play the gender goalpost bias thing. There was also some tea that came out that Nicki Minaj was inappropriate with Justin Bieber. But this ain't about her. I just wanted to bring that up to, as a reminder. Because, a lot of y'all like to have selective memory when it comes to these little things. But Yeah, there was a story I believe that came out that Katy Perry was inappropriate with just so I can believe it. It's possible that she would do something inappropriate like that. But first of all, if you ever did some inappropriate shit like that to me and I'm not into you like that and I don't want to be bothered with you because you're annoying and you're a horrible human being and you did that to be cute, I'm punching you in the very thing that you put on my face. So put your pussy on my face, I'm gonna punch it right in it. Literally what I'm gonna say about that. So then, and then there was another thing I was wondering too. So, where do we go from here? Like you putting this out there, did you just want to tell this story and be honest for once, or did you want to do this because you want to go viral, or are you planning on filing charges? And so, let's get an article, see what else she had to say. And she said, I was in my early 20s. And yeah, when you're that young and your frontal lobe hasn't developed yet, you don't know how to handle things like that. Once you get a lot older and you start looking back on things that happen in your life, then it's like, okay, I have the mental wherewithal, I have the tools, I have a better understanding. I'm a lot more mature now. I know how to work through whatever past traumas that I've had or whatever I'm going through. And I want to get to a point where I can break those things down and move on from it. So yeah, she said, I'm now 40. It has taken me almost 2 decades to say this publicly. Though I am so grateful to have made it long enough to find my voice, it just shows how much of an impact trauma and sexual assault takes. Thank you for seeing me. Now, Rose also noted she's not interested in filing a report about the incident and explained you don't need people to believe you. You just need to get it out of your poor body before it gives you cancer. Now, Perry attended Coachella with Justin Trudeau, who's not doing anything political. He's unemployed at the moment. The duo were in attendance for as we said earlier, Justin Bieber's headlining Coachella set, which y'all already know people was dragging him for the lacklusterness of it all. We don't need to go through that again. You can watch the previous clip or video to know where I stand on my opinion regarding that whole situation. So if you're coming in late. And yeah, so it was like what they said. Oh, Perry posted a video on social media in real time with her reaction to Bieber looking up YouTube videos on stage and singing along to them. She quipped, "Thank God he has premium. I don't want to see no ads." Now, they said Complex's social media graphic depicting the quote is what prompted Rose's allegation. So I do agree with that. I was like, look, if she don't want to file charges, if she don't want to sue, if she doesn't want to take her to court or whatever the case is, that's fine. She's like, I need to say it out loud. I needed to move on from it. I need to get it off my chest. I don't want to have to keep this thing buried inside of me and it's eating away at me like a cancer. I don't want to have to go through having to deal with it. I release it. I rebuke it, Satan. It's out there in the ether. Now this bitch gonna have to deal with whatever the repercussions are of me saying this allegation. Now, how this plans to simmer or whatever how happens beyond this, I guess it's TBD, but we'll see. I'll keep you guys abreast of the story as it develops. We'll see if there's any kind of fallout from it. I seriously doubt it. I don't think she'll be canceled for this, but we'll see how a lot of y'all react. If she put out new music and it flops, which I'm sure it will, we'll see how she favors in the eyes of the public regarding this allegation for Ruby Rose. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe what Ruby Rose had to say? And like she said, it doesn't matter whether or not you believe her. She released it. She said what she needed to say. She put out there in the world. She is ready to move on, and it is what it is. Now y'all know this allegation. She said this is what happened, and she said she told people this before, but she changed up the narrative and the story because she didn't know how to deal with it. Now I'm, 20 years later, or damn near, I'm ready to come clean with what really happened, put it out there in the universe, and now we could all move on from it. So instead of, while Trump out here grabbing people by the pussy, you got Katy out here putting her pussy on people's face or rubbing people with her pussy. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Not a Katy Perry fan or supporter, but I'm gonna file this under shit that absolutely didn't happen. Well, I'll say I wasn't there, so I can't say that. Katy threw throwing rank box on me. Not rank box. Katy can write. Okay, now we'll see if she. You talking about you kissed a girl and like that. Write a song about that. Hitting people with that hot box. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to our next topic. And let's talk about this upcoming R&B tour. Now, R&B, that would be not rhythm and blues, but rather Raymond and Brown. Because I know everybody was shocked to see this news that Chris Brown and Usher, or as I like to say, Usher, are going on a joint tour together. And it's funny how I find it so convenient that Usher would come out with this whole tour after it wasn't that long ago that Usher went and was out here tap dancing hard for the diddler, defending him, got dragged all over social media. And now here we come with this video. Now all is forgotten. You already know they're about to crash Ticketmaster. And a lot of these girls out here who don't care how, in the eyes of the public and all the things that Chris Brown is problematic. They're going to buy them tickets. And I'm glad, in a way, I'm actually glad they're doing a stadium tour because I was wondering what type of, was it going to be an arena or whatever. I'm glad y'all doing stadium. So now I ain't got to deal with that headache. So they went and wrote, quote, "It's time. R&B tour, Raymond and Brown." Chris Brown wrote on Instagram, "Gonna be the biggest of all time. Let's go, bro. Y'all ready?" Commented a fan. "I'm literally about to cry. I'm so excited." Reacted another. Now, ahead of the tour announcement, Chris Brown announced the upcoming release of his 12th studio album titled Brown, marking a significant milestone in his 20-year career. The multi-platinum singer confirmed on Friday that the highly anticipated project is scheduled to debut on May 22nd of this year via RCA Records. To coincide with the announcement, Brown released his latest single, Obvious, across all major streaming platforms. And the track offers fans a first glimpse into the sonic direction of the new LP, blending his signature melodic vocals with contemporary R&B production. Music industry analysts expect the single to perform well on urban radio formats throughout the spring. The album Brown follows his previous successful project 1111, which saw the artist exploring a split themed sonic landscape. Now, while full track list details remain under wraps, the singer indicated that the eponymous title reflects a more personal and refined approach to his craft. "It's obvious I'm trying to start the summer up, my eighth," Brown said via Instagram. Now, look, regardless of how we feel about this situation, I will say this is very smart business wise. The fact that you got these two who, in so many ways, y'all been trying so hard to get Chris Brown and Usher to do a verses together to actually go on tour. And I think this is the much better idea than doing some janky ass verses like we just got with mid ass Cryrese and Tank. And Tyrese getting upset because Tank pretty much won that versus. So I would rather these two go on tour. Now, it is also relatively interesting because people say, well, wait a minute, didn't Chris Brown get Usher jumped? Like, how you out here going on tour with somebody that got you pretty much beat up? Wasn't that at a nightclub, right? That allegedly. That's what they were saying, that Chris Brown went and got Usher jumped, and now you doing a joint tour. So I guess water under the bridge. Business is bigger than whatever the drama was between them. It'd be interesting to see how they work this out. Like Usher got his set, Chris Brown got his set. There's a whole switcheroo thing. Maybe y'all could be like in certain cities. You have this night and then this night. But yeah, we already know this. Shout out to Brandy and Monica because we already know like with Brandon and Monica doing the little joint tour thing that they did, because there was always this story about a rivalry between them, how they started this whole joint tour situation. Now we see a lot more artists coming around and doing this. And I think it was smart on their part. But yeah, let's give the flowers to the women. It's always the women that be the movers and the shakers in the situation. So shout out to Brandy and Monica for the Boys Mind tour, because if they didn't walk, um, then Brown and Usher wouldn't be able to run. So now let's get into the main thing in regards to this, because what people are worrying about is the ticket prices. So let's not pretend that ticket prices for concerts in general haven't been higher than recent memory. There's already been some backlash this year for fans not happy about paying hundreds of dollars to go see Bruno Mars and Harry Styles. First of all, I would never pay to see Bruno Mars. He pretty much just reheats his nachos on every damn album. Harry Styles, I totally understand with the whole thing, because it's like people are saying them ticket prices is crazy. And with him doing the resident stuff, it's like the ticket prices, then people got to come to New York because I think that's the only place he's performing at Madison Square Garden for on in the US. You got to come literally to New York. The hotel prices, which is like you're paying all this money for a damn walk-in closet. I've been to a couple of them hotels. It's ridiculous. Them hotels be looking like New York City apartments. That's how small they be. So you overpricing out these people with the hotel prices, the food and the concession, and all the other stuff that's going. Everything is expensive, and then on top of that, you paying so much for these damn tickets. I totally understand. And they said the latter in particular had prices exceeding $1,000. That being said, supporters of Chris Brown and Usher are terrified to see the listing prices of tickets, even if they are excited to see the duo on tour together. So, some of the comments, one said, Usher and Chris Brown are going on tour together. Those tickets are going to be $1 million. Another person said, Usher and Chris Brown in tour, well, it's another language. And it's funny how I can actually understand what they're saying. Usher and Chris Brown, I'm saying, are going on tour. Wow, imagine the prices of the tickets. And that's in French. I'm like, bitch, I didn't know I'm bilingual. And it's not even translated. It's just like I could look at it and try to understand literally what they wrote. And so they said them Usher and Chris Brown tour tickets might be the highest ticket prices we ever seen. Another person said Usher and Chris Brown gotta see it though. Them tickets about to be $500 minimum. Well, that's probably for nosebleed. But look, if y'all got to do like y'all did with Beyonce, give me like limited view or whatever the case is, and I don't care as long as I get to say I was there, then I'll just suck it up and just be, do what I got to do. Now, now they also bring up how much were the tickets for their last shows, and I'm talking about separately, Usher and Chris Brown, because Chris Brown did stadiums and sold it all out every show. For reference sake, they said that the average prices for the last concerts of both Usher and Chris Brown. Usher's last venture was in 2024 when he toured with the Past, Present, Future tour. And tickets for the arena show started roughly around $75, but a good seat was between $200 and $300, which actually is not bad. $200, $300 for a ticket, that's not bad. Compared to Lady Gaga, if you want a floor seat and you paying $3,000, that's rent money. But it will actually, if you live in an apartment that's like 2 months rent, depending on where you live in New York, if it's $1,200, yeah, you paying. That's literally like 2 months rent. So, or yeah, it's 2 months rent with a little money left over. So, then they said Brown just wrapped his Breezy Bowl XX tour, which was a stadium tour in 2025. Now, tickets for Brown's venture started around $70, with a good seat again going somewhere between $200 and $300. That's gonna be worried because if y'all doing $200 to $300 for one, for two, do you think that maybe that 300 will be six and the 200 be four? Should they do that? Like a good seat would be $400 to $600. I don't know if I want to swing that, but if they could bring it a little bit down to like 250 or maybe 350 or whatever the case is for both, I don't think people would be that upset. But yeah, 400, 500, $600, 700, $1,000, that's a lot to be asking people for tickets or whatever. I just wish that it could make things more reasonable for people to pay in regards to the whole ticket situation. So yeah, so that's what we have so far on that. But before we get to our next topic, because I was like, we can combine all this together. Let's get into this Akon story. So Akon actually, this is before the big announcement, and I had to hold on to this because we've been gone for a minute. But I'm back with the jump off. Um, Chris Brown, and then you had Akon, who basically was talking about Chris Brown, and he said this years ago, but he went on another blog. Wait, no, he went on another podcast. That's what it was. He went on another podcast and pretty much said the same damn thing. Because I remember he said this a couple of years ago, but now he reheating his own nachos of what he said. And so he basically was talking about how like Chris Brown, he feels like Chris Brown could have been this generation's Michael Jackson, Michael Jackson for millennials. If he wasn't surrounded by the if he was surrounded by the right people. So Akon is weighing in on Chris Brown's career, sharing his belief that the singer once had the potential to reach the same legendary status as Michael Jackson. Now, during a recent appearance on the Kid L podcast, Akon reflected on Brown's early trajectory, pointing to the environment around him at the start of his rise. According to Akon, that period played a major role in shaping how things unfolded. Earlier part of his career, he was just surrounded by all the wrong people. Akon added that Brown's current team is much stronger and the singer's best interest, with the singer's best interest in mind. So, here's the thing: Chris Brown's a good singer and dancer, and we know that he performs now. And I think that's what people look at more than anything. Now, as far as like the Michael Jackson comparisons, I feel like Chris Brown is Chris Brown, Michael is Michael. We do see, like, when you look at Chris Brown, when you look at Jason Derulo, when you look at a lot of these young up and coming male artists, even down to Usher, you do see a lot of those Michael Jackson isms in how they perform and with the showmanship and all that other stuff. But I don't know if I can see Chris Brown popping out like how Michael used to do back in the day from the ground, and they would shoot him up into the, onto the stage, and he's standing in the little penny loafers and hot waters and the little military jacket with the Jerry curl wig and the shades on, and just stand there for like 5 minutes while all them white people, men, women, and everybody in between, passing out and having to be rushed to the medical office or the hospital, depending on how bad it gets with the passing out situation. But Chris Brown does have an impact. He does have a chokehold on a certain demographic. He's had a successful career. Like, even though people look at him as he's problematic or whatever the case is, he still sells out stadiums. The proof was in the pudding with this last tour that he just did, where he was selling out stadiums. So people overlook all the bad things that he does. And I know some people say it's gender bias because if a woman was doing what he was doing, she would not get the same grace. Whatever. I ain't here to unpack all of that. All I know is the fact that his image, which has come across more like Bobby Brown than Michael Jackson, that may have hurt him in a lot of ways. And you're saying that it was the wrong people, but throughout the years, we're not just talking about the Rihanna incident. There's been so many other incidents that's happened throughout his career where at some point we can't just sit up in here and blame the team of people he's had in the past. At some point, as a grown ass man who's on the later side of pushing 40, because he's in his maybe mid to late 30s, that you have to take responsibility for some of the decisions you make, the things you do, things you post on social media, how you react to things, the alleged jumping a guy behind the, backstage of one of your shows and all that other stuff. You got to take responsibility for your stuff. But a lot of times, apparently a lot of people these days is allergic to the word accountability. Nobody wants to take accountability for the things that they do and some of the things they say and a lot of the decisions that they make. And he's got to come to that point. So nobody's discounting his talent. Yes, Chris Brown is talented. Yes, Chris Brown will give you a full-on show. He gives you razzle dazzle and spectacle. Sidebar: can you imagine if Chris Brown would have gave what Justin Bieber gave on that damn stage during Coachella? Y'all would rake his ass over the coals, and y'all know it. So I totally understand where Akon's coming from, but sir, you over here making excuses. So, but hold on, let me go and see what some of the people in the comments were saying regarding this. Um, Chris was supposed to be Chris and MJ was supposed to be MJ. That's what one person said. Another person said everyone is always surrounded by the wrong people, including Michael Jackson. Another person, only one Michael Jackson. Another person said Chris don't like to be compared to MJ, so folks need to stop. Another person, saying like, yeah, he was clearly inspired by Michael Jackson, but stop trying to say second coming, trying to be the next. It's like, no, Michael is Michael. Let other artists be artists and stop trying to be the next, because y'all always looking to replace what was with the new thing, the new shiny object, and then y'all chew them up and spit them out, and you're on to the next one. So yeah, everybody's out here saying like, yeah, he don't need to be compared to Michael Jackson because they're their own individual person. And then he said there would be no Michael Jackson of his generation, even if Chris had remained on his best behavior. What Michael achieved was not something we will ever see again. And it wasn't the people Chris surrounded himself with, it was his own doing. Absolutely. Another person said the wrong people, or he just made the wrong decisions. Well, Akon been problematic. I heard he's a Trump supporter. So, if you have somebody out here saying dumb shit, already know that's going if Akon's out here saying something dumb like that, why would you be surprised he would make this comment? But yeah, definitely everybody saying there's only one Michael Jackson. There's no need to compare and all that other stuff. So, and let the man rest and stop always comparing him to things. But yeah, that's the tea on that. And I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding, Chris Brown and Usher going on tour? And what do you agree with Akon when he said in regards to Chris Brown could have been this generation's Michael Jackson, but he clearly was being surrounded, he was surrounding himself with the wrong people. And that's why I said, like, sir, you are pushing 40. At some point, you got to be able to take responsibility for the things you do. You can't blame that for your inner circle of enablers or the people that is in your employ. That's not going to go against what you're saying out of the fear of losing a job and their livelihood and the perks of what they get by being in close proximity to a man who's basically paying them to do things for them. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. So they're both in their 20s. What are you talking about? Chris, you said when this happened. Wait, when what happened? The whole Chris Brown situation? That happened. That was announced the other day. Over the weekend, I think Friday. Maybe because Chris seems to love MJ. Listen to She Ain't You. Well, nobody's saying that he doesn't like Michael Jackson. You can like Michael Jackson, but the comparisons is what people are pretty much talking about. It's like, no, let him be him and stop saying, like, yeah, you can love the artist, but at some point, you got to be able to be yourself within what it is that you do. Everybody takes inspiration from somebody. All right, y'all. So now let's move on and let's talk Zendaya news. So yeah, Euphoria premiered last night. I didn't get to see it because I wasn't in the mood to even watch Euphoria, but I'll get around to it eventually. But yeah, before we started the show, I had people dropping things of what happened in last night's episode in the comments, let me know what their overall thoughts was, whether they liked it, whether they didn't like it, saying the writing was not that great. Sam Levinson needs to just let this be the last season, hang it up, go retire somewhere, maybe just produce. Don't come out here and start writing or being creative because you literally are a man of very limited ideas and executions. So um there's been a lot of drama that's been surrounding this final season, particularly between Zendaya and Sydney Sweeney. So there was a story that came from page 6. We could take this with a grain of salt, but I found it thoroughly entertaining. So let's get into it because they're saying that they may know why Zendaya is not here for Miss Sydney. So Euphoria bosses are all too aware the pair do not get along. There were tensions way back. Their paths barely crossed during the making of season 3. An insider alleged to The Sun that during the press tour, any interactions between the pair are being kept to a minimum to avoid any awkward encounters on camera, saying there's a complete ban on journalists asking about tensions between Zendaya and Sydney. The main reason for their alleged feud involves none other than Zendaya's fiance, because word on the street, they're actually secretly married. And that was revealed by Law Roach, who, is Zendaya's stylist. And they said, yeah, it has to do with Tom Holland. And before that, I did notice some videos, and this is how you know that there is some awkwardnesses going on because there was a bit of avoidation between the ladies. But also, there was a situation that went down where Sam Levinson and her crossed paths on the red carpet, and he called her over in this outfit. She was cute in this outfit too, and I love the short hair. Where she went over, hugged him, and then it looked like she didn't really want to do it, but she did it. You got to be professional on the red carpets, whether to not give anybody any inclination that there is any kind of drama going on between or tension between your coworkers. But she hugged them. Then he wanted to get a picture, but then one of the guys on her team was pulling her. She was like not doing a little Kim dance. She wasn't doing that, but it was like, well, do I go over here? Do I go over there? So she ended up going with her team. So he was pulling her away because I guess he's aware of what's going on, which was smart because we don't want to, if you're the artist, you don't want to come in looking like that you're an asshole in this situation. Let the assistant be the asshole and pull you away because they don't know him. He's not, his name and face is not on the marquee. He's not a part of the situation. So let him be the bad guy. No, I got to pull her away because we got things to do. I don't need her trying to take a little photo out with you or to get fuck you. So let him be the bad guy, pull her away because word on the street is that there was some tension because Sam was like blaming Zendaya for the delays and everything that was going on with Euphoria. And it's like, she's busy. She's working. She's making a bunch of movies. She's producing. She's doing a lot of things. Working with a lot of the top notch directors. You're the one that didn't have your shit together. How does it take you 4 years to put together one season? Because you had no ideas. You were running out of ideas. You didn't know what you wanted to do. And if you don't have any ideas, white Tyler Perry, then hire you a writer or writers to give you some ideas to come up with your final season, which is being panned all over social media, by the way. A lot of people was not really feeling this first episode. And I saw like the critics were raking it through the coals. And then I was hearing stories about this whole OF cam girl storyline that they got with Sydney Sweeney. Some people were calling it a humiliation ritual. And it's like, well, y'all shut the fuck up with all that humiliation ritual bullshit. Because y'all be getting the humiliation rituals, the MK Ultras, and all that other mess. Now, I do believe MK Ultra exists, but I'm just saying, as an example, this is what people like to throw in the situation to try to make sense with the whole. I don't know why that the comments and stuff came out. It's probably because of something I did earlier. But now it's back. Now let's get into the story. So they said. It was an open secret that Sydney had the hots for Tom and was flirting with him when he would come to set, the source claimed. That did not go down well with Zendaya. They have not really hung out socially since then. Now, Zendaya and her, now she was Scooter Braun, but I guess that's for business purposes because it clearly ain't for, his sex appeal. Now, Zendaya and her Spider-Man Homecoming co-star, who are both 29, have reportedly tied the knot, but have yet to confirm the news. Once friendly, Zendaya and Sweeney's alleged tension appears to have built up over the years. Last month, fans noticed how Sweeney was noticeably missing from a Euphoria group photo promoting the new season. Don't tell me y'all had her banned like Blake Lively had Justin Baldoni from his own damn movie. Now, it said there will be a sigh of relief when Euphoria is over and they can go their separate ways, the source said of the actresses, but they both have decades left in Hollywood, and this rival will inevitably run and run. Well, once the show was over, she's like, I ain't got no ties with her, and Zendaya ain't ever got to worry about her and Sydney being in a movie together, because she'll put the kibosh on that before anything. Oh no, I don't want her. Like, oh, she in this movie? Okay, I'm out. I ain't doing no movie with her. I mean, quiet as it's kept, Sydney don't have the range that Zendaya does as an actress. I mean, the range is in between, the range starts and ends up here in the titty area. Now, according to The Sun, the political differences also have caused the wedge, as Sweeney is a registered Republican. Now, it's not like they have had a big bust up, but Zendaya has quietly distanced herself from Sid. Their politics are widely different, an insider told The Sun. It's a bit of a headache because Zendaya doesn't want to be associated with a Trump supporter. Now, in 2020, Zendaya posted on Instagram, vote this MF out about President Trump, according to The Sun. 2 years later, Sweeney, who's 28, shared photos from her mom's 60th hoedown. Y'all got such white trash. Themed birthday party where guests were decked out in MAGA style hats. In July, the Christie actress even got a shout out from Trump after her American Eagle denim partnership caused a stir, titled Sydney Sweeney Has Great Genes. The campaign sparked a debate about Western beauty standards and woke culture. Sydney Sweeney, a registered Republican, has the hottest ad out there, Trump wrote on Truth Social at the time. Well, everybody hates Trump at this point. And don't even get me started on him posting that picture of him as Jesus on social media during one of his little late night crash outs. And had the nerve to say that it was fake news, and then it was they said that it was supposed to be a doctor thing because I cure people and I make people feel good. I was like, okay, this is Dementia Dawn going through his episode again. Like, somebody take Grandpa's fucking phone privileges away and give him his applesauce so he can shut the fuck up and go to sleep. So then they said, despite the fallout, Sweeney was all smiles when hitting the red carpet at the TCL Chinese Theater on Tuesday night. She snapped pics with fellow cast members, including Maud Apatow, Alexa Demi, and Hunter Schafer as they made their way down the interview line. Zendaya, meanwhile, arrived fashionably late, or she always does that. Like, if you're the biggest star in the room, you show up late on purpose, so that way you could just through the red carpet. Hey, how you doing? Do your little poses and go about your business. I don't want to have to get caught up in a group photo with the rest of these people, even though I have no issues with the rest of these bros. only one. So I'm gonna just show up late because that's what the big A-list stars do, and I could just brazenly just skip to Malou throughout the red carpet and hurry up inside. Oh my god, then do a little quick pose because I'm late, even though it was intentional, and get inside and watch the thing and introduce the film, the show, and all that other stuff, which they were premiering. They said at Coachella this week, and they premiered the premiere. So they said Zendaya was late. Their co-star and former flame of Zendaya's Jacob Elordi and Zendaya dated? Where the fuck was I? They said their co-star and former flame of Zendaya's Jacob Elordi was also late to the carpet, skipping interviews and only posing for photos. I thought because Jacob is A-list right now. He's an Oscar-nominated actor. And then you got Zendaya, who is one of the biggest stars. These are two of the biggest stars out of Euphoria. I don't got to do no damn interview. Fuck that. I mean, I don't want to act like I'm too big, but at this point, they kind of are. So I can't hate on them for that. Unless y'all out here showing y'all behind and acting like you too good for stuff, then you're gonna get red because people don't like that. So they also said that Zendaya also skipped the cast official after party at Chateau Marmont later in the night. Well, yeah, if Sam Levinson made all those accusations that kind of made Zendaya feel away. She is a Virgo through and through, just like me. I was like, I ain't hanging out with them fake ass people. What the fuck I'm gonna go to the after party? I'd rather go spend time with I was say spend time with my man, but I think Tom is busy doing reshoots for Spider-Man, which he mentioned. He was like, they want to punch up the jokes a little bit. We don't really need to, but we got to punch up the jokes and all the other extra stuff. We want to just film it. I was like, well, if the film is as good as y'all say it, you don't need to add a little more seasoning to the gumbo. Leave the movie alone. So it's like you kind of trying to tell the truth, but you also getting caught in a lie. Because if the movie was perfect in every way, Mary Poppins, you wouldn't need to do all this extra bells and whistles on the movie to punch it up. The movie's good. If y'all say it's good, then leave it alone. So they said the distance was a striking contrast to when Zendaya and Sweeney posed together at the season 1 and season 2 premieres. Well, that was a long time ago. And Sweeney praised Zendaya's leadership during an interview with Access Hollywood. And people grow and people change. When you start to learn more about them, particularly with their political leanings and how that affects you in so many ways where it doesn't hurt because she's just some average white girl. And you got Zendaya, who's a mixed race, and a lot of the policies that are put in place affect everybody who's another. Yeah, you're gonna feel away. And yes, people's political leanings, they do change you or how you react with them. So we don't need to go into past stuff. I don't care about what they was them sitting over here praising each other on how they liked each other back in 2023. We are in 2026. I don't give a shit about how y'all was kikiing with each other back then. How y'all feeling now? So now, despite Sweeney and Zendaya keeping their distances, an insider close to the situation shut down the report, telling us any rumors of a feud is not accurate, saying they're both in high demand and working continuously. Yeah, because Sydney about to do the Housemaid sequel, which I'm actually looking forward to. This is the first time I've seen a Sydney Sweeney movie where I'm like, okay, I'm here for it. And she needs to do more of those little Lifetime S type movies. They are talking about remaking Basic Instinct. Joe Estahar's old ass is talking about writing a script. I'm like, first of all, who wants to see a new Basic Instinct movie written by somebody who got one foot in the grave? Like, can we get some new juice in regard to the first? Quiet as it's kept. We don't need another Basic Instinct movie. Y'all tried. The second one was trash. I love the original movie. I don't know if it's a requel, a reboot, or whatever, but they are making another Basic Instinct movie. Sydney would be perfect for that because she kind of needs to kind of take more of the Sharon Stone blonde bombshell approach to her career. And I guess because that's what people want to see her as. Nobody wants to see you playing a boxing lesbian who get her ass beat by her husband. But she beating everybody else up in the ring, but she can't fight her own damn husband. Nobody wants to see that. So, and nobody did go see that. So that's what so we I don't know, just play up the sex thing. That's what's working for people right now. Well, the horny older men. And so then they said Zendaya's redrop by came on the heels of promoting her A24 film The Drama, with Robert Pattinson, and she's about to come out with 3 other movies. She's gonna be busy because 2026 is you're gonna see a lot of Zendaya because in addition to the drama, which did fairly well at the box office for A24, she's also got the Christopher Nolan movie, The Odyssey. She has Doom 3 coming out in December, and she has Spider-Man Brand New Day. So y'all gonna be seeing a lot of Zendaya on y'all screens. Plus, she got this Euphoria final season. So y'all about to get hit with Zendaya overload. I know you're gonna feel like she's overexposed. I don't know how. It just so happens that all the stuff she was filmed is all coming out around the same time. So um that's all I got on that story. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you believe these accusations that Zendaya and Sydney don't particularly like each other and all that good stuff, or that that it has to do with the fact that Sydney, I guess, let it be known she got a thing for Zendaya's man. But look, you got a born ass Scooter Braun. Stick with him. Tom is taken. And he is not gonna screw up his thing. He love him some Zendaya. And ain't enough, your pussy ain't that powerful, and you ain't got gold chips coming out of your coochie to be swaying that man over to you. You ain't your coochie ain't that powerful. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Mhm. It's always a one man a mess. To me, they both can't act. Mm-mm. And I said, well, you said I said it. Now I like Z and I don't like Magni, but I don't know about Z being a better actor than her. They both can have their monotone acting. Then they won the Emmy for Best Actress. Well, if monotone gets you an Emmy, keep acting monotone. Who they was saying that was giving monotone? Oh, you know who was they talking about? Oh yeah. Gal Gadot. They were saying Gal Gadot gives monotone acting because I was watching this video on Instagram where somebody was trying to go in on Rachel Ziegler to my this is the career to not have. I'm like, Rachel Ziegler is not the one that's a problem. First of all, y'all cast her alongside Ansel Elgort, who can't act. Thank God he's cute, but his acting is atrocious. It was dry in that damn West Side Story movie. She was good in it. He was not. He was terribly miscast. Y'all should have hired a male who's a good singer and dancer to be in there. Shit, maybe I could have put Tom Holland up in there. I mean, he's a musical guy. Um, but y'all didn't, and the movie was trash. I mean, the movie wasn't trash. I actually liked Steven Spielberg's West Side Story. It's just this Rachel and Ansel didn't work. Then y'all put her in the movie Snow White with Gal Gadot. Nobody asked for another goddamn Snow White movie, so I don't even know whose idea was to do a live action version of that. Y'all should have left that shit alone. And from that's why that movie flopped. And then you had bland ass Gal Gadot playing a damn queen. Her face don't even move, and it's not even the Botox. It's just the fact that she has no range as an actress, and that's what hurt that movie. And if you're gonna play evil, be evil. Maybe what you should have did was what the director should have did was like, if you want to play evil, just think back to the days when you was out here killing, brown people over there as an IDF soldier. Like if that's that should have been the thing to get her to really bring out that evil side, because then that would have been hard for your brain to click over to. I said, did I read this? Not through the back door. We talking about anal? And other ways, because you said others have noticed they're doing that on purpose to avoid the influence. Yeah, a lot of times well, you talking about an actual back door. The non-pop base as media was the first start of let's deny the social media influencers. Sorry, trade, but until they get banned, we're going through the back door. That happened at the Oscars with Puss, where the Chris Jenner interview showed he was way out of his element, is solid proof of avoiding the new media land. Well, that's because a lot of these new media people, they don't understand what it is to actually take the time, do the research, and interview these people that you interview. Y'all just be so happy y'all in the room. Y'all just be so happy you getting to mingle and kiki with these A-list celebrities that you're not asking real questions. So I think that's where the disconnect is there. Where y'all just be thinking, and then you end up getting Alex Cooper, a dry ass interview where she basically just sucking the shit out your ass for 2 hours. And he said, with a straw. And you said Sweeney was flirtatious with Tom Holland at a party. Not surprising. She definitely gives video vixen. Are you talking about Euphoria? Wait, is that a Jessica Lange picture? That's your well look, you know I live for Jessica Lange. I cannot wait for this upcoming this is hard for me. I can't believe I'm about to say this. I'm actually looking forward to this upcoming season of American Horror Story because we got Cordelia coming back. It's giving Coven like a sequel. And then somebody says something that I thought was absolutely tacky about the little Down syndrome girl. I'm not even gonna repeat what they said. They said they used the R word in the comment. I was like, you're going to hell for that one. B12 was horrible, especially her. Child. He said Gal fooled people with the first Wonder Woman movie because she didn't have those many lines. Well, that was because Patty Jenkins was smart to, cover up the limitations. It's kind of like similar to Dave Bautista. They were good at covering up his limitations in the beginning. He's gotten better and taking the time to do the work as an actor. He's gotten better with that. And no shade, I think he's a better actor than Dwayne Johnson. Dwayne Johnson is like Jason Statham, basically playing the same damn character in every movie. Although I'm not looking forward to seeing that Moana because that wig is about to take me out of that damn movie. Whoever came up with that horrible ass wig that they put on his head, it's a chop. And I know, look, and it's no shade, but I feel like for the live action, they should have picked another actor. And then some people was like, well, how you going to do that? He was the voice in the animated film. He worked in that. The live action is not working. And it's crazy to say that because it's literally you got the same person that played the character in the animated film coming in the live action version. It just ain't working. I guess you can hide behind animation. It makes it easier. But Dwayne coming to reprise his role in that horrible ass wig he got on? No. Yeah, she definitely has no damn emotion, but they keep putting her in shit. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to our next topic. And let's talk about Britney. So I know this must have shocked a lot of people, but Britney Spears, it was announced that yesterday, that would be Sunday, that with addition to everything going on this weekend, she announced that she is going to they try to make her go to rehab, and she said, yeah, yeah, yeah. She voluntarily decided to go. This was her decision. She was forced by anybody. And I will say this at the top with all the jokes and those shady things, and you know me for that I'm about to say, I'm actually glad that she looked at the situation of she was on live the other day recently, smacking her ass cheeks on camera. Then you had the picture of Jaden and Sean Preston, where it was like they was holding her up literally like in the center, like it was they were reenacting Weekend at Bernie's. Remember this picture? Don't they ain't giving y'all Weekend at Bernie's tease? Like she not even present. Like the soul done left the body and they holding up a dead body. That's what it's giving. So with all of that, then she on camera smacking us. I said, "Oh Lord, here she go again. She back with the messy weave, and she up in there twirling in that room again." And I was like, "Oh, she must be having the episode." So now I was reading that she's taking her own health and mental health and all the stuff, all those priorities. Maybe she's doing this not just for her, but I also think she's probably doing this because she's finally got her sons back in her life. Sean Preston was the only one that was holding out for the longest. Didn't want to be around his mother. Didn't want to deal with her and all this other stuff. Then the father came out with that book. I know everybody's still side eyeing them, being like, "What's y'all agenda? That y'all might be up to something." They don't necessarily trust that they're there for good intentions. We'll see how all that works out. She has also not set an exact like, you know how when you go to rehab, is it 30 days? Is it 90 days? How long? She's there as long as she wants. She hasn't set a date, according to people who know. she's just taking it one day at a time and working on herself. And I'm glad that with everything being said, she's actually taking the time to work on her mental health, to work on her physical, and not be out here, whatever. Because they said it was like she was doing substances. Allegedly, she was always going to Mexico to get Adderall. Allegedly. I got to say that alleged lie. I don't want nobody sending me a cease and desist and a sue and trying to, send me any lawsuits. So then probably out here mixing the Adderall with alcohol and things of that nature, where it may have been causing a lot of these episodes. And we know that Britney has been through a lot due to her no good ass parents using and abusing her, the conservatorship, the fact that they were, the electroshock therapy and the lithium allegedly and all the things that they were doing to her, where they placed her on 5150 hold and a lot of things that was going on in her life. And plus the men that she was getting in relationships with using her, from Justin Timberlake to that first husband. Well, no, not first husband, because she was married to, I think she was married before she got with Kevin Federline and all that stuff. So her rep and through all of this basically confirmed to Page Six on Sunday that she voluntarily checked herself into a facility for treatment. The new development comes weeks after her arrest on a DUI charge in Ventura, California. She's due in court on May 4th. Or do you think maybe she's doing this because, let me go to rehab, because what if they make me do time or whatever the case is, and I show that I'm doing all the work to make myself better and everything, and I don't want to get sentenced to jail or community service or whatever the case is. Like some people would say, even though I legitimately feel like he's trying to get himself better, she's trying to pull a Lil Nas X. So she's been supported by her son, Sean Preston, who's 20, and Jaden James, who's 19, over the past few weeks. Sources told Page Six that Spears' arrest came as a wake-up call. At the time of the arrest, a source exclusively told the singer, 44, was incredibly emotional. According to our source, Spears felt ashamed and embarrassed and is very sorry for what had happened. It's been a very hard couple of months. This is what the source said. Now, the news of her decision to enter rehab was first reported by Celebrity Intelligence with Dan Wakeford. Child, somebody got the tea before TMZ? My God, today, they must be slipping over there. Harvey, what you doing? You slipping over there with your tea or your breaking news. Now, on March 4th, Spears was taken into custody after authorities saw her swerving on that hill, swerving on that hill, where she was in and out of lanes. They also allegedly discovered an unknown substance inside her car during the arrest, and she is believed to have been on a cocktail of alcohol and drugs. Simply what I just told y'all, that allegedly she's been known to mix her Adderall that she was running over to Mexico to get, allegedly, and mixing them Adderall with the alcohol, which everybody knows you're not supposed to mix your alcohol with prescription medication. So yeah, she was released the following morning per arrest records of the Ventura County Sheriff's Office. Now, a spokesman for the Ventura County District Attorney's Office told the California Post the DUI case against Britney has been submitted to the Ventura County District Attorney's Office and is under review by our prosecutors. She broke her silence on her arrest late last month on IG, where she shared videos with Jaden. I think it was this picture, saying, "Thank you guys for all your support. Spending time with my family and friends is such a blessing." The Toxic singer recently shared videos of her yacht getaway with her two sons, which is the picture I'm showing you. And she spent Easter with her with unexpected celeb pals. Diane Warren, who could use a gig because y'all still be playing in her face in regards to the songwriting, and Molly Shannon. Brittany, get back in the studio and write some songs, or let her Diane Warren write you a song. But you know what? At the end of the day, I'm glad, like I said before, Britney is getting her life together. She definitely needs to get her life together and on your own terms. You're no longer a part of that conservatorship. Your parents can no longer hurt you. As long as you have your kids who would genuinely hope, I really hope that her kids are genuinely in her life genuinely and not trying to use her. And I feel like maybe this is a way for her to be able to rebuild or build a relationship with her sons because she wasn't afforded that opportunity when they were kids because of the circumstances and the fact that the conservatorship and the fact that Kevin was probably out here saying certain things and the courts was taking their side. So now that they're old enough to be able to think for themselves and do for themselves, yes, their frontal lobes aren't fully developed. That won't be until they're in their mid 20s. But this is an opportunity for you to show that you want to get yourself together. You want to live long enough to see your boys go off and really be men out in the world and have their families. And you get to be a grandmother. And maybe you can live vicariously through your grandchildren and give them what you couldn't give your kids outside of the child support payments that you were forced to have to give from the courts. So I really hope that she's taking this seriously and this is not some little gimmick because she don't want to get any kind of harsh sentence thrown at her because of how she was behaving with her recent arrest. So I'm rooting for you, Britney. And a lot of times when I say this about people, it's not to because you get them Britney stands that want to be like, but y'all be picking on her and y'all be da, 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 da. I was like, look, when I say things, yes, this mouth and my delivery can be a bit harsh, but I say it with love. If I didn't give a shit, I wouldn't have said nothing. You got me confused with the other podcasters who was running around talking about that she should have died instead of Heath Ledger. I would never say no crazy shit like that. But then they got their own deathbed karma situation that happened, and now they want to backpedal and rehabilitate how they see the world. And I'm glad you're on that journey, if you know who I'm talking about. But but at the same time, I don't mean no ill will on certain people unless you out here putting that energy on other people. Then I'm gonna read you down to the ground. But for the most part, I'm glad that Britney is working on herself. I'm glad she's getting herself together. I hope she's doing this for the right reasons and also doing this not only for her, but because you got to do it for you at the end of the day before you could be there for your kids and all that other stuff. So shout out to you, Brittany. And we're rooting for you. We're all rooting for you. In the words of Tyra. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards of the latest on Britney Spears and her being in rehab and working on a treatment facility and working on getting her mind right and her body right and everything else right? I guess at this point we could just wrap up the fact of hoping that she comes out and does music. But I just definitely want her to get her health and everything together before anything else. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I read one of your comments before I was scrolling up. Um, wasn't Nicole Scherzinger in the original Moana? Was she? Did she do the song? And then I'm like, look, Nicole Scherzinger can act. They could have put her in it, or maybe she was busy doing Broadway at the time. In the live action, they could have did the same thing, same with Dwayne. Exactly. They could have picked somebody else, and if people would have got mad, oh well. Lord, who put that picture of Brittany? They ain't well, that was me. Or you just talking about in general? That's what I said. That picture was given weekend at Bernie's. I said, but let me keep it up. It said, good evening to Ron. Moo in the building. Saying, hey Chad, how you doing? This makes me so happy. There's nothing I want more for Brittany than peace, and I truly believe sobriety will benefit her tremendously. Her sons prove to be top priority in her life, which I love. And that's why I said I'm glad that she's, you know, forged, regardless of how it's coming across, because I know we got some of those hardcore Britney fans that are still side-eyeing the sons. But it's like, look, at the end of the day, however they were raised or what they were believed to be, what they were raised to believe, or whatever the case is, the fact that they're working on a relationship together, to me, that's more important. And I hope it's genuine. So I want to believe in the fact that, family can work things out, even though I do have my cynical side to me. I do want to believe in humanity can be, that there is hope for humanity, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Even though I do be feeling like all hope is lost. But I do believe in the power. I do believe in the power of love. I hate to say it, but I do think Brittany is not nuttier than cashews. But I think it was the conservatorship that made her that way. She shouldn't have. Yeah, I definitely think it was the conservatorship, and also the things they were doing to her. when she was in the hospital, and they were saying that she was getting electroshock therapy and the lithium and all the other stuff that may have messed her up as well. They use and abuse her in every way and wonder why she had problems to deal with. They said, I really just hope they don't use this against her to put her back. Yeah, I hope they don't, because a conservatorship is a horrible thing to be in. Just last night before Euphoria, I was dancing to the Chaotic EP. I know she probably will never release another album, but you know what? I find something new to obsess over. And she's got enough music in the catalog that a lot of the fans can obsess over and live vicariously through and have those nostalgic moments. If she doesn't want to come out, we're just gonna have to live through that and go on YouTube and relive some of her old music videos and a lot of her live concerts. They're all up on there. So you caught it, said LMAO at the Perez Hilton shade. He was working. He was wrong for that. He was something else. These celebrities today couldn't make it during that era. Sure couldn't. They definitely couldn't, because they were harsh on celebrities back in the day. Yeah, we didn't have social media, but look, we had a lot. We had the internet. We had blogs. We had all that stuff. So, and I started blogging around the same time as Perez. So we've been around the block around the same time. It was me, it was him, it was delisted, it was a bunch of sites. First of all, I miss MK. Where he been? I haven't been over on, I don't even know if delisted still exists. But MK's shade used to crack me up. I'm a hardcore Britney stan. I have nothing against the sons. Every child has a tussle with their parents, and it sure do, because I know I used to have I used to be a nuisance when it came to my parents when I was a kid. In this case, it may have just gotten out of family business. That's what I say. I hope that they work it on out. Well, thank you. At least somebody does. No, I'm just playing. At least somebody does. But, people want to come out comments about a grown man talking about, and that's what the fuck I do on this channel. And I'm gonna keep talking. I'm still out hope. I'm still holding out hope for Original Doll. A Pretty World gets lit. Oh yeah, I remember about Original Doll. I'm sure a lot of us were when we were kids. And then, they always say if you do have children, they're gonna get you back in that way. That if you was a terror with your parents, or you're gonna get it back through your children. All right, so now let's go from one icon to another. And that would be from Britney to Donta, because we have Doja Cat, who went on TikTok to defend Madonna, because we had a bunch of damn trolls on social media who decided to throw a little shade at Madonna, talking about she too old to be out here performing. Well, guess what? Y'all gonna have to stay mad, because Madonna's new era is about to come. Allegedly, she's supposed to drop the new single this week. We'll see if this happens. Matthew Redman, who I know has been talking about it. Madonna. There's been a couple of sources, Madonna fan sites or whatever, that has been bringing this up. There was also a rumor that she's going to perform with Sabrina at Coachella, which I just don't think is a good idea, because the rumor is Sabrina is cameoing in Madonna's new video. Now, I don't know if they have a duet together, or she might be playing a younger version of Madonna. Who knows? Because she kind of embodies that whole Madonna-esque vibe in regards of her look, the thick eyebrows, the blonde hair, the whole blonde bombshell thing. So they kind of favor each other. So I don't know if she's doing like a younger version, similar to Susan Sarandon playing an older version of her. And I think that's probably where the cameo would have came from. But the rumor was that because Susan was blacklisted from the industry, she chose her, and Madonna was okay with it. I don't know if that's true, but that's the story that's going around. So um Doja had went on TikTok to defend Madonna over, some ageist comments. The rapper directly addressed comments suggesting Madonna is too old to perform, turning the conversation towards deeper biases within pop culture. And this video was posted last week on April 8th. I do have the clip, because I'm not on TikTok anymore, but I could pull up videos when I need to. So we're gonna go over to the clip where you got Doja out here giving little orphan Annie tease with this little curly hair of hers. And we're going to come back and we're going to talk. Please hold.
Really tickled and bothered down in the taint region about how people are like telling Madonna to stop. like in the comment section on TikTok while she's like on stage somewhere where like they maybe have never been. And it's interesting to me because it's like you're telling a musician who makes music, who performs it as their job to stop doing it. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Is it because she's an older woman who feels sexy? Is that why? Is that why you want her to get off stage? Because you feel threatened by an older woman who can do her job forever, who can do her job for
Voice
the
child.
rest of her life, and she can enjoy it, and she has something she loves doing, and she's doing it forever. And other people are paying money to go there and enjoy it with her. And they like it, but you don't because there's something else that's personal happening in there, and she doesn't know, and nobody else knows it, only you do. Is that why you're upset? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not funny. It's not funny. It is sad. I'm gonna cry with you.
She's so damn stupid. But it does kind of make me wonder, is like, why is it that when it comes to her, like y'all was hanging up grandma or y'all make these ageist jokes or whatever the case is? Because yeah, Madonna is at a point in her life where she is showing that, yeah, I'm an older woman and being sexual is a natural, beautiful thing. But people want her to just kind of like go away because it turns them off, realizing that, yes, older women could be desired, older women could be sexy. And a lot of younger men like older women. So I just don't understand why it's a big issue. If Madonna wants to get up there and perform and does the things that she does and she still got it within her, what is it of your concern? And this is for any female act that gets up there and perform. Because I remember when I was working Lady Gaga's Mayhem Ball, and she was like, if I'm up here and I'm an older lady and I'm doing my shows, will y'all still come and support me? And her fans was up in there screaming and all this other shit. And I said, y'all be the same fucking ones that be in them comments calling Madonna old and a grandma and shit. And I'm saying, okay, now your fave is at the halfway point. She's 40. So y'all getting to that point where you're about to cross over that threshold and be over here with the rest of us where we got that certain icon that we live for that's hitting that certain age, and the ageism and all that other stuff is going to creep in. I want y'all to have that same energy when y'all be throwing it over there at the Queen of Pop that you do for your fave. So y'all can't just come up in here and move the goalposts when it's somebody you particularly don't care for because you're feeling a way about the fact that you're getting older. And I always say this, you better hope and pray you get to be the age of that person that you throwing the shade at. I embrace anybody that is of a certain age that can still get out there and still got it and still do it and still love what they do. And that's why I said there's a difference between you have people who have a regular 9 to 5 job or that regular cubicle job versus someone like Madonna who has a career where she gets to travel the world, go see not only just to perform for millions of people around the world, but she also gets to do things that many of us in our lifetime would dream of being able to do. Oh, I can just jump on a private plane anytime and go to Italy and go hang out with Dolce and Gabbana. Or I can go over here to France and go sit front row at Jean-Paul Gaultier's latest runway show. So a lot of people wish that they could be running out here doing all the things that these artists are doing. And instead, you're out here hating on her because she's a woman of a certain age. It's just ridiculous. So I wonder like where all this came from because the last time we seen Madonna perform was she did a live, speaking of Dolce and Gabbana, she did a intimate performance at their fashion show in Milan. Where and then she also did her celebration tour. The woman damn near died from being with sepsis and all that other stuff. Got back up, rehabilitated herself, went on tour. And even though she wasn't at 110% physically, she still gave y'all a show that half your faves wouldn't be able to do. Because y'all was just over here earlier moving the goalposts for 32-year-old Justin Bieber. But when it comes to Madonna, oh, it's a problem? And she's 67? Like, get out of here with that bullshit. So, I want to see, what did people say in the comments over there on TikTok? The one said Madonna is the queen. The music industry, like who is telling her to stop. You'd be surprised. A lot of ignorant ass agists will be up in there making these comments about Madonna. So shout out to you, Doja. You know, Doja gonna come out here and say some stuff, whether people want to hear it or not. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding what Doja Cat had to say? The fact of, there's this whole deal of ageism that people have a problem with where when it comes to female artists. And my thing is, look, if you still have the energy, the wherewithal, and the capability to get up there and do what you love, keep doing it until you don't have it within you to do it anymore. That's what I say. Because you're always going to have people hating on whatever it is that you do. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Said your daughter's getting booed. He said, Demi's in the building. Finally, I guess you caught alive. I think this was sweet, but why is Doja slowly only getting headline coverage whenever she speaks on her peers and never her? Because maybe well, that's a good question. Because nobody cared for that album. Although I will say, I have a friend who works in the business that loves Doja Cat, big Doja Cat fan. And does not understand. He's like, I don't get why people are not really feeling this era. I guess maybe it's because of the whole '80s vibe or whatever the case is. I mean, I like Doja Cat's music, but I think also maybe who knows what is it that y'all think may have hurt her? Is it the fact that because she said some negative, crazy things about her fan base? So I don't know what it is. The fact, or maybe it's just that what she's creating, people don't. That's not what people want to hear. Too old if she perform it and people are buying that it ain't my business. People always got something hateful. I gotta say something hateful. I can understand if you got a channel commenting, but people who just hate just to hate can't. Listen, how credible is the at Drown Madonna account? Is there any credible source to the rumor Madge is releasing on releasing on Friday, or is it just an Instagram fan account y'all are running with? Doja is so annoying. She's not wrong though. So Chris said, Annie, I can't with you. And that's what it was given, little orphan Annie with that hair. And so I think a lot of the backlash she gets is I guess she'll continue that now. Chris, you know Madonna do too much sometimes. She does. I didn't say that she wasn't extra. Because one of the things that do turn me over, I say, ma'am, stop making out with every goddamn body. First of all, you got them funky ass grills in your mouth when you out here making out with people. And I don't care what anybody say. It's like I be thinking y'all breath be a little messy when y'all be putting them grills on y'all teeth. Like you need to scrape your tongue or whatever it is. If you can't just be out here kissing all over everybody. Exactly. I don't say nothing negative. I swear, if I don't like something, I go next or put uplifting positive comments. If it involves hate, racist people, there's some people that just want to troll. I don't know if they're actual real people or if they bots, but they always say like a lot of commentators think that that they program bots to just throw hateful messages into your comments. And I'll be ready to cuss a bitch out. I mean, I do it on occasion. I shouldn't be letting. It's not like it's affecting me, but it just gets annoying. I was like, I'm gonna cuss you out and I'm gonna block you because I just need to release that energy. I can't just be holding it in. Why are people still not used to it? Leo's an extra. Okay, because I got a cousin that's a Leo, my father's a Leo, my aunt's a Leo. She's ultra extra. I know too many Leos. It's funny. I know a lot of Leos, a lot of Capricorns, and a lot of Virgos, and Geminis, and Libras. Jesus, they are extra. I think it comes from trying a little too hard. Be honest. When she up grinding on Drake and acting a fool with Jimmy Fallon, you can't help but cringe. Yeah. There are moments where it's like, okay, lady, like, why even? But um, what was I gonna say? Yeah, the whole thing when she was making out with Drake, it was like, girl, really? And doing the little extra stuff. I think it also stems to the fact that she lost her mother when she was young. Her mother died when she was 5, and all she did was sit and cry and cry and cry and cry all day until the angels came and said, I couldn't take the loneliness, I couldn't take the phoniness. You know the lyrics? Mother and father. In case you didn't know where I got that from. But it's probably the loss of her mother, and then the fact that she wasn't getting a lot of attention from her father because he remarried. So there's always a lot of that when you are a child in a family where you have a lot of siblings and they're clamoring for a lot of attention. And that's why a lot of us, I think, jump into the arts because we weren't getting that. Like me, I'm a middle child. I have middle child syndrome. So I've always needed attention in some sort of way. Yeah, Mike Kilman, I know him. That's Maya's manager. And a few others are in the music industry. Plus, when was the last time Madonna posted on Instagram? She's coming when she disappears and missing the action. And yeah, she definitely hasn't been on social media in a minute. So she is getting ready to like pop up out of nowhere with some tea, especially to a younger generation that only knows Madonna as the pop star my parents listen to. I love her, but the average person my age doesn't know anything about her besides Material Girl. And then you see a lot of these younger people that's jumping on social media and um what was it? They're jumping on social media and they're doing like these reaction videos to a lot of her old music videos or her albums. Like I just discovered this kid the other day that listened to the full Confessions album. He reacted to Hung Up. So a lot of people get in there. And then we have shit, what's their names? Because now I gotta look it up over on my channel. I got my YouTube open. I got like 8,000 windows open on my channel. So let me scroll on through here. I was like, I forgot who, I be forgetting names and stuff on here. Well, I got this T-Bars thing. Let me close that. That one got 17,000 views. My other one got over 30,000. Y'all be loving my TLCT. Shout out to y'all. Um, Damn, where is it? Actually, I got a lot of stuff in here I got to catch up on. That's how busy I've been. I gotta watch that. Anthony Fantano is bad at talking about women. Shout out to that video. That's an hour one. And then the first thing they brought up was, remember I made the comment about what he said was I said I was through when he made that comment about Slater. Somebody did a whole video on him. I was like, y'all done read my mind. So yeah, what were we talking about again? Okay, the mind is going. Don't tell me my mind going bad like the president. But damn, why can't I remember the two girls' names? The one that's like she looks like she's Indian and a white woman. I thought they was lesbian lovers. Oh my god, it's taking me okay, this is a kid named Alex that I came across where I think that's his name that he goes by. He did a Madonna hung up reaction. He also did a confessions reaction, and then our anxious reactions. That's what their name is. These two ladies that sit and they just do a lot of Madonna reaction videos. And they did a 4-part celebration tour in Rio reaction. So they did that. I haven't even seen it, but yeah, there was a bunch of videos and stuff that I was like, I got to catch up on. That's what I was trying to get to. I couldn't even. It took me a minute, but I got to it. I'll be forgetting names. I just know I watch videos, but I can't keep remembering all these damn people. Well, she's wearing them grills. She better not wear in this new era because I'm gonna be tight. I'm like, ma'am, retire them damn grills. Doja put her bass down. Now she's not doing, but that's why I said. Then I was like, I know I wasn't bugging with that. That she was throwing shade at her bass. As for Doja, her kittens are holding on to the belief that this new album is her. Really? Charm bracelet? And her best album will be her Emancipation. Right now, she's looking like early 2020s nostalgia. Yeah, I don't know how many chances they're gonna give Doja before they be like, hang it up. And then you're gonna be dropped from your label. And then she'll probably be like, I have to go independent now. Plus, we all know she doesn't have a want friends her own age. It's like my friend Jay. He's 60, but all 61. But all his friends are obsessed with death and are sad. To him, it's like, stop that. But you know what? I don't fault your friend because if you have a friend who's 60 and all his friends are talking about death, and that's not something where my mind is at, I don't want to be around that. I don't want to be friends with people that think like that. So I'm like, fuck, I'll hang out with people much younger. And it has nothing to do with me like trying to relinquish my youth. It's just the fact that I don't want to be around people that's sitting up there just waiting to die. Like, where's the fun in that? She is cringe sometimes, but she hurting. But is she hurting anyone for such hate? No, she's not. But it's just I just feel like it's just people putting their own biases on this person or their own fears. She was the blueprint for so much free expression and not being afraid of your sexuality. Exactly, because if it wasn't for her doing all of that, you would not be seeing it in the Britneys, the Christinas, and even the newer generation, like the Sabrinas and the Tate McRae's and all these other girls. And even then, a lot of the ray of light revivalism is coming from chronically online Zoomers and Stan Twitter. Not that it's a bad thing, but that's where I discovered the album, but it's very niche. Madonna is a visual artist. You have to watch the music videos to fully appreciate her. That's what made her an MTV artist. Well, I don't know how she's going to make it work in this new era because I don't even know if people care about videos like that. I can be very descriptive. I said if Madonna hates her, I said if Madonna hates her teeth, have them all. Oh no, don't get them pulled. That might be painful. Just get you some veneers. But you will look. We don't need Madonna out here with no damn chiclets in her mouth, where she could barely close, and then she look like that girl from Sex Education. You know, the one with the overbite. You don't want that. I like Madonna's teeth. I like the fact that she has that gap. They always say people with gaps in their teeth are freaks. There's these two straight guys that sit up in a car and just listen to albums in parking lots. Their channel, I think I may have seen their video, and they did a confessions reaction. It didn't really get well. That's because they're straight. The heterosexuals, y'all don't get it. Yeah, but the Alex kid, I was saying, but he was I didn't know was it, but he did say he's like 20 years old, and he was talking about the album, the confessions, and he gagged because he was like, wait, she's 47 in this music. I said, yes, she is 47 in that music video, lifting that leg up and doing all that choreography, even with broken bones. If I'm 60 living life, I don't want no downers. Exactly. I got a long way to go before I get there. I ain't trying to rush being 60. I said I did want six. I can't wait to get to 65 so I can get my social security. I did say that to one of my coworkers. Yes, I said I can't wait to be 65, but I don't want to rush it. Because shit, I'm tired of working. Well, working a regular job. I do love what I do in regards to the entertainment, but all the other regular stuff that I'm like, I'm tired. I'm exhausted when you're dealing with a lot of, high profile people. I'm tired. The body is breaking down. No, I'm kidding. They said when we have someone her age expressing their sexuality in such an explicit way, it's a breath of fresh air. Yeah, because when I turn 67, I want to be dipping it and doing it and pulling a 29-year-old, taking my testosterone and my ED pills, trying to keep up with and shit. Ain't gonna be no shame in my game. I'm gonna be taking my testosterone and my ED pills, and I'm gonna be tearing them boys' booties up. Y'all ain't gonna tell me nothing. And be 65 and doing me. I don't care who don't like it. Exactly. All right, y'all. So now we have more. Hold on. Oh, yeah. So we have more onto news. So let's get into her some more. And let's talk about this biopic. So y'all already know we're supposed to be getting a biopic with Madonna. That's supposed to star Julia Garner as the Queen of Pop. I don't know what's going on with it. I don't know if we'll ever see the light of day. I know she's been working back and forth on that script, but I guess at this point she's put it on the back burner and she's been going head first and focusing on the new music era, which is supposed to be, as we know, Confessions on a Dance Floor, the sequel. And so that's basically where her head is at right now. Who knows when like I said before, we're gonna get the music, but the word on the curb is we're supposed to get something this week. It'd be nice if she would have announced it, but this might be another false alarm. So It was revealed on the show. I think friend of the show, Robert, brought this up while I was just randomly doing a topic that Madonna, the biopic will live on in a meta type episode in regards to the show, The Studio. I don't know if you've seen The Studio. It's on Apple TV Plus. It is hilarious. Definitely check it out if you haven't seen it. It's kind of like Entourage, but better. um, and Seth Rogen is, part of. I don't know if he created it, but I know he's on the show, and I think he produces it and all this, executive producers. But anyway, so what's supposed to happen is when the studio season 2 comes on, because they showed Madonna was in Italy along with Julia Garner, and they're kind of doing like this whole meta situation. So the Emmy-winning comedy about struggling studio boys, Matt Remick, played by Seth Rogen, is taking things to the next level with a 2-part episode directly inspired by Madonna's unsuccessful efforts to direct her own biopic. The best bit is that Madonna's on board to play herself. So, according to Variety, they said when a movie is scrapped in the development stage, as countless have been, it's usually memorialized by an intern sending a script through the shredder. When you're Madonna, however, you get a Viking funeral with an Apple TV budget. That's what paparazzi photos of Italy revealed 2 weeks ago when the pop icon was captured filming scenes in Venice for the second season of Seth Rogen's The Studio. Madonna's appearance on the acclaimed series will draw on her recent Hollywood struggles to get a biopic about her own life made. Now, Madonna hasn't appeared on TV since shooting a cameo in Will and Grace back in 2003, and she hasn't starred in a film since 2000. Yeah, back when she was married to her husband, um, Guy Ritchie. Well, I heard is about to film a new movie with Jason Statham. By the way, this is like their 6th film together. So yeah, Swept Away. They did that movie, and that probably was the catalyst that might have fucked up that marriage. But they said so it's no small feat for Rogan to recruit her for the studio. A forensic look at life inside a legacy movie company's battling for relevance and survival. It helped, however, that many other moguls and A-listers have been willing to send up their image on the Emmy-winning series. The first season attracted heavyweights like Martin Scorsese, Charlize Theron, Zoe Kravitz, and Netflix's own CEO, Ted Sarandos, all playing themselves. What's more interesting, according to 2 sources, is how Rogan's show will use a real life circumstance around the singer scrap biopic to illustrate the challenges of modern movie making. Madonna will appear in the 2-episode arc, the source added. Now, first, some history. Now, in 2021, Universal Pictures won a multi-studio auction to make a film about Madonna's life. Amy Pascal was on board to produce, and Madonna would co-write and direct the project. Top actors, including Florence Pugh, endured a grueling audition process that included a singing and dancing boot camp. Julia Garner, the Emmy-winning star of Inventing Anna and Ozark, won the part in 2022. Insiders say the film would have followed Madonna from her humble beginnings in Michigan through her artistic coming of age in the gritty New York City of the 80s, leading right up to the 1998 release of Ray of Light, an album that brought her to a dramatic reinvention and new heights of stardom. I actually think from hearing that sounds like a great idea. You started off with her humble beginnings in Michigan and whatever her relationship was with her father, her siblings, her mother passing away, that sort of thing. And then her trying to come up in the music business because she said like she never intended to be a singer. That was sort of like an accident. She came to New York to become that get in the theater, Broadway, that sort of thing, and was going through the audition process. It was grueling, and then kind of just fell into music. With the Breakfast Club and actually going overseas and making music and that not working out, and then coming back and then starting the Breakfast Club where she was a drummer in the band, and then meeting up with DJs and stuff in New York, and by chance started creating her own stuff and became a pop star in that way. So it was like me basically becoming a self-made performer, a self-made pop star, which she technically is. She wasn't something manufactured in a lab like some of y'all faves. Addison Ray. Um, insiders say, well, so yeah, I would have loved that. And then seeing like it capping at the Ray of Light era. But here's the gag for me. So y'all out here playing in Madonna's face regarding this biopic, right? But y'all had no problem shelling out $200 million. The 200 million actually came from the reshoots. The original price of Michael Jackson was 150 million, which I think is crazy that y'all put that kind of money behind this shit, and y'all about to give us a bunch of kids table bullshit regarding this story. But and then the estate put up the 50 million to film a whole new third act because there was something they didn't read the fine print, and you couldn't bring up the whole Jordan Chandler molestation accusation. So, but y'all can't get Madonna because allegedly the word on the street was she wanted $100 million to make this movie, this biopic, and they wouldn't give it to her. And I'm sitting there like, that was just, y'all won't give it to her, but you'll give it to a Michael Jackson biopic? Okay. That's what they're saying is the reason. But I'm hoping when we watch this episode of the studio that even though it's like them a fully, what is it, like a over dramatized version of what may have transpired, that we get some of the truth of actually what happened with her in Universal and why we haven't gotten the biopic. Why isn't it getting made? What's going on? Because Julie ain't getting any younger. I mean, she still looks good, but she's not getting any younger. And we need this. The fans want the biopic, but man, who knows? Maybe they're holding out to see how well this new album does before they move forward. But Michael Jackson been dead almost 2 decades. Y'all making a biopic based off him, and y'all know from the success of the musical and so many other stuff going on with Michael, there is a hunger for him. People still have a love for Michael. Madonna is alive, and people still live for her. So the fans want the tour. I mean, the tour. They want the movie. Make the movie. Although quiet as it's kept, I do feel like a Madonna series would work better because there's been so much that has happened in her life. But if you make it interesting based off of the plot of that whole situation, I'm here for it being a 2.5 hour movie. Now, they said several script rewrites came down before the film got shelved entirely in 2023 as Madonna's longtime manager, Guy Oseary, convinced her to go on a career-spanning blockbuster world tour and leave her directorial ambitions behind. And that was another thing, too. I was like, girl, just hire somebody who understands how to make biopics or whatever to direct. You just co-write the script and get your budget and get the movie made. You trying to come in and direct it, I don't know if I was okay, especially because, ma'am, you directed in the past and your movies made no money. And I don't think they wanted to trust you with that. You trying to guarantee box office success in the film industry is not the same as you guaranteeing success with the music. You automatically make your labels and stuff a lot of money with the touring and all that other stuff. Not necessarily with record sales, because record sales ain't what they used to be. She's from the physical media era. So music ain't selling like it once was. But her going out on tour, oh, Madonna definitely would have ate, regardless, and everybody would have ate off of her. So there's guarantees in that. But as far as the movie going situation, it's completely different genre. And you have not proven that you can draw in people financially or box office wise by letting you direct your own life story. So that might have been where the disconnect came from. So they wanted to say, yeah, they started going. So about eventually rights to her life and music catalog lapsed at Universal. Netflix is now developing an autobiographical series about her via director Sean Levy's exclusive TV deal at the streamer. Garner is not attached to that version. Those who wish to see Garner clad in fishnets and rubber bracelets as the Material Girl will still have a chance, sort of. The studio scripts will rewrite history, subbing in Rogen's fictional company Confidential Studios as the producer financier of the Madonna Garner movie that never was. The core Continental team, played by, excuse me, Rogen, Catherine Hahn, Bryan Cranston, Ike Barinholtz, and Chase Sweet Wonders, who y'all know, the last one was from I Know What You Did Last Summer. She was also at a Knick game not too long ago. Nobody recognized her, but I'm like, yeah, she was in I Know What You Did Last Summer. I think she was the killer, if I'm not mistaken. Takes her biopic to Italy for a splashy debut at the Venice Film Festival, where Madonna and Garner are on hand to hype the project and nab some Oscar buzz. Another insider close to production said that in the studio, Madonna will not play the director of her fictional biopic. Emmy winner Donald Glover was also photographed on the Italian set with the singer and Garner, so we'll let you draw your own conclusions. And as many industry insiders predicted, the back half of Madonna's episodes focuses on the all important debate around journalists timing festival standing ovations to provide a sense of how films will play in the wider world. And that's what it said, like, yeah, because that gets annoying too when you showing at Con or any of the festivals, how they try to everybody. Oh, it was a 10 minute, it was a 15 minute, it was a 20-minute standing ovation. They get on my nerves whenever I be reading. Oh, it was a 45 minutes. Okay, nobody's gonna stay that long fucking clapping. Like now you looking ridiculous. It's like if you like the movie, you like the movie, but these corny ass standing ovations. It takes me out of the moment of like, is this? Are y'all really for real? That y'all really like the movie, or is this some fake Hollywood BS when now I don't even know if y'all like the movie or not. Y'all just kissing my ass because I'm Madonna. So they said Madonna Get represents an impressive high wire act for Rogan and the studio's co-creator Evan Goldberg, one that required them to land an image-conscious megastar and convince her to resurrect a real project that failed to launch. We have a sneaking suspicion that Madonna will get her Hollywood ending, at least by the standards of the studio. A Netflix spokesperson declined to comment on the matter. An Apple TV spokesperson couldn't be reached for comment. And look, maybe this is Madonna's way of like, you know what? I'm at an age where I'm just laugh about it. Don't take yourself so seriously. It's self-deprecating humor. If you can't laugh at yourself, how in the hell are you gonna laugh at somebody else? I know that's not what RuPaul says, but that's what he said today. And just go in and just have a laugh at it. And who knows? Maybe the studios will see this episode of the studio or episodes because it's two parts, and then they were like, you know what? Maybe we're interested in wanting to get back in bringing this story to life again. So hopefully there will be a light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully Madonna will get her wish and see her life on the big screen, that she lives to tell the tale and she'll be able to walk the red carpet for real with Julia Garner. God forbid if she doesn't get too old enough to play the part, and be able to just talk freely about, you know what, I get to tell my story in my own terms and get to see and get to be allowed to see it all play out on the big screen instead of some randoms coming in and just saying whatever. And I'm not here to defend it because I'm no longer part of the union. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding this upcoming season of the studio, which is going to be a two-parter on Madonna's life and everything that goes on with that and how they're playing that up in this whole meta situation of fiction. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I think I read that one already. You said, oh, I read that one too. You said, get him, Chris, and with you. Okay. I think so much comes from Guy Ritchie era of Madonna when she was demure. I was like, that almost killed her, making her man happy. That was her sellout era. That and the British accent used to annoy me too. Uh-uh. But thank you. I can't wait to see that episode too. You said I shouldn't said this. I should have said this on the last topic, but I really hope people stop calling it M15 Confessions 2 the sequel. Well, look, I kept hearing that they're saying, what they said the album's gonna be called, Redemption on the Dance Floor or something or another. Like that's what I've been hearing, but we won't know until the album comes out. If this album is nothing like Confessions, it's gonna have an even harder landing upon release. Yeah, because now you're setting you're setting people's expectations extremely high because there's such a standard that's set with Confessions. And wait, what was the name of the song? Friend of the show Felix went and posted in the comments. I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to find it because with these group chats I be in, y'all be posting so much stuff that I can't even keep up. But he posted something regarding a song that they said that Madonna allegedly might have sampled for the upcoming album. If I could find it, but like I said, in these group chats, y'all be sending so much stuff, I can't keep up. Wait, is that it? No, he posted this freestyle track that Nelly Furtado apparently has. I'm like, it's a cute song. It's called Nitro Deluxe, Let's Get Brutal, the original US mix. When I was listening to it, they said that that's the alleged sample of something in the song that she's gonna be using that she's sampling on the next album. We'll see when that comes out. Sidebar, did y'all hear that Danny Pintaro, aka Jonathan from Who's the Boss, is allegedly working for Amazon? That was the latest tea that I read. Look, he got to get them bills paid because apparently um the residuals ain't coming in like they used to. Another Gen Z survey out lower problem solving skills and communication skills than their parents. They just ask for help than problem solving it themselves, like older generations did. I don't find anything wrong with asking for help. If you're not sure of something, ask people to help you out. I don't see nothing wrong with that because he said Joe Dante is doing a remake of the. Why are you remaking The Howling? The Howling is good the way it is. Did Joe Dante actually remake the Howl? I mean, make the original Howling? I thought he did. Was he American Werewolf in London? Hold on, let me see. But it said, well, yeah, I was reading. It said Bloodline screenwriter boards The Howling. Child, they're about to not only they remaking The Howling, but they're remaking Escape from New York. They've been trying to do the Studio Canal is behind it. They've been trying to remake um Escape from New York for years. I remember at one point they were talking about Escape from New York was supposed to star Gerard Butler. I don't know who they're gonna get to play him now. Don't say Glenn Powell. Let him do comedy because that's what I'm hearing. Like he's trying to jump into. The original director is doing a remake for. No, we don't need a remake. I like the original movie with Dee Wallace. I'm trying to remember. There's a Prime Video. It's airing on there. I watched that about a couple of months ago. Where she was Dee Wallace was a news reporter, and she went and this guy was stalking her, and she had to meet up with him, and the cops was trying to catch him, so she had to go into the adult video store and ended up going to one of the booths, and um things happened. But it was a good movie. I like The Howling. It don't need a remake, but if you got an idea, I'll watch it. Whenever an artist compares their recent album, who knows? I'll probably talk about that tomorrow. Whenever an artist compares their recent albums to one of their more acclaimed or beloved albums, it usually sets the album up to strive for a height that can be reached, setting an album up to flop. Kind of reminds me of what we were saying about Justin Bieber's Coachella performance. Y'all hyped that up to be this thing, and then when you saw what the situation was, a lot of people were left disappointed. Yes, she is working with Stuart Price. We asked for a COADF sequel. She's finally doing what her audience wants. I just hope that if you're going to give us a sequel, that it's not. Oh, because we know you don't like to go backwards. You like to go forwards. Don't rehash what you've done, which I don't think she's going to do. I do think like if she's going to do a dance record, she's going to challenge herself more with the different sonic landscapes, the lyrics, all of that stuff. We want some substance, is what we're trying to say. But she's making industrial music this time around with him. That's another thing. Fan service isn't always the best route to go. That's why I said I love that because look, Slater didn't give fan service. She went a completely different direction with her record, and I feel like that her doing "Worst Girl in America" literally has broken her into where she's about to break out into the mainstream. So she's finally, I feel like, getting her just due. Did they? He said 36 years of the Blonde Ambition tour, the reason why pop tours are the way it is. Yeah, because it was a structure, beginning, middle, end. The theatrical aspect that she brought to a very Broadway style of live performances. Now you see every artist doing that. From Britney to Gaga to Beyonce. To be honest, who in the hell thought of look, they probably tested every blonde girl who's hot. So Florence Pugh, I don't know. Well, I think she can sing because I think she did put out music at one point. Um, if you could sing and you could dance, you could audition. I do think Julia Garner is a better choice. I wouldn't want a Madonna biopic. I'd rather have a documentary on each album stage. I mean, I wouldn't mind both. Revelations on a dance floor. That was helicopter murder. Oh, John, not helicopter murderer. I mean, quiet as it's kept, he did murder somebody with a helicopter. It was the actor and two kids. I think it was two Vietnamese extras ended up dying in that accident. But you know you shouldn't have had them do that damn stunt. Um, today also marks 31st anniversary of the Bedtime Story single. Yes, Bjork, because you know she wrote that song. I don't know. I've kind of been in the mood to watch horror movies. I might watch that tonight, although I do need to watch that recap of Roscoe's because Roger was on there. So I need to watch that. And we definitely, I can't wait to get into this drag race recap. I told her this, excuse me, I knew this episode was going to be long because I haven't been here a week, almost a week, 5 days. And you said, on a lighter note, here's a viral Shady Gaga tweet. 40-year-old Madonna was giving you freaky Parisian folktronica. 40-year-old Gaga is giving you laxative commercial corporate pride jingles. Okay, that is funny. And the songs are definitely giving pride. Sidebar, have y'all heard that new single with her and Doja? Number one, where is Gaga's vocals on that song? Because that don't even sound like her. And number two, do we got to bring up the word reductive again? Because Runway sounds like a cross between RuPaul's Supermodel and Madonna's Vogue. So, ma'am, if you're going to get into the dance music space, you got to work with better people. Instead of like what was said, stop giving us these corporate pride jingles because that's what it's giving. It's not really giving us edgy creativity. That's what I want. You want to see her work it out. They want to see you go off. You know, not in the business of just giving. That's what they want. They want to see you work, 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 work. I do live for that song though. Y'all know that song? I'm a Roo. He said Bjork deserves it. Sure does. I think I heard is Bjork coming out with new music or a new tour or something? I remember hearing something on it. I gotta look that up. I need to see Bjork live, at least before I leave this earth. I've never had the opportunity to see her on tour. This what we wanted was really? Because maybe I wasn't paying attention. This is what we wanted with Slater. Her previous attempts that were more pop is what the girls didn't want. We like Dirty Slater and Y2K Slater. Gen Pop Slater is the problem. Yeah, that's what I said. We like you a little dirty. She said she like that she wanted. I want to be ugly, and I want to be not ugly in a way. It's like just down on the dirt and gritty. We like a little dirt in the nails. And Slater's giving us that. It's like yeah, I didn't like when she was being all pretty or whatever. That Doshi track was booty. Yeah, I was like, that's it. And y'all thinking just because of the Devil Wears Prada too, like it's a key. No, it's a chop. I would listen to Cyber Raga. I do love that song. And if she added this song to the music album in place of Amazing, it would be yeah, because I don't like Amazing. Amazing sounded too much like Beautiful Stranger. There was no differentiating the song. So I do agree that Amazing was a misstep on that. That shouldn't have been added. Cyber Raga was a better song. Okay, I knew I wasn't bugging. He said Bjork announced a tour, no sight of new music coming. I don't even think at this point Bjork needs to come out with new music. She has such a eclectic catalog. Like she could just tour the music she does for the rest of her life. It was on the Japanese and trust. I know. I didn't buy like different album versions. I told you I was a import, you know, king. I was gonna say import queen. But I used to buy all the imports and I used to end up on these all the different deluxe single imports, the maxi singles, that's what we call them. And they had all those versions on it. And I don't even care if I had the song on so many different I was always buying up them. So I said, oh nope, I need that track. I need that track. We were so spoiled. We were so spoiled with the music back in the day. In regards to like the variety of music. It's not like that anymore. You said I heard a snippet of Kiki. Is it good? Is that because the rumor is that is the song that she has with Madonna? Because I feel like they're saying that Gaga pretty much has like multiple songs that she's doing duets on this Devil Wears Prada 2 soundtrack. I'm aware not available on streaming services over yonder. Third time ripping Vogue, Alejandro video, and Babylon. Child. B11 is coming in 2027. Oh, she has a new album. Damn, she has that many records? So she has a new album coming out. I didn't even realize that she had 10 albums. It is on the Don't Tell Me remixes single, track 11. Add the remix singles to get Why We Love Her, The Club Queen. The remixes are live. And she always worked with the best DJs. That's why I used to love when she used to work back then with Thunderpuss and Peter Rohofer. Oh, you know, I live for Peter Rohofer, man. He rest in peace. I know the gay community gagged when he passed away. But that's the way it was. Anyway, all right, let's get back into the show, y'all, because we've been kikiing for a minute. Speaking of kiki, let's talk about TLC. So, excuse me, TLC was out here putting feelers on their fans because they wanted to see if y'all had moved on from Chili being outed as MAGA. I'm gonna sound like Trina Braxton. I was gonna say it like that, but outed as MAGA. And if you was wondering if they moved on, they haven't. Because the comments they were making where they would change up the names of the songs had me cackling. So the internet has been giving Rosanda Chili Thomas a moment of peace. Now, TLC's official Twitter account recently asked fans which songs they want to hear when the group hits the road, and responses quickly flooded in, trolling Chili. The ladies are set to perform across multiple cities later this year on its iconic tour alongside Salt and Pepper and special guests in Vogue. Excitement for the tour turned into controversy after reports revealed Chili donated to Trump's presidential campaign and reshared a conspiracy video claiming Michelle Obama was born male. Which, Chili, you should be the last one, because if you shaved off your hair and you ain't got no titties, because remember, TLC once upon a time was known as Tittyless Crew. That's what they used to call them back in the day. See, look, I'm taking y'all back. TLC used to stand for, well, T-Boz left out in Chili, but they used to also call y'all Tittyless Crew because all of y'all was shaped like a damn boy. Now, if you were to cut off her hair and pretty much show her arms and everything, she looked like an older version of her son, Tron. That's what she would look like, Tron twin. That's basically what she would look like. So, she did address the backlash, said she was a MAGA, and the support was for causes against human trafficking and veterans, even though everybody called BS on it. So we knew you was out here full of it. And then T-Boz went and exposed us, saying, my teammate voted for her, or my bandmate voted for him, and basically put that out there. So, of course, people jumped in the comments, which had me cackling. And some people said, um, when they said on their page, they said, "Thank you to each of you for all our enthusiasm, for all your enthusiasm for the upcoming It's Iconic tour. We are working hard to put together a great show and for you, and can't wait to be on the road again. Any songs you're hoping to see on the set list?" And I want to also preface this by saying there's been rumors going around that the tour was canceled. It has not been canceled. I don't see any of the main blogs or anything talking about it. I haven't seen it on, and I'm talking about black blogs. And even, I guess, because this story has gotten so big, it would have popped up on the varieties, the deadlines, the entertainment weeklies, and even the tabloids like the Page Sixes and the Daily Mails. None of them announced this. There was some random blog on some Twitter that I ain't never heard of on Instagram that had canceled, written all over it, and there was no valid source of it. So the show is still going on, whether people want to accept that or not. But it's up to y'all whether or not y'all want to support it. So people sent in their recommendations of songs they want them to perform as part of the set list. So let's get through some of the songs that they chose. Now, one person said, well, they said a couple. They said Creep to Mar-a-Lago. Another said Ain't Too Proud to Donate. Another song, Red Cap Special. Blue Hat to the Back. And what about your vote? What about your vote? Will they stand their ground? Will they let you down again? Oh, what about your vote? That would be a good version of the song to do when you want the next person to come and vote in 2.5 years, I guess. So then more song choices. Don't go chasing white supremacists. So then they got Ain't Too Proud to Vote Against Myself. Free, yeah, I support him. Red Hat Special. Not digging on Mayo. I am fucking done. And another, what about your friends? Are they legal? Should we call ICE? And no scrub his name off the Epstein list. And then another person said, we want T-Bars to perform every song solo. Another person said, not paying to see crazy, sexy tune. Another person said, then they played the Billy Porter thing about when he went to Nicki Minaj, where he said, fuck her. That whole dramatic thing, that was aimed at Chili. And then somebody posted a picture of Michael Jackson back when he was black with an afro, and they said, oh, so Chili thinks she could pull a yeah, you raggedy bitch. And that's what they put in there. And then they got a picture of Jordan Peele in a blonde wig. Somebody, y'all thought this smoke had cleared enough to post this, huh? And that was like him sitting there drinking that Starbucks coffee. And then somebody put, guess who's going to the concert? Got a picture of Keith Sweat and it said, nobody. And then another person said, maybe just T-Bars and a left eye hologram. No, we've seen them do the hologram with Tupac. So I don't know if that's a good idea. So yeah. People look like they haven't moved on from the Chili thing. But I also find it funny that people are out here asking why have people quickly forgiven Kanye, but people have gone hard on people like Chili and Chrisette Michelle. And look, as I said in my last video when I talked about this, Kanye may have sold out 2 nights at the SoFi Stadium and allegedly pocketed over $30 million, but you saw that he already had, on the flip side, the outcome of what happened with that festival he's supposed to do over in the UK. He couldn't secure a visa. They had him supposed to do 3 nights. They ended up having to cancel the whole thing because they didn't come with backup. And so, yeah, the UK ain't fucking with him, even though America is in California. He's able to sell out the SoFi Stadium. You haven't seen him perform anywhere else, unless that was just a one-off situation. And he pocketed $30 million, so he's good for now. Until you need to come out and tour again, we'll see what happens. But like I said before, he's got to do the work. And you have to also think, Kanye is multi-generational. He has a lot more songs. He's still releasing music. When you look at Chrisette Michelle, she's cat collateral damage. When you look at TLC, yeah, they have hits, and yeah, they were the biggest girl group of all time back in the day, but they don't still hold that cultural significance that a Kanye does. Kanye still is able to still pull an audience, whatever, and you can dress it up, and maybe there is some gender bias with the situation, but it also is that young kids like him, older people like him, people in between like him, hip hop heads like him, white people like him. You know, he hits a multitude of different generations and demographics of people. TLC hits a certain demographic, as does Chrisette Michelle. So that's the way you also got to look at it. So that's the way I say. But yeah, that's the latest on that. So I want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Would y'all have a cackle like I did over those damn song choices? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Oh, have you even moved on and forgiven TLC? But even though I feel bad for Tion because she's getting astray in all of this, but Chili, you done fucked up the thing, and now look, these ladies are, your girl's caught between a rock and a hard place. You done messed up the coin. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. A Thunder Push 2001 Hands Up in the Anthem mix, the full 10-minute version. I miss 10-minute remixes. TLC on IG announced sold out dates happened as expected. This was a nothing burger. Of course, you have a lot of people who's going to jump on social media and do their fake outrage, but they'll be the same ones that'll secretly buy tickets. So, oh my God, I miss the days of when if you're going to stand for something, stand for something. But no, these people don't stand for nothing, so they'll just continue to fall for anything. It is what it is, I guess, right? All right, y'all. So now let's get back into some more hot topics. And let's talk about Belcalis, who continues to keep her foot on trashy K neck because even though she's been permitted or she can't mention anything about Cardi B, she likes to do little side quests to inadvertently say things about people. But without actually saying a certain person's name, and then wonders why Cardi continues to come after her because Tasha's an idiot and she hasn't learned her lesson. And Cardi just gonna have to keep putting her foot on her neck until this dumb bitch learns, but clearly she doesn't. So Cardi is asking for the judge to order sanctions against blogger Tasha K for allegedly violating a non-disclosure agreement by speaking about her and her exes, Offset and Stefon Diggs. She said the gossip blogger, known as Tasha K, has continued to disparage her and her family despite an agreement to stop. And now she's now asking the judge to impose economically painful sanctions on the host of Unwind with Tasha K. I don't know why you don't just do a whole full, you know what? You're gonna keep talking, bitch. I'm gonna take your entire channel. Basically, buy out Unwind with Tasha K, ban her off YouTube, where she don't even have access to her shit. And then she can't even come out and say nothing else about you. Because it's clearly she's not learning her lesson. She ain't give you the money that she owes you. So maybe you need to follow in that point. And I know people say like, "Oh, you keep coming at the black woman," but this lady keeps saying stuff about her, and she keeps giving her constant warnings. But the fact of the matter is, your ego is so goddamn big, and you don't like the fact that you're looking like a punk in front of your damn fan base that you just can't let the situation go. And at the end of the day, if I said something and if somebody send me a cease and desist or whatever, y'all look, I ain't got time to be going back and forth and fight with you. If it bothers you that much that I'm saying stuff about you, then I don't need to talk about your ass anymore. There's millions of other celebrities out here that I could just speak tea on. But I'm not in the business of trying to break news or sit up here and talk about somebody had an STI and say all these different things because you want to be Miss Exclusive, because that's how a lot of y'all want to run out in these streets. The news comes out, I react to it, and I keep it moving. I don't have time to be sitting about here trying to break stories or whatever. Now, if I hear some stuff, I'm gonna allegedly put allegedly all over it, and I'm gonna just say whatever. But a lot of people just want to be out here in the business of, oh, I want to be, I want the 1 million followers, and I don't give a fuck about all that. Like, if you like the show and you want to follow, you want to support, I'm internally grateful for the fact that you love what I do over here and you support the show. But I'm not caught up in a place where I'm so deeply insecure and I'm only like my validation comes from a lot of y'all sitting at home watching and all this other stuff. Like, what joy does that give me at the end of the day that I'm showing my fans at home who's sitting there just eating their popcorn, enjoying all of this shit, who really don't give a fuck about you, quiet as it's kept, that you out here just doing this stuff because you trying to prove that you were alpha female and you David going up against Goliath, and Goliath keeps slapping your ass down with all these lawsuits because you looking stupid. You the one that decided to put yourself in a situation where you were making up stories and lies about her and so many others because you want a moment, because you want to still be out here maintaining a sense of virality. You would think this lady would learn her lesson, but clearly ain't a lot of situations going on up in that brain of hers. So, in a new motion filed Friday and obtained by Rolling Stone, Cardi said the blogger, whose legal name is Latasha Kibi, has repeatedly ignored warnings that she violated a non-disparagement deal tied to her Chapter 11 plan. And I don't understand how you continue to go after somebody and you ain't got two pennies to rub together, according to you. Under the deal, Kibi agreed not to denigrate Cardi, born Belcalis Almanzar, or her estranged husband, Offset, born Kiari Cephas, the new filing states. So, yeah, you're not even supposed to bring up their names, but she did, because recently you heard about the whole situation with Offset getting pow-powed, and he was in the hospital. And I'm going to get into what she said, because you bringing it up. Now, you forgot what you signed and what the deal was? Because you said you wasn't supposed to denigrate him, but because she wants to go viral with all the rest of us out here who are freely able to speak on what's going on. You can't miss out on your moment, but you forgot. You the one that got dragged to court. You the one that got the cease and desist, which last we checked, then you go on social media and say you wiped your ass with that cease and desist, or you gonna wish you could pull that shit out the toilet now and unwipe it with the swamp ass. So that's what you decided to do with the cease and desist, which is why you are where you are right now. But of course, accountability. People are allergic to taking that whole situation into their care or to even do that. So then they said for her part, Almanzar agreed to delay efforts to collect the full 3.9 million defamation judgment she won against Kibi at trial 4 years ago. The agreement requires Kibi to pay 1.2 million over the first 5 years, Rolling Stone previously reported. Wasn't she set up a whole GoFundMe and allegedly Nicki Minaj gave you a little coin, which you revealed on social media that she gave you a little money for your situation? Which is dumb because if she hates Cardi B that much, at the end of the day, if you helping her out, that money is going to Cardi. And I don't think she cares how she getting her money. She want her money. Now, according to the new motion for sanctions, Kibi started breaking breaking the agreement shortly after it was confirmed in March. Debtor, Latasha Kibi, has engaged in a relentless course of conduct designed to target and harass Ms. Almanzar and her family through thinly coded references, scantily veiled commentary, and strategic provocation, all while knowing that her audience of over 1 million social media followers will immediately and universally identify Ms. Almanzar as the subject, the filing made in Florida bankruptcy court claimed. The Grammy winning rapper and her lawyers say some of the references in Kibi's social media posts involve Almanzar's ex boyfriend Stefon Diggs, while others reference her alleged rivalry with Nicki Minaj. They say Kibi and her lawyer have been warned multiple times, but that Kibi had posted comments about CFIS multiple times over the last week and as recently as less than an hour before their motion was filed. Now, in a video posted on Twitter on Friday, Kibi let out a laugh and said, Offset works at the casino. He's down there 5 days a week, clocking in. She claimed that he uses everybody else's money to gamble with. I was told he would probably still be in a certain relationship if he wasn't gambling away all that money. So you was told this by who? Because you ain't in Cardi and Offset house or whatever their situation was. So you out here making assumptions when you don't know what you're talking about. And of course, when you say that, he would be in a certain relationship if he wasn't gambling away all that money. You're implying that you was out here gambling away Cardi's hard-earned money because clearly she was the breadwinner. She was the one that was making a lot of the money. She was the man of the house. No shade, but she was. And so now with you making an implication that is inadvertently coming at Cardi, hence why that's riling her up again to go to the courts. Oh, this bitch is talking about me. I'm talking to you how Cardi from the Bronx be talking. That bitch is talking about it. Get her, Jade. That's literally what she was saying to her damn attorneys, and they like on it. And you would think that if you had like good attorneys on your side, they would have been telling you, sis, what are you doing? But lights are on, no one's home, clearly. She further stated that shortly before she was injured during a pow powering, before he was injured during a pow powering at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino and Hotel in Hollywood, Florida on Monday, he had lost a large amount of money. Cardi's lawyers say they've been forced to constantly monitor Kibi's social media for alleged violations amid an ongoing cat and mouse game over the last year. They've documented more than 24 egregious violations on the non-disparagement clause, they allege. Debtor still believes that she is above the law, consequences, and is invulnerable, the filing says, and what make this pattern a defiance particularly egregious is not merely the violations themselves, but what debtor has openly admitted in public broadcasts. She has made clear that she intends to resume harassment of Ms. Almanzar once the debt is paid off. Kibi's lawyer, Chad Van Horn, you need to fire him because clearly he doesn't have your best interest at heart, or maybe he's just as dumb as she is, did not immediately respond to a request for comment. In a statement to Rolling Stone last year, he called his client's bankruptcy plan a milestone agreement. A milestone agreement? Oh, yeah, you hit a milestone, all right. You literally getting your funds dried out, allegedly. Because word on the street is she out here shoveling, she hiding funds. He said Kibi's unsecured creditors, not including Almanzar, was set to receive about 30% of their allowed claims. By reaching this agreement, all parties can avoid prolonged litigation, fulfilling bankruptcy's essential purpose. The resolution also enables Ms. Kibi to focus on her work while repaying creditors in an organized manner. In the underlying label and defamation lawsuit that led to the $3.5 million defamation judgment, Almanzar said Kiwi's campaign slander involved demonstrably false allegations that Almanzar had herpes, used booger sugar, and worked as a prostitute. Now, taking the witness stand to plead her case, Almanzar testified that she suffered extreme anxiety and depression after Kiwi posted several YouTube videos with these false statements. She told jurors that severe stress caused her weight to fluctuate and led to issues in her personal relationships, a courtroom source told Rolling Stone. In her Friday filing, Almanzar says she's seeking attorneys' fees as well as coercive and remedial sanctions to ensure future compliance, including monetary penalties for future violations. She said the burden in policing Kiwi will fall on her shoulders unless the court intervenes. Without concrete sanctions that make violations economically painful, debtor has every incentive to continue precisely as she has been, post in violation of the plan and confirmation order, generate views and revenue, belated retract only when caught, and repeat, the 46-page filing reads. Well, look, like I said, I understand that you want your money, you want to be paid what you owed, and the only way you're gonna get that is by her being out here doing what she does, unwinding with her winos. Now, but if she's not gonna understand that, you can talk about everybody else. Anything to do with Cardi B and anything going on in her situation with her exes, whatever the case is, because it's written in a clause that you can't mention nothing about Offset. I don't know about Stefon Diggs if he's in there, or any other future relationship she gets in with. I don't know if that's in the contract, but if it has to do at the time, because you were saying it with Offset, yeah, Offset's off limits. You could say stuff about Stefon Diggs, I'm sure, but if it has to do anything with Cardi B, you cannot mention her name in any way. And that doesn't mean literally you can't say her name, but you could talk about her in all these different ways. You can't say nothing about this lady. That's a part of the contract. Not even inadvertently, not indirectly, not sideways, not up, vertically, horizontally, whatever it is you want to say. You can't say nothing about this lady. So you're just going to have to lose out on revenue with her and talk about other people. I don't understand why influencers, bloggers, people who work in the entertainment space can't just give their opinion without having to be nasty, without having to say real disgusting, derogatory things about people, because you want to be able to find a way to stand out from all the rest. If you got the ability and the gift for gab, if you got the talent, you don't need all them extra bells and whistles in order to go viral. But that's how some of y'all are, because y'all don't have the talent or the range to be able to do what we do over here. So y'all have to pull these little stunts and shows in order to get that kind of clout or that virality or that attention. Me, I don't give a fuck about that. I just report the news and give my opinion on it. And if it goes viral, it goes viral. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I get paid either way. So I'll definitely keep abreast of the story as it develops. But like I said, the problem is Trashy's ego is bigger than the plot, and it's just clouding her common sense in so many ways. So I'll definitely keep you abreast of the story as it develops. I don't know what Cardi needs to do at this point for her to, like, okay, when is this girl gonna learn her lesson? Because she's just gonna keep playing in my face. Excuse me, and I gotta keep getting the courts involved in her mess. Maybe it needs to come to a point where you need to ruin this lady to the point where you take away her damn channel. Maybe that's what needs to happen for her to learn her damn lesson. And if she needs a gig, I'm sure Amazon is hiring. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. It's extremely hard to push older artists to young ones. It's almost like they prefer current ones. It seems to be connecting to their generation. Our parents played it, embedded onto us. Yeah, and I think now, because of social media, kids listen to whatever they want. So it's not like, okay, I mean, unless your parents was playing certain music around the house when you were growing up, that might be a way to get you caught up into a lot of intergenerational music. But these days, kids are kind of all doing their own thing now. That it's like that influence is no longer there. But yeah, us growing up, I got introduced to a lot of older artists. Anna Kendrick's story of Katy Perry groping her is resurfacing, as well as American Idol, where she flirted with it. So that's why I said that I do believe that Ruby was telling the truth. We had one person here that didn't believe it, but I do believe that Ruby was telling the truth because, like we said, yeah, there was a guy who she did he end up in jail or something. Whatever happened to that guy? That the one that was like unwanted sexual advances. Like she pushed up on him and kissed him, and he said he was saving himself for his first kiss for his, I guess, when he got into a relationship, and Katy took that away from him. And the Anna Kendrick situation, and now this thing with Ruby Rose. So the sleuths are gonna sleuth. So when Ruby comes out and says something, of course people are gonna do deep dives. And yeah, Katy has a problem with she is inappropriate with people. Tasha is miserable. Cardi is miserable with money. They're not the same. Well, I don't know if Cardi's miserable with money. We'd have to see about it. She seems happy with her coins, but they both miserable. They could be miserable together. I think how many more topics we got? Well, we got 6 more topics. All right, y'all. So now let's get into some homosexual news. And let's talk about David Geffen. He finally finalized this damn divorce. I'm so sick of these two. But yeah, David Geffen and his little boy toy, they finally hung it up flat screen. And now we could all move on with our lives, but let's get into the details of what happened between these two menses. So, according to court docs obtained by Page Six, the billionaire, who's 83, marked uncontested on the docs, meaning both parties agree on every key issue, including spousal support and property division without dispute. However, the terms of the settlement were not disclosed. Now, Page Six reached out to attorneys for Geffen and Armstrong, but did not hear back. That would be David Armstrong, in case y'all didn't know what the other man's name was. Now, 2 months later, Armstrong, who also goes by Donovan Michaels, that sounds like a porn name, claimed in a bombshell lawsuit that his estranged husband allegedly paid him thousands for sexual relations and groomed him, saying it was a sick game. Michaels became a prop in Geffen's theater of virtue, paraded around as evidence of Geffen's supposed altruism, while privately used as a sexual commodity. Well, it's no shade, but when you look at somebody like Donovan and you look at somebody like David Geffen, which I think they're 50 years apart in age, boy, you are not getting with that man because you like him. I like him older. I like a mature man. And we were having great conversations. You clearly got with him because you were getting something out of it, and vice versa. David Geffen walking around with a pretty young thing on his damn arm, and you're getting perks, financial security. You getting to be his arm candy and eye candy. Like, boy, come on now. But then y'all be like, oh, he used me. Well, that's what he was expecting. You're getting you're investing in something you want back on your investment. I'm not saying it's right, but you should have known what you was getting yourself into when you got into it. Now, if the relationship was there was some toxicity that was going on in, and you have every right to be like, okay, this was a part of the agreement. I'm out. And I don't know if that's what that was. But if we're talking about surfaceness, you are pretty much, no shade, a sexual commodity because you were a pretty young thing on his arm, like I said. Now, Armstrong also claimed in the suit that the Asylum Records co-founder would often hire sex workers, both men and women, throughout their sexually open marital lifestyle, and plied him with drugs, including booger sugar, Molly, and cannabis. Geffen's attorney denied Armstrong's allegations, saying they would be vigorously and righteously defending against this false, pathetic lawsuit. In October 2025, Armstrong shockingly withdrew the lawsuit, requesting that it be dismissed without prejudice so he could refile the complaint in the future. However, a day later, Armstrong accused Geffen of hiding his finances to avoid paying big bucks in the divorce. According to court documents obtained by Page Six at the time, the former go-go dancer claimed his ex is one of the world's richest, most powerful, and influential men, but has repeatedly yet falsely attempted to portray himself as an aging retiree. Armstrong claimed in the court docs that Geffen and his attorneys are attempting to conceal multiple streams of cash flow. Armstrong's and Geffen reportedly met in 2020 when the former served as a personal trainer for the latter. The exes tied the knot at a private ceremony in Beverly Hills, California in March of 2023. So yeah, the gays are out here being just as messy as the straights. And I'm here for the shenanigans and I'm here for the mess. But at the end of the day, I'm glad this is over. Look, I would love to have David Geffen's money. But you got to realize when you get that money, more problems. And the more problems come in the form of a young thing that wants to be taken care of and want to be a little sugar baby. Or no, because he be the sugar daddy, he be the baby in the whole situation. And then all the drama that ensues with that. So I'm glad it's over. We can all move on with our lives, and I ain't got to talk about this damn topic no more. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding David Geffen, who's 83, finally settling his nasty divorce with his 32-year-old sugar thing or pretty young thing? And I say they got a 50-year age gap. What do y'all talk about? What do y'all have in common besides, okay, easy accessibility to all the glam, the having a glamorous lifestyle, you get drugs brought to you without having to, jump through hoops. It's easy for celebrities to get drugs. And all the partying and stuff that goes on with that. But I'm like, David, you 80 some years old. You too old to be running around here trying to carry like you Peter Thiel, all greasy and old looking. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Cardi's almost done with her sold out tour. Yes, she is. And she says she's on to she's gonna get right into making music and touring with the next album. And she's talking about she loves touring now. I was like, yeah, what took you so damn long? You busy out here spreading your legs and having all these fucking kids. And now you sit there talking about, oh, I love touring. I'm like, ma'am, you took forever to get out there and start performing. So I'm glad she's falling in love with it. She definitely looks like she's having a great time out there touring. And she said that now with the next album and tour, that what she wants to do is take it worldwide. Maybe she was just trying to see, like, do the feelers, see how well she does in the United States. And now that she realized that she has such a huge fan base and every night of her tours have been sold out, she'll be doing this little Reno tour, that she's like, okay, I'm ready to take it beyond the United States. And I think it's good if she's able to do that. They got ratchet people all over the world. Cut that check. You're a billionaire. Don't be saying that's what I said. Okay, I'll cut you a little check and you can go the fuck away. Leave me alone, Chad. Sam Altman is getting extremely close to being that he's leaving the country and feels he's being vilified because he's a capitalist. Not that 83 thing, because he probably sitting there watching his husband getting plowed by different men and women. Because the thing with Donovan, remember they were saying he was into women before, and then all of a sudden he just was into men. So a lot of people was like, but he had girlfriends. But not that it means anything, because there's plenty of guys out here who had girlfriends who end up fornicating with dudes. So maybe he's bisexual. Maybe you ain't know about that part. So, um, and he probably was treating you like Diddy was treating Cassie, like a sex object, and wanted to sit there in the corner in the little chair watching you while you was, hooking up with people. That man in the photo does he? Not he has a huge bean. An eggplant. Shout out to the eggplants. That midlife homosexual awakening is so interesting. Not much. I think look, at this point it's beyond midlife. Midlife will be in your 40s, which I can't even believe I'm saying that because I'm there at this point. Your midlife is in your or middle age, midlife, 40s, whatever. I would always thought it was 50, but that man's 80. Like you damn near 1 foot in the grave. Donovan isn't bad looking, but it gives uncanny valley. He looks like a literal dog. Yeah, he does. He looks. I don't know. Maybe he had plastic surgery. All right, y'all. So now, let's get into this story. So I don't know if y'all heard about this one. There's a story that's going around that stated that a father basically tried to sue his son for $6,000 because he caught his son basically making out with a boy or kissing a boy or whatever, and he liked it. And so, yeah, he found out that his son was a homosexual, and instead of being a unconditional loving parent, he and his wife agreed to send him away to conversion therapy. So there was this legal show that it's called Equal Justice with Judge Ebony K. Williams, and it's in their third season, and this was episode 65. And the show, if y'all never heard of it, it's available on Justice Central TV, which I ain't never heard of that damn channel, and it's on Apple TV Plus. But I think now they took the plus out. I think now it's Apple TV. But yeah, so the episode is out here. I'm going to play y'all a clip of the whole situation. The case is Talbert versus Talbert. A father, basically, who's Gregory Talbert, was suing his 19-year-old son, Michael. I think he's 18, actually, for repayment of $6,000. Dad says that he was shocked to discover Michael kissing a male friend that he had over for a sleepover. So yeah, they wasn't just hanging out. They was out here secretly hunching. You just didn't know about it. Michael was 17 and a senior in high school at the time of the alleged incident. So the father later sent his son a text threatening to kick him out unless he fixed himself. Well, sorry, sir, but there's nothing for him to fix. So, alarmed and fearful of being made homeless, as many queer, if you are aware, a lot of gay teens, that does happen to them, where they do end up homeless because they have parents out here who don't particularly want a gay child, as if they have a choice in the matter. None of us, and I'll even include myself in there, proud homosexual, was not asked to be brought in this world. We didn't ask to be born. We are who we are. Y'all the ones decided to spread your legs. You the one that got a tainted fucking egg and some damn sperm. So if you really want to call us abominations and stuff, blame your balls and blame your pussy, because it's fucked up. Now, that's me coming back at y'all bigots. Now, the reality of it is, being a same-sex attracted is a part of your biology. It's a part of your makeup. It's a part of who people are. So just like how y'all wake up knowing that you're a woman and you like dick, and you're a man and you like pussy, the same way we feel on the homosexual side. Some of us, we woken up and we realize what we like, and we are who we are. And if you have a problem with that, take it up with your mama, go argue with your pastor, go argue with your mammy, go argue with your pappy. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna still live my life whether you want me to or not. And it's unfortunate this kid has to deal with this. So he did some research apparently into conversion therapy. He found an intense course that lasted 3 months. Although not residential, he would need to attend 5 days a week from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And his dad, who is a damn devout church nut, agreed to pay the $6,000. So you literally willing to pay $6,000 to just fix your child, like you Iyanla trying to fix somebody's life, instead of just loving on and embracing your child for who they are unconditionally. So yeah, after a month of attending the course and being told repeatedly he was cursed and going to hell, Michael couldn't take no more and he dropped out. Friends assured him he does not need fixing. And so now the father had the unlitigated gall to get up on this show and talk about the son owes him $6,000 damn dollars. And I just said, Daddy, you could take that money and you could shove it square up in your asshole. That's what I would have said. And I'm sure you probably would have liked it if somebody was diddling with it. Now, I do have the clip. It's about 4 minutes, so we're going to get into it. We're going to play that clip. I'm going to change the audio on it so that way, just in case I get a little, I don't want to get demonetized. So we're going to play this, change up the speed a little bit, and we're going to come back and we're going to talk. Please hold.
For today, sir.
My son, Michael, broke a promise, and I'm trying to recover the funds that it cost me and by his doing so. I have been living in Memphis for about the last 25 years. That's where I met my wife. That's where I started a small business with her brother. Mm-hmm. We're part of a tight community, a small, tightly knit community. We go to church. Our families entertain each other together.
Right.
Shortly after I got married to Michael's mother, my wife, Jennifer. And
Are you still married to your wife, Jennifer? Okay.
Yes, we're still married. And we found out we were going to have a child. We were overjoyed. And when I had a son, it was doubly joyful because then I knew that the family name would carry on. And he's a boy who's always made me proud. He's always been smart and well-behaved and a great boy. You know.
So all this sounds really, really lovely, Mr. Talbot. So why are you suing your lovely, well-behaved, high-achieving son for $6,000?
It all started last May. Michael one day asked if he could have his friend Kevin stay over. It was a
How old
Saturday
is
night.
Michael? Michael, how old are you?
I'm 18 now.
You're
I was 17 at the time.
Okay, so were you a senior in high school at the time?
Yes, I was a senior in high school.
Okay, thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
His friend Kevin, who was a couple of years older, but I'd met Kevin, certainly seemed like a nice kid, a nice boy. I thought, Michael had some trouble over the years in school, especially when he was younger. He would occasionally get in trouble or get into fights. And I thought maybe this Kevin could be a good influence.
So maybe like a big brother type of mentor could be a positive thing.
Yes.
I was thinking.
I was certainly hoping that, yes,
Okay.
exactly. So I put out the air mattress in Michael's room so that Kevin could stay on the floor. I heard noises, late into the night, figuring, they're boys, they're roughhousing or they're reading comics or whatever they're doing. When I knew they stayed up late, it was a Saturday night, so what difference does it make? I went in there Sunday morning to tell them that breakfast was ready and, Michael had to start getting ready for church. And I found them kissing. They were not kissing, fooling around, roughhousing. They were kissing the way a man and a woman kiss.
Well, let's rephrase that in this courtroom. They were kissing romantically.
Yes, they were definitely kissing romantically. I was shocked. I didn't know what to say or how to respond. So I just pulled it together enough to ask Kevin to leave and to tell Michael that we had to get ready for church. And that's what we did.
Did you address the situation at all?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not know what to say. I didn't want to say the wrong thing. I didn't want to blow up. I didn't want to say something I was going to regret. So I didn't say anything.
Did you tell your wife?
No. So it was very uncomfortable at church because I couldn't really look at Michael and I couldn't speak to him and I didn't want to say anything to Jennifer. So I just sat there and I'm afraid I kind of sat there all day. But by the next morning, I figured out what I wanted to say and I texted him. I have copies of...
Proffer that evidence to my bailiff here, sir, so I can take a look and see exactly what you said to young Michael at that time. Michael, I am so disappointed in your behavior. You cannot kiss another man, especially in my house. If you want to live a homosexual lifestyle, you'll need to move out. This behavior is unacceptable within our family and friend circle in Memphis. I see Michael responds. He says, Dad, I'm so sorry. I never meant to hurt you. I don't want to move out. I want to be with you, and Mom, I'll do whatever you need me to do. You respond to your only child, your son, and you say, okay, son, let's fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Yes, and I do want to be clear about something. I love Michael, and when I threatened him with expulsion from the house, it was just that. It was a threat.
It was a bluff.
It was. I was trying to shock him. I did want to get a strong reaction because I wanted him to know.
So what was his reaction?
He really took the initiative. He spent the next few days looking into what he could do, and he found a conversion therapy program. I was not all that familiar with this, but he found it, and he asked if he could go. That is the next.
I see this. Dad, I found a conversion therapy program online. It's for 3 months, and I'll need to go every weekday from 8 to 5 p.m. for June, July, and August. So this is 3 months. If I go, can I continue living here? In court today.
All right, so that's pretty much all y'all gonna get for now. If you want to see the full video, you can actually go to my website, chrisavalon.com. It is in the description over on the YouTube channel where you can watch the rest of the full thing because it's an 18-minute video and we ain't got all day to be sitting here watching the whole thing. But we'll go through the situation. So at one point, Ebony K. Williams, for those who don't know, at one point, she was on one season of Real Housewives of New York City because, they were trying to diversify their portfolio over there at the time. And she basically was horrified by what the father had done and all this other stuff and what Michael's gone through. So around the 11-minute mark in the video, because the video is like I told you, 18 minutes, the judge basically left her bench, went to Michael and takes his hands. Looking into his eyes, she says, young man, you are not cursed. You are as loved and as worthy. Michael, as your father, your mother, and everyone else who gets the privilege to reside on this earth, young man. And I don't care what your daddy says. What is this so-called therapist, Matthew Guy said? Wait, what this so-called therapist, Matthew Guy says? I don't care what some stupid conversion therapy says, which is nothing but a bunch of hoopla and a scam and a money grab for young, vulnerable men like yourself. I see you. You are valuable. And Michael, you are perfect. You're perfect. You're beautiful. You look like Linda Evangelista. That you are perfect. You're perfect in the eyes of God. And when Michael's father discovered his son was skipping his conversion therapy sessions, he sent an angry text saying, how could you betray mom and me like this? I need you to pack your things and move out. Dad told the judge he regretted the harshness of his words and he used in that text and said he loves his son. But Judge Williams was unimpressed and said, I don't give a damn how angry you were, sir, and now I'm about to get real harsh with mine. It's unacceptable, it's manipulative, and sir, it's downright cruel. I believe I'm ready to rule in this matter. I don't, she said, I deal with a lot of cases in my courtroom, sir, and many of them are extremely complicated and nuanced. And I really have to sometimes seek counsel as we tease through the minutia and the theories and the legal complexities. And this one is very simple. This young man deserves a father and mother who loves him completely, not that tolerates him, sir, not that begrudgingly accepts who he is, but that loves him unconditionally and completely. He deserves a home, sir, where he is safe and loved, and it's clear to the court that you know your wife, according to your testimony here today, can provide that. Therefore, it is with great joy and comfort that I dismiss your case in its entirety. The plaintiff's case is dismissed. And you know what? The sad part about all this is because if this story turns out to be true, and I'm gonna say what the gag is, because apparently people on IMDb and Reddit are saying that they use actors on this show. So this might be an acted out scenario and not really a situation that went down. However, when you're discussing something like this is something that is really going on in the world, especially when we're dealing with this current regime that's going in on the LGBTQ plus community rating, going in on trans people. We just had this whole story regarding about conversion therapy being turned down in certain states and not in others. So this story is still alive and well as been going on. We know conversion therapy is some bullshit. It's a con, it's a scam. You cannot go and pray the gay away. You cannot get rid of something that is embedded in who you are as a person. And you wonder why there's so many kids out here that are taking their own lives because they're being told that they're an abomination, they're going to hell, and there's something wrong with them. So, seeing something like this, it definitely opens up the conversation where people know that, okay, so, you were born this way, you are who you are, and there's no need for you to change who you are based off of people running around with some BS indoctrinated religious crap that they're running around with. So, whether it's fictional courtroom drama, the episode raises an issue of conversion therapy at a pertinent time. And this is the conversation that we need to be having, especially with what's going on politically in this country. Now, the discredited practice does not work to alter anyone's sexuality. Numerous studies have found it often does more harm than good. Many states have now banned it. However, late last month, this is the story that I was literally getting to, that I was talking about before I even read the rest of this. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled 8-1 that a Colorado law banning conversion therapy for minors violates the First Amendment free speech rights of therapists. The decision allows counselors to argue that as talk therapy, these practices are protected speech rather than regulatable conduct. The SCOTUS ruling likely threatens similar bans in other states. This is bullshit, though. When it's about it's protected speech. Okay. When it's not protected speech when you're causing harm to people rather than good. So, shout out to, if this story turns out to be true, shout out to this kid. Hopefully he's got some people in his life, in his inner circle, that's going to love on him. And it's sad when you have parents out here who will choose their brainwashed Jim Jones Kool-Aid drinking version of religion over their own child and worrying so much about what their friends think, what all these people in their community thinks, the neighbors, all that stuff, because they have a homosexual child. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to love up on my child regardless of these people, whether they want me to love up on them or not. You can't choose all this other stuff over your kid. This is your only child that you have. And you're willing to just toss him to the side for the church? You're a dummy. And you don't realize that this kid's going to go off, be in a great relationship with people, but he's still, I guess, going to have that trauma from his childhood that he's got to work through. But he's going to go off and live his life. He's going to do things. You're going to miss out on so much of those great things about your child because you're an asshole and you didn't want to come to terms with your child just being who he is and accepting that part of them and respecting them and not just tolerating. Because the last thing I was like, I don't need you to tolerate me, but you will respect me. So if you want to see that episode, it is on YouTube. But if you can't find the episode, you can definitely. I was like, what's it called? You can definitely go to my website, chrisavalon.com. It's over there. If you want to check out the episode. So I say all this to say, What do you guys think of this story regarding this whole conversion episode? Did you see it? It came out a while ago, but I see it's now making the rounds now because that's when I discovered it came out a couple of days ago. So it's making the rounds. People are talking about it. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Oh yeah, I read that right. Said Donovan isn't bad looking, but it gives uncanny valley. He looks like a little. Oh yeah. Why am I reading that again? I read that already. Um, this is realistic in regards to the homophobia, but I would think parents that are homophobic wouldn't want to publicly show that their child. These days, these people hide behind this current administration. They just don't even try to hide their own bigoted ignorance anymore. Fear of being homeless is one of the things that made me not come out until I was nearing 31. And especially when you're a person of color, it hits us even worse. As much as I love my mom, I still have some resentment for the religious hypocrisy I was raised with. Absolutely. And that's something we all kind of deal with because I dealt with it in my childhood too. Why mention Memphis? It went down in Tennessee. Why else? Why did the dad want money? Because he said he paid the $6,000 for his son to get the conversion therapy. The son found the conversion spot. The father paid, I guess, $6,000. Probably was supposed to pay more, but the kid wasn't going to the conversion therapy. So now he's suing the son because he said, I invested this money in the conversion therapy and he wants him to pay that money back. And Ebony was like, this is a waste of my damn time. Billy Idol is getting to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Congratulations to him. So that's why he wanted the coins. All right, y'all. So we're finally down to our final four topics. So before we get to our final four topics of this episode, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that we know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. We also have super chat, super stickers, all that good stuff. If you want to become a member, you can definitely do that. But also, please hit that like and subscribe. It definitely helps with the algorithm and all that good stuff. And thank you. Now, without further ado, let's get into some homosexual news. And let's talk about this gay corn star who apparently ended up getting banned from the United States for 10 years because what happened was he was coming here for I think the gay VNs back in January, and it's funny how we're in April and the story is just now coming out. And he basically revealed that he was banned from coming into the country because when they searched his bag and saw his medication, the prep, and the stuff to keep his stool clean, they were questioning him and they interrogated him. So, gay adult film star Milo Miles has claimed that he was treated like a criminal by U.S. Border Control, resulted in a U.S. entry ban. So, Miles, who was Latino Canadian, told LGBTQ Nation on April 7th that he was traveling from Toronto to Las Vegas when he was pulled aside at the airport and his luggage and phone were searched. He said, my privacy was violated, he claimed. I was subjected to derogatory comments with an unsettling focus on my sexual orientation and my sex life. All of this happened on 2 hours of sleep. I was starving, dehydrated, and in a state of complete exhaustion. I was treated like a criminal despite having done nothing wrong. I felt coerced, manipulated, and powerless. I am devastated. Now, Miles was on his way to attend the annual Gay Vienna Awards, which honor people in the gay adult cinematography industry. He had 6 nominations and subsequently won one of them. I wonder if he actually got to make it there. Now, the star details that he was detained for 2 hours and questioned and interrogated with an unsettling focus on his sexual orientation. They accused me of escorting with no evidence. Now, Miles went on to say that security went through his luggage and questioned him over the amount of medication, which included PrEP, fiber pills, and dietary supplements he was traveling with, despite finding nothing illegal. Well, these bottoms, they got to keep their insides pure and clean and holy and sanctified. Because if you're going to be out there at the gay VNs, that's also an opportunity for people like Milo to collaborate and film stuff for OF or wherever he's on. The officer was fixated on why I had so much luggage and medication with me, Miles said. I had 3 pieces of luggage with me because, in addition to the award show in Vegas, I was then going to meet my boyfriend in Florida for the Atlantis cruise. Oh, so you was about to carry on that Atlantis cruise, child. They were asking why I had so many gay clothes with me. Oh, so clothes having a sexuality attached to it? To me, this feels like very much like a lot of these people that work in this administration, where y'all hating on the fact that y'all want to be out here carrying, but you don't have the balls to do it. But here Milo does, and y'all hating on his situation. Now, Miles was eventually allowed to fly, but missed his flight, but had to return the next day. However, he was told by a customs officer that he had a flag on his account, and he was required to do a secondary screening. He said this officer decided to be a lot more thorough with his search and interrogation. After about 2 hours of intense interrogation, he found evidence that I do rhymes with corn on my personal phone. Then, over the next 2 hours, they found evidence of escorting on my other professional phone. And then it went on to say the evidence they found was text conversations he had with past clients, confirming that he was an escort, as well as messages with potential clients in Vegas, although no solid plans have been made. The first lot of messages caused him to be banned from the U.S. for 10 years. However, Miles insisted there's a difference, as it is, between working as an escort and prostitution, where if you're an escort, you're exchanging money, spending time with an individual. You're not actually giving favors, if you know what I'm saying. And I think you do. That's what the P word is for. Now, maybe there was some transactions going on where it's like, okay, now I was your companion while we was hanging out and having dinner and all this other stuff, but now we're going to back to the house or back to the apartment, and then we're going, you're gonna give me some extra services. That's where the other stuff comes in. But there's a lot of people out here that are escorts, and escort is not the same as prostitution. So now prostitution, since some people need an explanation for that, it's an exchange of money for sexual services. So he said there was no evidence of prostitution on his phone, only escorting. But of course, you get dummies out here that don't know the fucking difference. Now, according to Q News, sex worker advocates often warn that U.S. Customs can deny people entry if they are believed to have engaged in sex work, even if they have no prior convictions or plans to work on their trip. So the fact of the matter is, we got a lot of people running around here like they John Damn Wayne, guns blazing, um without due process, doing whatever they want to people with any kind of consequence, and they're cracking down on sex workers and escorts and people that work in the corn industry. And it's unfortunate that this is what a lot of people are dealing with, and I don't even know what we can do at this point, because while we sit up in here and we get, a lot of people, y'all get your jollies, and you're getting off, and you're probably beating your dicks to the fact that y'all dropping bombs on schoolgirls and freaking um Iran and thinking that's cute. Um, we're okay with killing people without just a thought in their mind. But people out here literally making a living selling sex or escorting, whatever the case is, or just making adult entertainment that a lot of people watch but try to act like they don't. That's the ultimate sin. That's the crime. And I don't know. Honestly, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what we could do at this point, but all I feel like maybe what needs to happen is that I'm sure Milo was not the first or the last this has happened to. People just have to continue to go out there and share their stories and let their voices be heard and bring awareness to the matter, which is what I'm doing here. So shout out to you, Milo. Hopefully you're able to get a lot of work out in Canada, or you can have people who you work or you want to collab with fly out there and make it happen that way. But unfortunately, he's been banned from the US for 10 years. Hopefully he's able to get around that. So in some way. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Is this the first time you've heard of this? And what are your overall thoughts? So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, gay TV. What is that supposed to mean? I mean, obviously it's a gay story, a gay porn star, obviously. Thank you for stating the obvious. It said Writers Guild signed a 4-year deal with the studios. That what's hurting SAG is the studio wants a 25-year deal. I don't know why they keep doing these little small increments. Oh, we're going to do 4 years, and then 4 years later we'll revisit it. And then it's y'all want to move the goalposts and add more things and charge more fees. And it's just getting ridiculous the way that they treat people in this country. And that's why I think now you see a lot of artists, a lot of actors. They're going outside the United States to make movies. That's why I said shout out to people like Joe Taslim and Iko Uwais. I don't know if y'all watch Indonesian action films like I do. That's like I'm obsessed with Korean action movies and Indonesian action movies like A Night Comes for Us, or what was the other one? The Man from Nowhere. Love that movie. I heard they're remaking that they're doing an Indonesian remake of that film. That's a great Korean action film. You haven't seen it. Also, Iko Uwais has been around for a long time. Him and Joe Taslim, they were both in The Raid. If y'all ever seen that movie, that was like when their breakout roles. So anyway, they're building now like a whole thing where they're making more movies out there. I heard Daisy Ridley is about to do a movie. Yeah, Ray from the Star Wars movies is about to start doing those movies. And a lot of actors are traveling overseas and now do films for foreign countries and stuff. And that seems to be the future because America is cooked at this point. They're barely making movies at studios out here. So it's just getting crazy at it. So I think that and I feel like um the lines are being blurred in regards of like the language and all that other stuff. It's very much problematic. You said 10 years for favorites. It damn sure is. Yeah, The Man from Nowhere. I actually own that film. I don't have it on DVD, but I did. I have the digital. So, and every now and then I'll visit it. But yeah, that was a crazy movie. And so, okay, so now let's get back into the show. And let's get into this heated rivalry news because Jacob Tierney, who is the creator of the series, has because it's like we had Heated Rivalry basically went from being this tiny low budget Canadian production to like this viral sensation, which turned Connor Story and Hudson Williams into bona fide rock stars at this point. But unfortunately, what's come with it is this racist backlash because people have been very much racist towards Hudson Williams, who is part Asian. It's been addressed in the show, but I don't know if people knew that in real life. But okay, so Canadian actor Williams, whose mother is Korean, plays main character Shane Hollander. His character is also canonically of Asian descent, as his mother is Japanese. The Crave Show was an overnight smash hit, thrusting Williams and his co-stars Connor Story, Francois Arnault, and Robbie GK into very intense spotlight. And while the majority of fans have nothing but love for the show and cast, some formed more toxic parasocial relationships with the stars that see them fight among themselves and hurl abuse at some of the actors in a variety of reasons. Now, Williams has been a target of some of the horrific trolling due to him being half Korean, while his Russian Trinidadian co-star, Ksenia Daniela Karlamova, who plays Ilya's friend Svetlana, has also faced abuse. Now, speaking with about the intense attention, show creator Tierney told Deadline, we didn't expect any of this attention or reaction from a public that might not exist at all. We've learned a lot since the show aired, and there's a lot to think about moving forward in terms of the fandom and all that comes with it, negative and positive. We have a non-white lead. I think that's fucking important. We can learn a few lessons out of that. You don't need to be making an Asian show to have an Asian lead. Hudson's a fucking star, man. And I do agree with that. Like people always think the only way you could see an Asian guy in a romantic lead is if it is a Asian leaning show. And I love the fact that we have a queer series where you have an Asian man as the lead and he's got he's in a relationship, a twisted, crazy relationship with a lot of ups and downs and secrets and twists and all these other things. And it's unfortunate that people just have a hard time seeing it. And we hear these stories about how there's Asian actors. Like most recently, who was it? Simu Liu was talking about the lack of Asian leads and all this other stuff. And I feel like, look, if Hollywood is not going to give you the opportunity to be that lead, write a script. learn how to write a script. I don't know if that's something you're good at or whatever, but just like develop projects, get into your producer bag, get in your writer bag, try to get these things developed and made. Because if Hollywood's not going to give you those opportunities, you got to create those opportunities. You have you have a way of getting your foot in the door because you have some sort of rapport. But it's unfortunate that some people have a hard time accepting anything outside of being white as the gold standard. So they said, sadly, it isn't just racism that heated rivalry cast has been subjected to. Arnaud, who plays star hockey player Scott Hunter, is the only out queer member of the cast. Strangely, his bisexuality has seen him on the receiving end of trolling from fans who are apparently huge fans of the show, which is all about queer love and features bisexual character Ilya Rozanov. Now, in March, Arnaud and Williams released matching statements on Instagram condemning the vile comments, saying, don't call yourself a fan if you share racist, homophobic, biphobic, misogynistic, or misogynist, ageist, ableist, parasocial, bigoted comments of any kind. None of us need your hateful love. We all respect and support and love each other and are on the same side. If you can't accept that, get the fuck out of here. Now, the post was also shared by Kip star Robbie GK, who added a crown emoji. Now, Karlamova also shared a statement saying, please don't take a show that's about love, be hateful online. And I don't understand. It's like it's a show about people coming to terms and loving on each other and all this other stuff, and people coming in with this hateful stuff and their racism. But people feel like they could just run on social media and hide behind their emojis and their phones or whatever the case is and spew hate. I mean, I deal with trolls on this show too. So people just feel like that it gives them authority, but not realizing there's another person on this side who will clap the fuck back at you in a New York minute and cuss you out and feel no ways tired about it. So these are things that unfortunately we have to deal with, where you get the praise and the accolades, you get all the goodness and stuff that comes in. We also got to deal with the negative aspect. You just got to continue to ride that wave and navigate through that storm, and you'll come out on the other side victorious. But this is just apparently turnabout's a fair game, and this is just the nature of the thing, unfortunately. So shout out to y'all. Just continue to do what y'all doing and fuck the haters is what I say. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Jacob Tierney, the creator of Heated Rivalry, basically calling out the racists for the comments they've been making about Hudson Williams on the show. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Hopefully the next administration can stop it, but I doubt it because Democrats in office is shaming young people for not being moderate or having no. They just need to move on because realize, and that's why they scared of Hassan Piker. And yes, Israel is, if y'all out here committing whole genocide, y'all are evil. And you said at the start of the phenomenon, I'm not saying all people are part of it, but those who are all for that, yes, y'all are evil. At the start of the phenomenon, I saw people say they thought he was in his 30s. That's not a hard 24. What the hell does a 24-year-old look like? He also just, or his 30, he just comes off as so off-putting. People speculating over his sexuality also doesn't help. I don't know what it is about Hudson that they feel like he's off-putting. I watched a video essay that basically explained the show to me in 30 minutes. In my opinion, has favorably changed. Still not going to watch the show, but perhaps I'll check out the book. Or maybe the books would help. House Phases, by the way. I have not started reading it. I need to though. But shout out to Brandy. She got the #1 book in America. Also, before I forget, shout out to Dominique Tyra Allure, as I know her as Tyra Allure, Dominique Ross, because she is going to be the Grand Marshal at New York Pride this year. I forgot to bring that up the other day. So shout out to Dominique, who's been made the Grand Marshal of New York City Pride, which will be here in, oh my God, in 2 months. I cannot believe, I totally forgot that year in June. Gay Pride's coming. Oh, and I gagged because the other day a coworker of mine posted that Zoran Mamdani, the mayor, popped up at my job in the break room at Citi Field, not the Garden. He was actually at the Garden the day of the Cardi B concert that I worked. But yeah, he was in the City Field break room. I was actually in the break room in the garden when I found that tea out. So shout out for him for showing up. He's a man of the people. Yeah, I need to finish it. I need to not finish it. I need to get into it. It's the same thing like with Britney. It took me a minute to get through that whole book. All right, y'all. So now, without further ado, let's get into our second to last topic. So let's get into some RuPaul's Drag Race tea. So let's talk about it. So yeah, we finally got the rusical, the Lollapalooza, and no shade, but the Lollapalooza, this happens to hands down be the best episode of the entire season. And when you think that performances is what is the best part of the whole season, it's kind of sad when you look at it that way. So yeah, so all the queens came back to the show, and we all were in the workroom, and they all got to kiki with each other and have their little moments, whatever the case was. Didi Fuego being the pork chop of the season, she got to get her little redemption, even if it was for a moment. Unfortunately, Briar Blush was not able to perform because we got to the bottom of what had happened with her when she passed out on the show. Well, she passed out on Juicy, and they were trying to revive her. Come to find out she was sick. She had pneumonia, also sepsis, and all that whole stuff. It's like, damn, sepsis seems to be this thing that's going around. Billy Porter had the sepsis. Perez Hilton had the sepsis. Is this a homosexual situation? Because a lot of the gays is getting sepsis. So we had that. Briar wasn't able to. So with her being sick, she wasn't able to perform. Now, in regards to the whole it being all RuPaul songs, y'all know how I felt about that because I did say it on the episode when I did the Juicy video, and I'm glad I did the Juicy video and posted it when I did because my theories proved correct. I was like, y'all literally was setting this whole thing up for it to be a Juicy versus Mia showdown, the sequel, and then Juicy was going to end up winning the whole situation. And we'll get into that performance once we get there. But first things first, yeah, they came to the workroom. They had the little moment. It was cute or whatever. The girls decided, and then I was like, do I really want to hear these girls lip sync 150 million times the sissy that walk and jealous of my boogie and all that other stuff? Like, do I want to hear them do the same songs over and over and over again? But I will say this. Even with some of the songs I wasn't really here for, like that Ellis Maya remix of Pretty Gang, I was like, why don't you give us the original record version? Because that version is ratchet, and I was living for it. That's the version you should have did a Pretty Gang, not this Ellis Maya remix. I didn't like that remix. I thought it was a chop, but the way the girls performed it, it made up for it. So the girls was actually coming in there and performing, and I feel like this should have been the season more performance based because the girls were showing out, and there were so many great moments when it came to the whole RuPaul's Drag Race Lollapalooza situation. So, um, and it's sad for us to say, like, this season was such a chop. It was crunchy as fuck. But the Lollapalooza was the best thing to come out of this season because I ain't like it. Pretty much. I didn't pretty much care for it. So then the girls started getting ready. And I love the fact that Mia basically was breaking down who the biggest threats in the room were, which I did laugh because she said it was Juicy, she said it was Kenya, and Mandy. When she said Mandy Mango, I was like, "Girl, really?" But like she said, look, Mandy won that last lip sync. She do believe that. She said, Mandy won that last lip sync." So if that's how she feels, then that's her opinion. But I also think Mia should have put herself in that. But I guess she wanted to be humble with the situation. And one of my friends knows Mia, so she doesn't want to kind of make her. She didn't want to probably come on. Yeah, I'm a threat too, and what? Like she didn't want to do that. But we know Mia's a threat because Mia dances down. So, um, and with them being a part of the whole situation where you had her and Juicy and Athena, they had that pressure because of the whole Florida situation where they had these lot of South Florida girls up in there, and Morphine was the one who won during her season. She's the champion of her season, and the Dion girls, one of them had to do their mother proud, and at the end, of course, Juicy ended up doing that, and then of course Susie too wound up winning her season, which I believe was last year, right? So, Juicy also admitted in the confessional that, even though Morphine is her drag mother, she feels that there's the weight and the expectations. And I'm glad they still kept the tradition of each queen that wins, they wear red hair. So then we get to, of course, the main stage where Rue comes out. First of all, I ain't like that outfit, and I damn sure didn't like that George Washington wig. Y'all need to retire officially that goddamn George Washington wig. I'm tired of seeing Rue in it. Whoever keeps putting her in it, whoever keeps making her wear that atrocious ass wig, burn that shit once this season is over. Please and thank you. I'm tired of looking at it. So let me just leave this picture up here. So the rules that they explained with this, and I actually liked it. The show basically implemented a buy system, which the longer the queen lasts in the competition, the more rounds she gets to skip. So Kenya, Discord, Adams, and Jane don't all get to skip the first round, while Juicy gets to skip the first and the second round, meaning that she ended up in the end. So the people that was chopped in the beginning based on order. So you had Mia, Athena, Mandy, Vita Von T, Star, Sierra Miss, and Didi Fuego all had to perform in the first round because they were the first girls to go in as the show was going on. So if they was hoping to win a 50,000 prize, they was going to have to work extra hard to get to that point. You had to literally win 4 lip syncs. So I actually like the structure. I hope they keep it that way. And the concept and the execution definitely worked in my opinion. So I really hope that they keep it like that. And it definitely feels like, the queens who perform better during the season, they get rewarded for their hard work. And it seems like they're really trying to take care of the girls and really give them their flowers in this whole situation. So I hope they keep this. If anything, I really wish they would turn this into an actual series. Let me host it. I mean, Rue don't need no more damn shows. She don't seem like her heart's in hosted any damn way. So, let's get to the performance of Sierra Miss, who literally came out looking like a monstrosity out of the substance, and her choosing Athena, which everybody got like Athena, and then had them doing Born Naked, the original version, not the remix. I'm telling the truth now. All born naked and the rest is drag. They didn't do the dance version. Which would have been cute, but let them do the rock version. I guess it was cute or whatever for them to do that. Then when Ruth said Sierra won that lip sync, I was like, I heard the record scratch in my head, like, oh. That was me doing a Scooby Doo. And I'm sitting there like, what? I was like, okay, girl, that wig is either that George Washington wig is a little too tight on your head and it's cut off your circulation, or you really don't like Athena, because there's no way in hell Sierra beat her. But there was a lot of questionable Shantae's you stays on certain girls. I'm like, really, Rue? But that was the decision she made. We'll go along with it because we see how how the producers are producing. And it's not even like you're doing the show with y'all making it so obvious with the way y'all are producing this. It's like y'all not even trying to hide the fact that y'all producing the show. When now it's just lazy where just the regular, most common person could figure out where y'all going with this. So then Mia goes next. And then she picked Mandy Mango. When Mango, and let me say Mango, Mandy put up a fight. She danced down. She's a whacker. That's with the hands. That's like not she gonna whack you upside the head, but she's a dance. She whacks, which is a form of what I guess when like in hip hop and things like that they call it's like the same wheelhouse of voguing, I guess. But then they did Just What They Want. A great performance. I was living. Mia was turning it out. Mandy was definitely giving up, but girl, them crunchy ass dips. I was like, them dips was crunchy. But I think her dips was crunchy when she was lip syncing back in the earlier part of the season. So I wasn't really liking a lot of those dips. I was like, girl, you about to give yourself a concussion. You keep dipping the way you dipping. So when I put my hands up on my head and I dip, you dip, we dip. That's what I was literally giving. So then Mia ended up winning that, which we all knew was going to happen anyway. Because like I said, it seemed like to me the whole goal was to get a sequel of Mia versus Juicy in the end. So then it was left up to Didi and Vita made the face off. And then Vita basically chose the song. She picked Main Event. I was so bored with that performance. I fast forwarded through. I know they were trying to give a good old fashioned drag, but Vita's been so underwhelming to me. I live for her. Vita, 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 make it. You know you want to eat her. I live for that line. But just the performance, I was just bored. And Dee Dee ended up losing, and Vita ended up winning. And then right after, Vita had to go right back to performing because she's like, "Oh, I'm tired. I can't be." It's like, "Man, what is your age? Did you sit into my you tired after one damn song? Unless I have to perform the songs twice for the cameras." So then, yeah, Vita had to go again, and then she chose to face off against Mia, which I thought was crazy. But what was she gonna do? Because at this point, then you had Kenya, Jane, and Discord that was left. This was the second round. So, like I said, Vita chose Mia, and then Mia picked bitch. When she picked Call Me Mother, I was done. I was like, you know how much lyrics is in that? That's a complicated song to get through. Child, you know how many takes Rue had to do to record that song? And Mia basically, she was like, I lip sync to this song, I've choreographed this song, I performed this song. And I was like, okay, we're gonna see. And let me tell you, she gave a show. I think I might have watched that segment 3 times in that episode. So I was living. And it is definitely a wordy rap song. That was like when Rue was in her Azealia Banks bag. And so um I don't know, Vita, just, to my opinion, I don't feel like she just translated the song. It just the song didn't work for her trying to do that. Mia Ratchet, and I'm not saying that in a bad way. That's just kind of like her aesthetic. Although that outfit she was wearing was a chop, and I think that's always been the problem with Mia. Mia's fine as hell out of drag. Mia is pretty in drag, but she needs better. She needs somebody to help her with her styling and her wardrobe. You need a little help in that. Which is not that hard. You can get you a good team of people that can pull you together. But um, pretty girl in drag, fine out of drag. I don't know if y'all can tell, but I'm trying to hit that. But anyway, so um then it was like, look, I just live for Mia's performance. She was when she did the whole Coco Montrese point to the mouth with the rap portion, like, I'm nailing every word. Y'all better check the lip sync. The lip sync is on point. And at that point, it was like with all that confidence and the attitude and everything that Mia brought to that performance, it's like, yeah, Mia was definitely getting it. It's well deserved. And then we had Kenya Pleaser get up there, and then she chose Sierra. And they picked Pretty Gang, which I already said to y'all, I did not like that version, the Ellis Maya version. They Sierra was up there trying to capture the words. Kenya was up there giving her high kicks, her the throwing the leg back and the hair and all the other stuff. You know how the girls be out here performing, giving that whole um Kennedy Davenport style of dance, which is literally what I felt like Kenya was giving. And Kennedy dances down, and I live for Kennedy Davenport. So Sierra definitely was holding her own. She was doing the best she could, but girl, you can't. Kenya's personality is just too big to ignore. And I'm not just talking about her waistline. I'm talking about literally her personality. So I was living. Kenya's dynamite. She got the lip sync. I felt like she was definitely well deserved to advance to the semifinal for all of that stuff. So of course, we had Discord and Jane, who y'all can see in this picture that I got up here, where they was going in. Sometimes when I be looking at Discord, I be like, "Girl, what's wrong with your hips? Like something wrong with your hips?" And it's. But look, this was genius because they had them perform. I was like, you know what, Jane, you are too funny. She said it's just very appropriate for me to pick for us to do this performance. Excuse me, Sissy That War. And I'm like, perfect. So of course everybody's cackling over this and thinking it's funny. It is funny. And it's definitely I love Jane with the comedy. It was funny how she was playing that up, even basically mocking the way Discord walks. And Discord was having a good old time. And but the lip sync wasn't that it was crunchy. The way they were dancing, and I did realize I was like, she don't know the words. Because she wasn't saying the lip syncs wasn't working. So we all know that Jane was gonna walk away with that. But child, then we had to get to the main part, which was the lip sync. So now Jane Don't has to go up against Juicy loved Dion, but that's what she picked. She was like, "Oh, you got to go up against Juicy Love Dion," which we all knew, no shade, game over at that point. Because the minute they start performing Cha Cha Bitch, what I do love that song. Oh, party like a cha party, cause a cha party goes on. Cha Cha Bitch. When she did this move, bitch, oh, it was game over. Flawless victory. When she did that handstand and on cue with the song and the dress came off, oh, everybody fell out. I literally was literally, this. It was comparable to the Sasha Velour moment when she pulled them rose petals out, which is traumatized. Shea Kool-Aid for years. Once she did that move, I was like, it's a chop. I mean, like, you're done. Game over. Flawless victory. You are just literally, she assassinated you on this stage. And literally, when you look at someone like a Juicy, Juicy is a lip sync assassin. Full stop. Like, when y'all be talking about lip sync assassins, I be cracking up because some people be like, oh, you got rid, you eliminated one bitch, and you talking about I'm a lip sync assassin. Where? How are you a lip sync assassin over one performance? Like, if you sent like 5 or 6 bitches home, then I'm like, okay, you are literally a lip sync assassin. Nobody wants to go up against Juicy because Juicy performs down. Juicy eats every time. I'd be scared to go up against her too. That bitch is flexible, which might be good for the bedroom. But when she be up here performing with these girls, nobody can touch her. And yeah, so it did kind of remind me of like that. That was as iconic as the Sasha Velour moment. And then I saw some haters on the thing. Oh, we've seen people do that before, not on television. You ain't never seen nobody do no damn handstand on TV and come out they dress and do this number and literally. And what, bitch? Like, you ain't never seen no bitch do that. So stop. Y'all just be online just hating for the sake of hating. So once she was done, I think Jane was like, oh fuck. Like, she was done. I'm like, oh damn, you girl, why you had to do me like that? So yeah, and then it was funny because you had who was it? Mia and Kenya did peanut butter. I'm trying to say it like RuPaul, peanut butter. They had to do peanut butter bed, kiss my grits. Daddy's in jail, boys in hell, and the sister on the corner, the sister on the corner selling. What's she selling? I don't know. She's selling something. So but yeah, but what I didn't know about this because they were saying like the biggest complaint that a lot of people were saying is that Juicy's lip syncs are too similar and she relies on the same tricks over and over again. But I don't know if I agree with that because I watched some of Juicy's things and yeah, she might do certain things where we've seen happen, but I feel like the way that she really shut a lot of people down is when she won that lip sync to Total Eclipse of the Heart. When she got up there and she was emoting and all that other stuff, that was a different side of Juicy. And I think that what I've noticed when I watch Juicy is that she interprets music differently than a lot of people. Like, she'll listen to a song and I feel like she embodies and emotes certain things in regards of the performance or whatever the case is. So she's like she's hearing the song, whatever the case is, and she'll just do her moves and her freestyles on a performance based around a lot of that situation. So for people to kind of just diminish it, oh, she got the thing that over and over and over again. Well, when you're doing high energy stuff, I don't think that she relies on the same. Maybe she'll throw some of the same things in there, but she does change it up. Because one of the things, like I said, you ain't never seen her do a handstand and come out of a dress and then come up on her feet and literally the dress on the floor and she is fully in a new outfit. You ain't never seen that. Not on Drag Race. So there was no relying on the same trick. So I just think that that's just lazy commentary. So, and remember, so look, shout out to Mia because she finally got her lip back because when they performed by the Go-Go's Head Over Heels, Kenya beat Mia. And it didn't play to Mia's strengths. But I was going to say that I just feel like maybe they were setting they picked that song because they knew that wouldn't be in Mia's wheelhouse. And I do feel like the reason why Mia went home, it had nothing to do with the performance. Well, it had to do with the performance. She was terrible as Bloody Mary, and then that lip sync, it was like, yeah, it was underwhelming. And Kenya, there was a lot more they could production-wise they could do with her in regards to a storyline. Mia, I don't feel like there was much left for them to do with her, and I feel like that was also what took place in her going home. So when you hear the song like Peanut Butter definitely fits in Mia's, to Mia's strength because, like I said, Mia is that ratchet type of performer. She's a hip hopper. She's danced for people like Britney Spears and so many big A-list celebrities. So that fits into her wheelhouse on how she could work the choreography to her favor. Kenya, I can't see her working that song to her advantage and improve right. So then, so within all that being said, Mia ended up winning, and Kenya Please ended up losing. And now it's back to calling the girls to all come out because they were all sent backstage. They were getting on my nerves, keep running that video of them chopping the video before we found out who won. That was getting a little late. But with all that being said, all the girls were called to come back to the stage because they had to see the final showdown, the lip sync showdown, to find out who's going to be the queen of what she already done had them hers or whatever the fuck that dumb phrase is. And it was now a Mia versus Juicy, the sequel type of performance. And with that being said, they performed Cover Girl, Why Your Face Look Like Chalk. And so it was a fun flashback to, the first ever lip sync crown. Because remember, back then, BB Zahara Benet performed that alongside Nina Flowers because they were the top two of the season, which sidebar. Some people think the top two that's going to happen this Friday is going to be between Darlene Mitchell and Mikey Meeks. And I'm telling you, I believe Mikey is going to win the show. So a lot of people feel like that's going to be their final two. But yeah, so they took it back to season one. So I guess in so many ways, this is a callback to like the show. And I did love the self-deprecating thing where RuPaul's like, yeah, they're going to be lip syncing to a lot of his songs. So I definitely love that. And it was pretty much given, like I said, the sequel. Because remember, we had that iconic moment with Pretty Ugly. And now we have Cover Girl, which I did see shortly after they posted that video on social media of them two performing the song. So now, of course, Juicy won the $50,000. I would have liked to see Mia win, but we know with this whole situation, when people say, "Who are you?" when they talk about Juicy, who is she? She's like, who is she? They should perform that song. Or play that song when she won. Who is she? Because I'm like, she is a performer through and through. That's what Juicy does. Juicy performs down. She may not be good with a lot of the stupid challenges they make them do on the show, but she comes alive when she's on stage, when she's performing, when she's giving you a show. And I would love to see Juicy come on All Stars, or maybe they need to come up with a more interesting way to make Drag Race more performance based. Like we need that art of drag to come back, where we get to see these girls show their talent as a performer, as a dancer, as someone who commands a room and a stage. Like I want to see that instead of these stupid challenges they make them go through. But we need, like I said, we need different iterations of drag on TV and not just Drag Race being the only situation. So shout out to all the girls. And I do wonder, when did they film this episode of the Lollapalooza? Because they always shoot it. I think they shot it after. I think they may have shot it recently or whatever. Because I always try to remember when it was. I think I may have heard that a couple of weeks before we get close to the finale, they bring the girls back to shoot the Lollapalooza, and then we get the finale around the same time. So they probably shot that most recently, and I think it's great that they do that because then it gives you a chance to catch up with everybody, see how everybody's doing, how they've seen the show for the most part already. And like I said before, shout out to Breyer, who couldn't perform based off doctor's orders. This was definitely a great episode out of a much lackluster season. And I'm definitely hope that we can get more Lollapaloozas and more in mid-season Raider Queens, because that's definitely where y'all need to keep that instead of the beginning. So shout out to Juicy. Shout out to all the girls who turned it and showed the fuck out during this Lollapalooza, because y'all definitely ate in them performances. Even the lackluster ones was good. So I say, and I still side-eye and rule over choosing Sierra over Athena. But they wasn't seeing Athena trying to make it later on in the show. They was like, okay, we're just going to chop her because we don't see it for her later on in the whole performance situation. So yeah, Miss Thing could go around still wearing her caftans and everything and all that good stuff. So anyway, I say all to say, what do you guys think of this story? What did you think overall of the Lollapalooza? Did you love it? Did you hate it? Did you think it was the best Lollapalooza we've seen in a long time? Were you not that bothered that it was just RuPaul songs? Were you all feeling very Gia Gunn, or is there no budget this time around, or whatever? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. My favorite from the season, my favorite episode from the season is probably Snatch Game. I'm just ready for this to be over. I would have not watched this season if I knew it was as lackluster. Let's crown Darlene. Gay culture is being forever teenager. But what if I don't want, I mean, what if I don't have the mindset of a teenager for eternity? If you watch Mistress's new video, there are so many Regina George wannabes with deck and balls in the background judging her outfit. That episode with her and Bianca was hilarious, by the way. Mistress was at the Bunnies of Bayou event. What is that? I've never heard of that. MC Light, early influence. Queen Latifah, early influence. Sade, Luther Vandross, Joe Division, New Order, Wu-Tang, Billy Idol, and Oasis are going to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Well, congratulations to them. I didn't even know MC Light was being considered. So Pink didn't make the cut. The late Celia Cruz is also getting inducted as an early influence. Early influence category is considered for ones who broke ground but made a huge impact as a huge influence to their respective genre of music. Well, congratulations to her. All right, y'all. So now let's get into our final topic. And let's get into some Trixie Mattel tea. So, so far we've gotten 4 seasons of The Traitors. And we've pretty much had some interesting personalities on the show, from like Lisa Rinna, most recently this season, Colton Underwood, winner Rob Roush from Love Island, which I know some people was pissed off at him the way he played the game, where this is the first season where a traitor walked away with all the money. But he played the game, as much as y'all want to hate on him, Rob played the game the way it needed to be played. So I can't be mad at him over what he did. He lied to everybody, including dumbass Mora, who should have not chosen him, and she pretty much was helping him get rid of everybody. And him being a traitor, he walked away with all the money, and she walked away with nothing. And she was like, "You lied to me." I'm like, "Duh! Isn't that what traitors are supposed to do? They're supposed to lie, cheat, steal, do whatever they can to walk away with that money. That's the whole goal." So she clearly didn't understand what the rules of the game was, and now she walking around with egg on her face. But nevertheless, Trixie is one of the queens. And, we've had queens over the years where we've had Peppermint on the show, Monet Exchange, Bob the Drag Queen. I don't like the idea that they keep doing one Drag Race girl, but y'all will pick multiple housewives, which is fucking annoying. I'm like, can't y'all just pick a multitude of queens that you could get on the show to do it, besides just one representation of the whole entire community? But anyway, so Trixie Mattel, it was revealed recently by Robert Patrick King, who created Sex in the City and Just Like That, things of that nature. Excuse me. He revealed that Trixie turned down invitations to be on the hit reality show The Traitors 4 times before finally saying yes to King's fictionalized version of it. I didn't even know he was doing a fictionalized version of the show. Speaking in an April 7th interview on the Talk of the Townsends podcast, King revealed that when casting a fictional version of The Traitors for his series The Comeback, that's with Lisa Kudrow, Trixie was their dream pick. And while she's repeatedly said no to the real show, her answer to the scripted version was an immediate yes, large thanks to her love for the show's iconic lead character, Valerie Cherish, played by Lisa Kudrow. She said, "I love Trixie Mattel. I mean, I'm a big fan of Drag Race, but I think Trixie is kind of a unique brand. And we were thinking, who would be on The Traitors? And they always pick a drag queen. And I thought, well, if we have a choice, let's ask Trixie." And Trixie told me that she had said no to The Traitors 4 times in real life. And then when we asked her to do The Traitors on The Comeback, she said, of course, she loves Valerie. And she was so excited. This is what King revealed. In fact, Trixie was so committed to the cameo that King revealed she canceled plans to go on vacation for her birthday just to film the scene. Now, according to King, she was thrilled at the chance to sit across from Valerie and take part in the Traitors her way. But I also think, you know what? I think the reason why Trixie did this is because you get to control the narrative. Like you're on a scripted show, it's a character you're playing. When you're on a reality TV show, you don't get to control the outcome of what's going on. You're at the mercy of the producers, you're at the mercy of these other people who are being cunning and conniving and all these other things. And it's like, I'm not gonna go on this show and y'all gonna make me try to play a fool and you're gonna try to have me come out of character. Whereas this is controlled chaos when you're on a scripted show. So you're able to go on there and you're able to do things your way, which is smart. Cause I'm like, and then on top of that, the comeback is sort of like a meta version of like what's going on in the world and like entertainment and all other stuff, similar to the studio. So why not take that initiative? I would love to jump on something like that if the opportunity presented itself. And it's been a long time, but I'm actually quite happy that the comeback got a long-awaited sequel or another season. So now the American version of The Traitors, as I said, featured a number of RuPaul's Drag Race stars. Season 9 icon Peppermint was in the second season as a faithful and became the first to be banished. Bob the drag queen who won season 8 of Drag Race joined the cast of The Traitors for season 3 as a traitor, but was banished in the 4th episode. Then in the 4th season, which aired this year, All Stars 4 winner Monet Exchange played a faithful, but was murdered in episode 5. So far, Monet got further than most of the queens that have been on the show. So it's kind of annoying when you have queer people that want to go on these shows and it's like they don't last long. So now up north, if we take a little travelation to the Traders Canada, there's been a couple of Canada's Drag Race favorites that have gone on the show. Mylene de Verga in season 2 and Kitten Caboodle was on there in season 3, and also Miss Fierce Alicious on season 1. So they've all appeared on the show. I don't know how far they've gotten, but they were on the show. So shout out to you, Trixie. And I don't think she'll ever do the Traders, and I don't think she needs to. It's like you got to, if you want to see me do the Traders, you can see me do it on the comeback. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding this tea that was spilled on Michael Patrick King about Trixie Mattel turning down the Traders 4 times? That's every season, pretty much. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. From what I can tell, it's a homosexual charity event where a bunch of homosexuals gather at a building and wear bunny ears and Speedos. That I'll definitely like it. So you mean we all get to run around with bunny ears and listen to Slater? Is that what we be doing? I'm actually kind of sad to have a teenage mindset decades after you were an actual, to have a teenager mindset. Yeah, because it's that Peter Pan syndrome. It's probably what it is. The same energy as someone who peaked in high school, the homosexual male community. I was like, "Child, I still feel young at heart, but I'm not gonna be running around trying to have that teenager mindset. It's like, yeah, grow up. And that's why I be laughing because the conversations I be having with some of the security and stuff that I be working with at the garden, and we be dealing with grown ass men acting like still trying to hold on to their youth at these college basketball games. It's like, if y'all don't grow up, you 40 some odd years old, still trying to act like you in your 20s. Ruby Rose has actually filed a police report. Oh, damn. So now, after all of this, it feels like there's pressure for her to come after Katy Perry now. Even though she said that she wasn't going to do that. Well, we'll definitely keep abreast of the story as it develops. Fans to know just posted a new video titled Justin Bieber's Coachella performance. Okay, I'm done with him. Because you sat out here and said all that bullshit about Slater, but you're gonna sit up in here and move the goalposts of Justin Bieber. And that's like I said with that video that I saw on YouTube. Where is it? Where they said, what I told y'all, fans don't, where they said don't know shit about women or how to write about women or talk about women, whatever the case was. And I definitely believe that is that you don't really understand how to have that conversation. So, and I definitely got to watch that video in regards to that. Well, yeah, it was like, what is that? Medusa Medusa One, I think it's Deluxe Edition, and Medusa One. I think that's how you say their name. Where they say, yeah, Anthony Fantano is bad at talking about women. And I definitely believe that he is bad about talking about women. It's like, if you don't know what you're talking about, shut up. But you're gonna sit up in here and move the goalpost for Justin Bieber's lackluster ass performance. And is it because like people said that he comes from an era of acoustics and metal and live instrumentation? So that's more of like up his alley versus high production and theatrics and all that stuff. Not I like that chubby man. He's the reason why I listen to so much music from before I was born. So have to give him my flowers. He's a 40-year-old. I would let. You're a mess. Not you lusting over Fantano. Although I was not too long ago too, but now he get on my damn nerves. Who child of ghetto? Okay. I was like, where are we going? Okay, so all right, y'all. So now we can wrap up the show. I gave you 5 hours after 5 days of being gone. So that's an hour for each day. I wasn't able to do a show. We are done. It is a wrap. I'll be back tomorrow with a brand new episode of new gossip, new tea, new everything. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in to this long ass episode. Hit that like button, that subscribe, smash the notification if you haven't already. But definitely hit the like so that help with the algorithm. As I said, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for comment in the comments, the good ones, the bad ones, and the indifference ones. And yeah, love you all for watching. Love you for your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings.